Introduction to the concerto. A concerto is a classical music form where a soloist or group of soloists perform with orchestral accompaniment. The structure typically includes 3 movements: fast, slow, and fast. Here's a concise overview in a table format. Aspect. Examples. Resources with orchestral accompaniment. Here's a concise overview in a table format. Rescription. Definition. A composition for soloists with orchestra. Bach-Brandenburg concertos. Wikipedia, wikipedia.org concerto. Structure. Usually 3 movements: allegro, adagio, allegro. Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 5. Classic FM. Concerto Guide.classicfm.com's Discover-Music periods Giordo. Role of soloist. Showcases virtuosity and interacts with orchestra. Mozart's Violin Concerto No. 3. bbcmusic.bbc.co.uk Music Guides Concerto. Historical context. Originated in the Baroque period, evolved through classical and Romantic eras. Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto No. 1. imslp.org/category concertos. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive. Understanding harmonics. Harmonics are integral multiples of a fundamental frequency and are crucial in music and signal processing. They add richness and complexity to sounds, influencing tone quality and pitch. Below is a concise overview. Example. Resources mas exashnilka city papu pollen pitch. Below is a concise overview. Aspects is stifle. Example. Pollen fundamental. The lowest frequency of a sound wave, also known as the first harmonic. Middle C, 261.63 Hz, Wikipedia on harmonics, n.wikipedia.harmonic, second harmonic, twice the frequency of the fundamental, contributes to the sound's timbre. C5, 5 or 23.5 Hz, Khan Academy harmonics.khanacademy.org/science physics waves and sound. Third harmonic, 3 times the fundamental frequency, affects the richness of the sound. G5, 99 Hz. Coursera, musictheory@sera.org/learn/music overtones. Higher harmonics beyond the fundamental frequency shape the sound's unique character. Overtones in a guitar string. YouTube Harmonics Explained. /results. Search query equals harmonics in music. Descending fifths progression, a quick guide. A descending fifths progression involves moving through a series of chords where each chord is a perfect fifth below the previous one. This creates a smooth cyclical harmonic movement. Google resources. Sharp. Starting chord. C major. C, G, D, A, E, B. Starting chord leads to G major. Descending fifths overview w.google.com/search. Descending fifths per G. D, A, E, E, B, F sharp, C. Moves to D major, continuing the cycle. Google.com/search. Descending plus fifths progression D major. D, A, E, B, F sharp, C, G. Progresses to A major. Moves to descending fifths progression explained. Feel free to delve deeper into these resources for detailed examples and explanations.
Impressionist Techniques Overview. Impressionism focuses on capturing light, color, and everyday moments rather than precise details. Here's a quick guide to some key techniques. Technique, example. Impressionism focuses on texture and movement. Brush strokes. Use short, thick strokes to create texture and movement. Claude Monet's Water Lilies, monetdb.metmuseum.org/hd/hd_impar. Light and color. Emphasize natural light and vibrant Renoir's dance at Le Moulin de la Galette. Color.org.ucam art terms. Focus on everyday life. Capture ordinary scenes with a sense of immediacy. Edgar Degas Ballet Rehearsal. /www.nga.gov/collection/artist-info. Unblended colors. Apply pure colors side by side to blend visually. Alfred Sisley's Snow at Lucien.artsy.net//artist. These techniques help create the impression of a moment rather than a detailed, realistic representation.
Jazz improvisation in blues, concept rel used in blues and blues, a 7 improvisation in blues, blues scale, a 7-note scale used in blues improvisation, C, E, F, G tabez. Blues scale basics, dog jazz guitar, dog/B//. Common blues progressions are 12-bar blues for V, C7, F7, C7, G7, F7, C7. 12-bar blue musical chairs.info/riffs and licks. Short, memorable phrases played over chord changes. A simple lick, C, E, Bef, F sharp. Blues licks and riffs. guitarworld.com/10 essential blues licks. Phrasing, the way notes are organized rhythmically. Syncopation and varying note lengths are key. Use swing rhythm and rests in your solo. Jazz phrasing tips /jazzguitar.blog, jazz improvisation. A call and response, a conversational style where one phrase is answered by another. Play a phrase, then repeat it with variation. Call and response in jazzfons.blogcog. These elements form the foundation of effective jazz improvisation in blues. Explore these resources for deeper understanding and practical examples.
Vocal improvisation basics. So aspect, desorption, example, aspect, the scales and modes, aspect, description, its example, use scale, for structure. Angles and modes. Use scales major minor and modes, Dorian, Mixolydian, for structure. Sing a major scale ascending and descending. Scales and mode, Robert E. Pete / www.google.com/search, Kegels and modes for vocal improvisation. Experiment with different rhythms and syncopation. Improvise a melody with a swing rhythm. Rhythmic patterns, Google/search, rhythmgul.herns for vocal improvisation. Dynamics. Play with volume and intensity to add emotion. Start softly, then build to a powerful crescendo. Dynamic techniques, dynamics in vocal improvisation. Use musical phrases and motifs to structure your improvisation. Create a short musical phrase and repeat it with variations. Phrasing and improvisations at google.com/search. Phrasing plus in vocal improvisation, listening. Listen to other improvisers and analyze their techniques. Listen to jazz vocal improvisation for inspiration. Listening examples /google.com/improvisations examples. Delve into each aspect to develop your unique style and improve your skills.
Polyphonic jazz techniques. Polyphonic jazz involves multiple interwoven melodies or lines. Here's a quick guide. Technique, description, example, resources. Polyphonic jazz in multiple counterpoint. Combining independent melodies to create harmony. Bach-like lines in a jazz solo. www.be jazzguitar.be counterpoint-in jazz. using multiple chords and their inversions together, extended chords like 9th, 11th, and 13th. Song techniques would the jazz chord voicings, polyrhythms, layering different rhythmic patterns, playing a 3/4 rhythm, understanding polyrhythms, jazzadvice.com/understanding polyrhythms, linear improvisation, creating melodies that move independently of harmony, solo lines that don't strictly follow chords. jazzguitar.b/linear improvisation. Delve into these techniques to enhance your jazz performance and create richer musical textures.
Understanding syncopation in jazz. Syncopation is a rhythmic technique where the emphasis is placed on offbeats or weaker beats, creating a surprising and engaging rhythm. It's a fundamental aspect of jazz that adds swing and complexity to the music. Here's a quick guide to grasp the concept.
Aspect. Example, Google resources on. A quick guide. Example or
Syncopation in jazz. Definition: emphasis on beats not typically stressed, accent on the and of beat 2. Syncopation jazz, google.com, syncopation in jazz. Basic pattern. Commonly, syncopation involves shifting the accent from the strong beats. 1 + 2 + 3 + 4, accent on 2. Jazz rhythms explained. Let's search jazz plus rhythms explained. Example in swing. Syncopation often creates a swing feel by delaying or anticipating beats. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck. Swing rhythm tutorial www.google.com swing rhythm tutorial. Practical exercise. Practice by clapping or playing offbeat rhythms to internalize syncopation. Clap on the offbeats of a 4/4 rhythm. Syncopation exercises. Syncopation adds a lively, unexpected twist to jazz rhythms, enhancing the music's dynamic quality. Writing traditional hymns, a quick guide. Writing traditional hymns involves a balance of theology, lyrical structure, and musicality. Here's a brief overview to get you element description. For the hymn. Amazing Grace. Theme. Choose a central theme or scripture for the hymn. Amazing Grace, Grace and Redemption, hymnary.hymnary.org. Structure, use common hymn structures, AABA, ABAB, or verse-chorus. How Great Thou Art, verse-chorus. Meter, common meters include 4/4, 3/4, 6/8, match the lyrical flow. Be Thou My Vision, 4/4 meter. Rhyme scheme, employ traditional rhyme schemes, ABAB, AABB. Great is Thy Faithfulness, AABB, www.cyberhymnal.org. Use elevated poetic language suitable for worship. Holy, 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 Reverent Tone Society.org. Tune. Pair your lyrics with a melody, often in a familiar style. Jesus Loves Me, simple melody. These elements combine to create hymns that are both spiritually enriching and musically engaging.
Understanding voice crossing. Voice crossing occurs in 4-part harmony when the melody or one voice part moves to a range that overlaps another voice part's range. This can disrupt the clarity and balance of the harmony if not handled carefully. Concept, description, Google resources. To disrupt the clarity handled carefully. Soprano moves below alto, Delmit Reed moves above bass. Definition occurs when one voice part moves into the range of another voice part. Soprano moves below alto, or tenor moves above bass. Voice crossing explained. w.google.com. Search voice crossing explained. Why it matters. Can lead to confusion in the harmonic texture and make the music harder to follow. In a hymn, if the tenor part suddenly sings higher than the soprano, it creates confusion. Avoiding voice crossing.google.search. Cue avoiding voice crossing. Example in music. In a chord progression, if the soprano and alto cross, the clarity of their parts may be lost. In the example, soprano, C, D, E, alto, A, B, C. If soprano jumps to A, it crosses with alto. Examples of voice crossing. Examples of voice crossing. Best practices. Keep voice parts within their designated ranges and avoid unnecessary crossing to maintain clarity and balance. Use voice leading techniques to smooth transitions and avoid crossing when possible. Best practices in harmony.google.com/search. Best practices in harmony. These resources will help you understand and manage voice crossing effectively in your compositions and arrangements.
Contrapuntal Techniques Overview Technique, Description, Example, Google Research. Contrapuntal Technique Counterpoint. Combining independent melodic lines, Bach's two-part inventions. Introduction to Counterpoint, Google Task Search. Imitation, repeating a melody or theme in a different voice. Row, row, row your boat. Imitation, google.com/imitation plus in music. Canon, one voice leads and others follow at a fixed distance. Pachelbel's canon, understanding canons. Search, understanding canons. Fugue, complex structure with recurring themes. Bach's The Well-Tempered Clavier. Search, fugue explained. Augmentation, lengthening note values of a theme. Brahms, Symphony No. 1, augmentea/google.com/search, Kukwog diminution, shortening note values of a theme. Mozart's Piano Sonatas, diminution techniques, google.com, diminution techniques. Feel free to delve deeper into each technique to understand their ultimate impact on musical composition.
Creating jazz melodies, a quick guide. Creating memorable jazz melodies involves blending creativity with understanding of jazz fundamentals. Here's a concise table to get you started. Aspect, description, resources. A scale choice involves blending creativity with understanding of jazz fundamentals. Use jazz scales like the major, minor, and bebop scales. C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Jazz standards.com rhythmic variation. Incorporate syncopation and syncopation example 1, 2, and 3, 4. Jazz rhythm techniques, jazzrhythm.com. Chord tones. Focus on chord tones and extensions, sevenths, ninths, etc. C, E, G, B. Motifs and repetition. Create short, memorable motifs and develop them throughout your melody. Motif example, CEDFA. Use this table at jazzmelody.com. Blue notes. Add blue notes, flatten 3rd, 5th, 7th for a bluesy feel. Blue note example, E flat in C major. Use this table as a starting point to experiment with creating unique and expressive jazz melodies. Introduction to chorale harmonization. Chorale harmonization involves creating 4-part harmony for a melody, often using traditional harmonic rules. Here's a concise guide. Example, Google reading 4-part harmony for a melody. Here's a concise guide. Example. Voice ranges: soprano, highest, alto, tenor, bass. Soprano, C4, D4, alto, A3, C4, tenor, C3, E3, bass, E2, theory.net/lessons voice chords. Use triads and seventh chords in root position or inversions. I, C, E, G, V, F, A, C, V, G, B, D. Cadences. End phrases with perfect VI or plagal IV. Cadences. Perfect cadence, G, B, D, C, E, G. CadenceMusic.net net cadences. Voice leading. Smooth movement between chords, avoiding parallel fifths and octaves. Move voices stepwise, e.g., C, E, G to D, F, A. Voice leading. MusicTheory.lessons voice leading. Harmonic rhythm. Change chords on strong beats to create a clear structure. Change chords on beats 1 and 3 in 4/4 time. MusicTheory.net/lessons harmonic.
Opera Techniques Overview, Google Resource, Breath Control, Mastery of Breath Support to Sustain Powerful Singing, Deep Resonant Tones in Nessun Dorma, Breath Control Techniques, .google./search Breath Control plus Contura plus Opera, Vibrato, Slight variation in pitch for warmth and richness. O Mio Babbino Caro by Puccini, understandingslide.google.com/search, Vibrato Techniques Opera, Diction, Clear Pronunciation of Lyrics. La Traviata by Verdi, Opera Diction Guide at google.com/search, Opera Range Expansion, Developing the Vocal Range to Hit Higher and Lower Notes. High C in Queen of the Night, expand / google.com/search, Q expand vocal range, opera. Emotion expression conveying the character's emotions through voice. Carmen by Expressive Singing Techniques, google.com/search, key emotional expression plus in opera.
Tonic solfa is a system used to teach sight singing and ear training in music. It uses syllables to represent pitches in a scale. Pitch. Example. Do, si, do, re, di, re, mi, fa, mi, fa, sol, f, fa, sol, la, sol, g, sol, la, ti, la, a, b, ti, do, re. Resources. Music Theory Basics, Tonic Solfa, musictheory.net /lesson/tonic solfa. understandingww.com/watch VQW49 slot. Understanding diatonic intervals. Diatonic intervals are the distances between notes in the diatonic scale, C major, A minor, etc. Here's a quick reference. Interval, abbreviation, example, Google resource, Kumtseed, unison, P1 C to C, unison interval musicnotes.com/learn music, the unison interval, major second, M2 C to D, musictheory.net/intervals, major M3 C to E, major third musicchairs.no/third interval, perfect fourth, C to F, perfect fourth, musictheory.net, lessons 5, perfect fifth, P5, C to G, perfect music theory, major sixth, C to A, musictheory.net, lessons, major seventh, C to B, Anderson octave, P8, C to C, octave, 8, musictheory.net/lessons/9. These intervals are essential for understanding harmony and constructing chords.
Introduction to Suite. A suite is a collection of related software programs designed to work together. Suites often include a range of tools that are used for various tasks, but share common features and integration. Here's a brief overview of some popular suites, their components, and examples. Google Resources, which sends an overview of some components and examples. Microsoft Office Overview, Microsoft Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, Microsoft 365, Office 2019. Microsoft Office Overview.com's Microsoft 365. Google Workspace, Docs, Sheets, Slides, Gmail Drive, Google Docs. Google Workspace Help Center /support.google.com answer, Adobe Creative Cloud, Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Premiere Pro, Adobe CC Suite, Adobe Creative Cloud, adobe.com/creativecloud.html, Word Pages, Numbers, Keynote, Apple iWork Overview, apple.com/iWork. This table provides a quick look at different suites, their components, and useful resources for more detailed information. Sampling drum sounds involves capturing and manipulating individual drum hits or rhythms to use in music production. It allows for creative flexibility and unique textures in your tracks. Here's a concise guide to help you get started. Aspect, detail, definition. Sampling involves recording individual drum sounds to be used in different musical contexts. Software like Ableton Live, FL Studio, or hardware samplers like the Akai MPC. Kicks, snares, hi-hats, toms. Techniques. Layering. Combine multiple samples for a richer sound. Pitch shifting. Change the pitch to fit the track. Editing. Trim, fade, and normalize to refine the sample. Creative uses. Create custom drum kits, add unique textures, or build rhythms from scratch. Resources. Sound on Sound Guide. soundonsound.com/techniques, sampling, drum/sampling, ableton.com/manual/sampling. Feel free to explore these resources for more in-depth information. Understanding chord symbols. Chord symbols provide a shorthand for guitarists and other musicians to quickly understand and play chords. Here's a brief guide. Chord description. Google Resources. Google Resources for guitarists and other musicians. C, major chord based on C. C major, C, E, G. musicnotes.com/blog2026/basic chords, minor chord based on C. C minor, C, E, B, G. C minor, jazzpiano.com/chords G7. Major chord with a dominant seventh, C7, C, E, G, Bob. In 7, minor chord with a minor seventh, C, E, B, G, Ba. ultimate-guitar.com/lessons/the ultimate guide to chords/chord basics.html. Major chord with a major seventh. 7. See Symbols Explained. guitarworld.com/lessons/guitar-lesson how read chord symbols for. These symbols simplify complex chords and facilitate easier communication among musicians. Generative music uses algorithms and systems to create music, often resulting in unique, ever-changing compositions. Here's a brief overview in a table format. Description. Google Resources. Definition. Here's a brief overview in a table format. Google definition. Music created by systems or algorithms that produce sound based on certain rules. Brian Eno's ambient works, Generative Music Explained.google.com/search, Generative Music Explained, Techniques, use of randomization, algorithmic composition, or procedural generation. Music for Airports by Brian Eno. Algorithmic composition, search algorithmic composition. Tools, software and tools that generate music based on user-defined parameters. Ableton Live, Max MSP Super Collider, Max MSP Tutorial, search Max MSP Tutorial. Applications, used in various fields including film scoring, gaming, and art installations. Video game soundtracks, installation art. Generative music in games, google.com, search generative music in games. Notable works, example compositions that demonstrate generative principles. By John Cage, software-generated tracks, notable generative music works, google.com/search, notable generative music works. Feel free to explore the provided resources for a deeper understanding of generative music. Creating tension with rhythm. Rhythm is a powerful tool for generating tension in music. By manipulating rhythm, you can keep listeners on edge and create dynamic, engaging pieces. Here's a quick guide. Example, Google resource once. Google resource. Here's a quick guide. Jazz syncopation off beats to create unexpected accents. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck, syncopation in music.google./search. Cue syncopation is musement, displacement, rhythmic patterns to disrupt expected timing. Giant Steps by John Coltrane, rhythmic displacement technique, google.search techniques. Polyrhythms, layering different rhythmic patterns simultaneously. Three Little Birds by Bob Marley, understanding polyrhythms, google.com/search, understanding time signatures, switching time signatures to alter the rhythmic feel. Money by Pink Changes, signature changes. Accelerando ritardando, gradually increasing or decreasing tempo or decreasing bow to build or release tension. Bolero by google.com/accelerando. Jazz groove development techniques. Description, example, Google resource with a triplet feel. Jazz groove development/swing feel. Emphasize the off beats to create a laid-back syncopated rhythm. Play eighth notes with a triplet feel. Swing feel jazz. Syncopation. Accent unexpected beats to add rhythmic complexity and groove. Play offbeat accents on 2 and 4. Syncopation basics to google.com/search jazz plus polyrhythms. Combine multiple rhythms simultaneously for a complex groove. Overlay 3 against 4. Polyrhythm guide. Search. Call and response. Create interactive musical phrases between instruments or between parts. Drums play a rhythm. Piano answers. Call and response in jazz.google.com/search. Cue call and response jazz. Groove mapping. Map out rhythmic patterns and variations to maintain groove consistency. Use patterns in different sections. Groove mapping techniques. Search. Groove mapping jazz.
Understanding tonal structures in jazz. Tonal structures in jazz involve the use of scales, chords, and progressions to create harmony and melody. Here's a concise breakdown. Aspect description. Torsten. Tonal structures in jazz, Dorian. Scales, fundamental for constructing melodies and harmonies. Major, minor, Dorian, Mixolydian. Jazz Scales Guide, jazzguitar.b/jazz scales, chord types, basic building blocks of jazz harmony. Major 7th, minor 7th, dominant 7th. Toward jazz guitar. Chords, progressions, sequences of chords that create movement and tension. EVI for V. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes. Using IV chord in a major key. Modal interchange, /jazzguitar.b modal interchange. Smooth transitions between chords. Moving chords by step or common tones. Voice leading techniques. Jazz-voice leading. Explore these resources to delve deeper into each aspect of tonal structures in jazz.
Exploring jazz tone colors. Jazz tone colors refer to the unique quality sound produced by various instruments and playing techniques in jazz music. These colors create emotional and textural variety, enhancing the overall expressiveness of jazz performances. Google resources, enhancing the overall expressiveness of jazz performances. The distinct sound timbre, the distinct sound quality of each instrument. Saxophone, rich, warm. Trumpet, bright, sharp. Google.com//search, timbre in jazz music. Playing methods that affect tone, such as muting or bending notes. Mute on a trumpet, glissando on a trombone. Jazz techniques, Google Tarch, jazz techniques. Dynamics, variations in loudness that shape the tone's impact. Soft, subtle piano passages, explosive drum fills. Jazzdamic, Google.com search, improvisation. Spontaneous creation of melodies and phrases that add unique tonal qualities. Improvised solos, melodic variations. Jazz Improlat, Google.com search. These elements combine to create the rich, varied soundscapes characteristic of jazz.
Introduction to dynamics. Dynamics is the branch of physics and engineering that deals with the motion of objects and the forces that affect this motion. It can be broadly divided into two main areas: kinematics, which focuses on the description of motion, and kinetics, which addresses the forces causing that motion. Understanding dynamics is crucial for designing and analyzing systems in engineering and physics. Concept, description, example. Google resources. Google Newton's laws. Newton's laws describing fundamentally the relationship between a body and the forces acting on it and the forces acting on it. A car accelerating when you press the gas pedal. Newton's law view. Newton's laws overview. Newton's laws plus overview. Kinematics. Study of motion without considering forces. Calculating the trajectory of a projectile. Kinematics basics, Google.com search, kinematics basic, kinetics, analysis of forces and their effect on motion. Determining the force needed to stop a moving vehicle. Kinetics fundamentals, Google.search, kinetics fundamentals. Work and energy, work done by forces and the concept of energy conservation. Lifting a box requires work and increases its potential energy. Work and energy explained, Google.search, Q work and energy explained. Momentum, the quantity of motion an object has, dependent on its mass and velocity. A moving train has a lot of momentum. Momentum in physics, Google Mentums in physics.
Fusion Jazz Composition, a quick guide. Fusion jazz blends elements from jazz with rock, funk, and other genres. Here's a concise table to get you started on composing fusion jazz. Aspect, example, resources, with funk and other genres. To example, fusion jazz. Harmony incorporates ninths and altered chords. Harmony. Use complex chords and progressions. Incorporate jazz chords like sevenths, ninths, and altered chords. Chord progression: AM7, D9, G13, C May 7, jazzguitar.be/chord progressions. Rhythm employs syncopation and irregular time signatures. Combine traditional jazz swing with rock funk rhythms. Time signature: 7/4 or 5/4. Rhythm example: syncopated offbeat accents. Rhythm patterns: jazzadvice.com/jazz rhythm patterns. Instrumentation: blend traditional jazz instruments with electric ones. Include synthesizers, electric guitars, and drum machines. Instruments: saxophone, electric guitar, bass guitar, drums, synthesizer. Fusion jazz instruments: www.jazzwise.com/features/the sound of jazz fusion. Create intricate and evolving melodic lines. Use modes and scales outside the major-minor system, such as Dorian or Mixolydian. Scaled Dorian mode, melody example. An ascending line using the Dorian scale. Melodic ideas/melody examples. Improvisation. Encourage spontaneous soloing over complex changes. Practice with backing tracks to develop unique improvisational ideas. Soloing. Improvise over the progression AM7, D9, G13, C Mod 7. www.jazz.com/jazz improvisation techniques. This table covers key elements for fusion jazz composition, offering foundational insights and resources for deeper exploration.
Introduction to jungle music. Jungle music, emerging in the early 90s in the UK, is a genre characterized by fast breakbeats, heavy bass lines, and reggae influences. It often features chopped-up drum patterns and a sense of frenetic energy. Aspect, description examples, resources, and reggae influences. It often features frenetic energy. Origin, developed from breakbeat hardcore and rave music. Tempo, typically around 160 to 170 BPM. Breakbeats, use of fast syncopated drum patterns, often from funk or soul samples. Amen Break by the Winstons, so amenbreak.com. Basslines, prominent deep and often distorted basslines. Original Nutta by UK Apache and Shy FX. www.soundonsound.com/techniques/jungle bash basslines, reggae, dub, and electronic music. Fire by DJ Hype. ResidentVisor.net/features notable artists. Goldie, LTJ Bukum, Roni Size. Timeless by Goldie. Artist profiles, allmusic.com/genre. Explore these resources for an in-depth dive into jungle music's vibrant world. Diminuendo is a musical term that signifies a gradual decrease in volume. This dynamic instruction guides performers to soften the sound progressively. Here's a concise table to explain the concept. Aspect. Definition: gradual decrease in volume. Symbol: dim, often written above the staff. How to play: gradually reduce the loudness over a specified passage. Example: if a passage is marked with dim, start loud and gradually become softer. Usage: common in both classical and contemporary music. Related terms: crescendo, gradual increase in volume. Resources: Google, diminuendo.google.com/search, diminuendo definition. Explore more to see how diminuendo enhances musical expression. Mastering brass techniques. Mastering brass technique. Example. Mastering brass techniques. Tone production. Focus on producing a clear and consistent tone. Proper breathing and embouchure are key. Long tones on a trumpet. www.google.com/brass tone production. Techniques like tonging and slurring to define musical phrases. Staccato versus legato exercises. Articulation in brass. Google.search. Range expansion. Practice exercises to extend your playable range. Playing scales across octaves. Brass range expansion. Brass range. Dynamics. Controlling the volume and intensity of your playing. Crescendo and decrescendo practice. Brass dynamics techniques. www.google.com/search. Flexibility. Enhancing ability to move smoothly between notes and intervals. Lip slurs and interval jumps. Brass flexibility exercises. Search. These techniques are essential for developing your brass playing skills effectively.
Basic technique. Description. Example. Google resources. Google resources. Live looping techniques for basic looping. Record and play back a single loop repeatedly. Use a loop pedal to create a drum beat. Loop pedal beat. www.google.com/search loop pedal basics. Build complex sounds by layering multiple loops. Add guitar riffs on top of a drum loop. Layering.com Google/search. Layering looping techniques. Real-time manipulation. Adjust loops on the fly, speed, pitch. Change the tempo of a vocal loop, layering technique. Sampling. Incorporate pre-recorded samples into loops. Add a sampled vocal phrase to a beat. Sampling and looping. www.google.com/search sampling looping. Effects. Apply effects, reverb, delay to loops. Use delay to create a cascading effect. Effects for looping. Google.com/search. Explore these techniques to enhance your live performances and creativity.
Melodic jazz improvisation basics. Google resources. Use major, minor, and blues scales as the foundation for improvisation. Understanding scales. Use major, minor as the foundation for improvisation. C major scale, C, D, E, F, G. Scales and modes. //www/search jazz scales and modes. Phrasing. Create phrases that mimic speech patterns using short and long notes, rests, and varied rhythms. Call and response phrases. Phrasing techniques. Google Doc search jazz phrasing techniques. Outline chord changes with arpeggios and chord tones. Incorporate tension and release to enhance melodies. Over G7, GBDFA. www.com/search jazz plus chord progressions. Motif development. Develop a small musical idea, motif, and vary it throughout your solo. Motif, CEG, then CEGA. Google Doc search jazzing and analysis. Listen to jazz solos and analyze their approach to melody and improvisation. Listen to Miles Davis's solos, analyze search, analyze plus solos. This guide provides a quick overview to get started with melodic jazz improvisation. Introduction to composing for viola. Composing for viola involves understanding its unique timbre, range, and role in various musical contexts. Here's a quick guide to help you get started. Aspect, details and examples, resources. Allows for rich, resonant tones. Range. Viola's range is between C3 and A5. For instance, writing a melody in G4 allows for rich, resonant tones. rangechar.com/range. Timbre. The viola has a warm, dark sound. Use this for expressive lyrical lines. Example, a slow, mournful melody in D minor. Techniques. Include techniques like pizzicato, double stops, and harmonics. Example, a passage using harmonics in A4 can create a shimmering effect. Role in ensemble. In ensembles, the viola often provides inner harmonies and support. Example, writing a viola part that complements a violin melody. altsviola.org/ensemble. Notation. Use alto clef primarily, but treble clef can be used for higher registers. Example, notating a melody in treble clef for higher viola parts. altotation.com/clef. This overview should help you get started with composing for viola, highlighting its strengths and providing practical examples.
Colorful Chord Voicings Quick Guide. Exploring colorful chord voicings can add depth and interest to your music. Below is a concise guide with examples and resources for further learning. Chord type, example description. Google resources. Exploring colorful chord voicings, major seventh. Major 7 adds a dreamy, jazzy feel. Major 7th chord tutorial. AM7 creates a mellow, soulful sound. Minor 7th chord guide, G7, offers a tense, resolving tone. Understanding dominant 7th chords. Major 9 brightens the major chord. Major 9th chord explained. AM9 deepens the minor chord. Minor 9th chord basics. These resources will help you delve deeper into each voicing and enhance your musical creations.
Understanding the rondo form in music. The rondo is a musical form characterized by a recurring main theme, A, alternating with contrasting sections, B, C, etc. It's often used in classical compositions for its lively and engaging structure. Here's a quick guide to the rondo form. Element. Google resources. Google used in classical compositions, lively and engaging structure. Rondo form explained. The recurring theme that returns throughout the piece. Beethoven's Rondo a Capriccio, 129. Rondo form explained, musicalchairs.info/form. First episode B, the contrasting section that follows the main theme. In Beethoven's Op. 129, this section provides contrast to the main theme. Classical music forms. classical-music.com/learn/classical-music-forms. Another contrasting section that typically follows the first episode, often more dramatic or varied compared to the first episode. Music theory rondo form, musictheoryformusicians.com/rondo, recapitulation. The return of the main theme after the contrasting sections. The A theme returns, often in a varied or decorated form. Understanding rondo form. diori.com/n/tutorials/rondo-form/. This table provides a concise overview of the rondo form, helping you understand its structure and listen for its characteristics in classical music.
Arranging for brass band. Examples, resources. Brass bands typically include cornets, baritones, and tubas. Instrumentation. For instrumentation, brass bands typically include cornets, flugelhorns, baritones, trombones, and tubas. BritishBandsman.com. Texture. Use homophonic chordal or polyphonic counterpoint textures. Brass band arranging, dynamics. Dynamics. Employ a range of dynamics to create track interest. Musicforbrass.com. Voicing. Distribute musical lines effectively among the different brass voices. Example, cornets carry the melody, while trombones and tubas provide harmonic support. Consider the style and idiom of the piece, e.g. march, hymn, or overture. The Brassband Portal, .brassbandportal.com. Articulation. Use varied articulations, e.g. staccato, legato, to add character. Example, short, punchy notes for marches, smooth, flowing lines for lyrical sections. Range. Be mindful of each instrument's range and avoid extreme pitches. Brass Band Arranging Guide, brassbandarrangingguide.com. This overview helps you grasp the essentials of arranging for brass bands, providing practical tips and resources for further exploration.
Developing Jazz Melodies, a brief guide. To focus on chords of brief tones, focus on chord tones, first, third, melody, fifth, seventh, to ensure melody fits harmony. Melody, C, E, G, B, over C, Maj 7 chord. Jazz Theory Online, jazztheoryonline.com. Approach notes. Use notes a half step or whole step before chord tones to add tension. Melody, C, D, E, over 7 chord. Learn jazz standards, learnjazzstandards.chromaticism. Incorporate chromatic notes to create interest and movement. Melody, C, sunt, D, E, over Mass 7 chord. Motivic development. Develop small motifs of phrases and vary them throughout the melody. Phrase, C, E, G, C, E, A, C, F, G. JazzGuitarOnline.com. Rhythmic variation. Experiment with syncopation and varied rhythms to enhance the melody. Rhythm, 8th, dotted quarter. Jazzimprovisation.jazzimprovisation.com. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into jazz melody development.
Advanced orchestration techniques. Google resources. Distributes control among services directly without a central controller. Service choreography distributes control among services to interact with each other directly without a central controller. Microservices coordinating through events. Choreography versus cloud.google.com/learn what is service choreography. Event-driven architecture uses events to trigger actions or workflows asynchronously between decoupled services. Kafka for messaging, AWS Lambda for event handling. Event-driven architecture guide, whatever architecture, event-driven. Stateful orchestration manages state across multiple services to maintain the workflow context throughout the process. Using Azure Durable Functions for long-running tasks. Stateful Workflow Management /cloud.google.com architecture, stateful orchestration. handles distributed transactions by breaking them into smaller, manageable transactions with compensations, implementing in distributed systems like e-commerce. Understanding sagas /cloud.google.com/solutions/saga pattern. These techniques enhance complex workflows and ensure smooth, scalable operations in modern distributed systems.
Blending Blues and Jazz, a brief guide. Jazz. Examples. Resources DAD, originated in African Americans in the South. Origins, origin in American community, late 19th century. Originated in African American communities in the South, late 19th century. Late 19th century. Developed from blues and ragtime, early 20th century. Both genres share roots in African American musical traditions. B.B. King, blues, and Duke Ellington, jazz. Blues origins. AmericanBluesScene.com/blues origins. Structure. 12-bar blues progression. Complex chord changes and improvisation. Jazz often uses blues structures for improvisation. Stormy Monday by T-Bone Walker. Jazz structure. JazzStandards.com structure. Instrumentation, guitar, harmonica, bass, drums. Saxophone, trumpet, piano, bass, drums. Incorporates jazz instruments with blues feeling. Muddy Waters, blues, blues and jazz instruments. jazzblues.com/instruments. Feel and improvisation, emotional, often with a raw, soulful quality. Sophisticated, with complex rhythms and harmonies. Fusion of blues' emotive power with jazz's technical skill. Crossroads by Eric Clapton. Improvisation techniques /m.detonalize.com/improv-techniques. Explore these resources to delve deeper into how blues and jazz intertwine and shape each other's musical landscapes.
Introduction to Chinese traditional music. Chinese traditional music is rich in history and variety, spanning from ancient court music to folk traditions. It features unique instruments, scales, and styles that reflect China's diverse cultural heritage. Description. Examples. Google resources. Traditional instruments include string and percussion, gongs. Guzheng. Traditional instruments include string, e.g. guzheng, wind, dizi, and percussion, e.g. gongs. Guzheng, D for view, Guzheng google.com/search, Guzheng plus overview. Scales. Often use pentatonic scales, 5 notes. C major pentatonic, Chinese scales, google.com/search, Chinese scales. Includes court music, e.g. Peking opera, and folk music. Peking opera, google.search, Peking opera. Performance style, emphasis on expressive, often narrative performance, with elaborate costumes and traditional dance. Classical performances, operas. Traditional music, www.google.com/search, traditional Chinese music. Cultural context, reflects various Chinese philosophies and regional traditions. Regional folk songs. Chinese folk music with google.com, Chinese folk music. Explore these resources to delve deeper into the fascinating world of Chinese traditional music.
Understanding hemiola, a rhythmic concept. Hemiola is a rhythmic technique where 2 different rhythmic patterns are played simultaneously, creating a feeling of syncopation and tension. It often involves a shift between duple and triple meters. Aspect. Explanation. Exorcisms, creating a feeling of a shift between duple and triple meters. Definite rhythm played as if it were 2/4. Definition, a rhythmic pattern where 2 groups of 3 beats are replaced by 3 groups of 2 beats, or vice versa, a 3 as if it were 2/4. musictheory.net.musictheory.net/hemiola. Usage, common in classical, jazz, and folk music to add complexity and variety. Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 3 has prominent hemiola passages. musicnotes.com, musicnotes.com/learn/learn hemiola. A 3/4 pattern, 1-2-3, 1-2-3, interpreted as 2/4, 1-2, 1-2, or vice versa. Example video, vep.wikipedia.org/hemiola. Practice tip. Try clapping a 3/4 pattern while your foot taps a 2/4 pattern to get a feel for the rhythmic shift. Use a metronome to alternate between 3/4 and 2/4 patterns. Musical chairs, musicalchairs.info/hemiola. Hemiola creates a compelling rhythmic effect that can enhance musical expression and is a useful technique to understand for both performers and composers.
Chromatic intervals overview. Chromatic intervals refer to the distance between 2 notes in a chromatic scale, which includes all 12 pitches within an octave. Unlike diatonic intervals, which are derived from the major and minor scales, chromatic intervals are based on semitones. Interval. Example, Google resources. Unlike diatonivals are based on semitones. Minor second tone apart, C to C SOT, chromatic intervals.google.com/search, minor second plus chromatic interval. Major second, 2 semitones apart, major and seconds, C major plus second, minor third, 3 semitones apart, 3 semitones apart, C to E fart, minor third chromatic interval. Major third, 4 semitones apart, C to E, google.com/search, major plus third plus chromatic interval. Perfect fourth, 5 semitones apart, C to F shat, perfect fourth explanation, perfect plus fourth chromatic, perfect fifth, 7 semitones apart, C to G shat, perfect fifth chromatic search, perfect plus fifth plus chromatic interval. Octave, 12 semitones apart, C to C, octave.google.com/search, octave plus chromatic interval. This table provides a concise look at chromatic intervals and offers resources for further study.
Koncepel, Barbazorsics, Pastornafrin. Explanation, definitions. Walking bass is a technique used in jazz. Definition. Walking bass is a technique used in jazz where the bass line walks through the chords, often with quarter notes, creating a steady rhythm and harmonic movement. C, E, G, B, F, A, C. Root movement. Bass lines typically move by step or leap to the next chord's root, emphasizing the harmony's progression. C, D, E, F. Moving through chords. Learn jazz standards. Learn jazz standards. Chord tones. Focus on chord tones. 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th. And approach notes. Notes leading into chord tones for smooth transitions. G, root, 3rd, D, 5th, F sharp, approach. Jazzline2.jazzbassline.com typically uses a steady rhythm with each note usually landing on the beat or a syncopated rhythm, depending on the feel. 4/4, 1, 2, 3, 4 rhythm. Delve into these resources and examples to master the ultimate walking bass lines in jazz.
Fusion Jazz Composition Overview. Resources. Use complex chords from jazz and rock. Harmony. Use complex chords and modulations. Incorporate elements from jazz and rock. Extended chords, e.g. ninths, 13ths. Jazz harmony basics. Jazz-harmony combines swing with rock grooves. Experiment with time signatures and syncopation. 7/4 time signature, syncopated rhythms. Slathem jazz guitar ... patterns. Melody. Blend jazz improvisation with rock hooks. Use scales such as pentatonic and modal. Use of the Dorian mode, blues scale. Melodic jazz guitarity. Instrumentation. Mix traditional jazz instruments with electric ones, e.g. electric guitar, synthesizers, electric piano, brass sections. Fusion.jazzguitar.be/fusion-instruments. Form often loose, blending jazz standards with free improvisation. AABA form with extended solos. Fusionform.jazzguitar.be/explore these resources for deeper insights and practical exercises.
Understanding arrangement, a quick guide. Arrangement involves organizing elements systematically to achieve a desired structure or outcome. This concept is crucial in various fields from mathematics to design. Here's a concise overview of arrangement principles with examples, and helpful Google resources. Permutations. Permutations. Arranging items in a specific order, ordering 3 books from a shelf 6 ways. Permutations explain.google.com/search permutations. Combinations. Selecting items without regard to order. Choosing 2 toppings from 5 available. 10 ways. Combinations basic search. Combinations. Arrangements. Organizing elements in a specific format, setting up seats in a theater, varied layouts, arrangement strategy.google.com/arrangement strategies, patterns, repeated or recurring design structure, seating pattern in an auditorium, pattern recognition, Google Pattern Technician. Use these resources to dive deeper into each aspect of arrangement.
Understanding Calypso, a brief guide. Google resources. Understanding Calypso, a brief guide. Definition. Calypso is a genre of Afro-Caribbean music originating from Trinidad and Tobago. It combines rhythmic and melodic elements with lyrical storytelling. Deo by Harry Belafonte, Hot 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 by Arrow. Calypso Music Overview www.google.com/search. Calypso Music Overview. Characteristics: upbeat tempo, use of steel drums, call and response vocals, and social commentary. The rhythm of Sparrow's music, lyrics reflecting social issues. Calypso characteristics: Google.music characteristics. Historical context: emerged in the early 20th century with roots in West African music. Carnival celebrations in Trinidad. History of Calypso /www.google.com/search. History of Calypso plus music. Influenced genres like soca and modern Caribbean pop. Songs by Mighty Sparrow influencing later artists. Influence of Calypso. Google.com search. Calypso music plus influence. This table provides a concise overview of Calypso music, including its essence, features, history, and impact.
Understanding syncopation. Syncopation adds rhythmic interest by emphasizing offbeats or weak beats in music. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Concept. Example. Google resources. To weak beats. Definition: shifting the rhythmic emphasis from strong beats to weak beats. The syncopation in jazz gives it that swinging feel. What is syncopation? Well, we www.google.com/search. A simple example, emphasizing the and between beats, e.g. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and Mary had a little lamb with syncopation. Understanding syncopation in music, google.com search, understanding syncopation in music. Complex example, syncopated rhythm in Maple Leaf Rag by Scott Joplin. Syncopated patterns in ragtime. Syncopation ragtime, google.com/search, syncopation plus in ragtime, practical application, used in genres like jazz, funk, and hip-hop. Funk grooves with offbeat accents. How to play syncopation, google.com, search, how to play syncopation. Explore these resources to delve deeper into syncopation's role and implementation in various musical styles.
Introduction. The Italian Madrigal. The Italian madrigal, flourishing in the late 16th century, is a form of secular vocal music characterized by its expressive text setting and intricate counterpoint. Here's a brief overview. Ascription. Examples. Resources. Is a form of vocal music's expressive text setting. Here's a brief overview. Definition. A secular, polyphonic song, typically for 4 to 6 voices. Asprocore by Luca Marenzio, Wikipedia, Italian Madrigal, and wikipedia.org/Italian. Text setting, focuses on vivid expression of the text, often with word painting. Solo e Pensoso by Francesco Petrarca, Musical Times bot, musicaltimes.co.uk. Structure, through composed with no repeated sections. Moro Lasso by Carlo Gesualdo. Grove-minded, www.oxfordmusiconline.com/grovemusic. Performance, often performed a cappella or with minimal instrumental accompaniment. El Grillo by Josquin Padriguez, naslopslet.org/which category Italian madrigals. Historical context, developed during the Renaissance, reflecting humanist ideals. O Primavera by Giovanni Gabrieli, the madrigal, historical context, //www.music.org.
Understanding recitative, a brief guide. Recitative is a style of delivery in opera and oratorio that resembles speech but is set to music. It helps to advance the plot by conveying dialogue and emotions through a more speech-like rhythm. Aspect. Examples. Google resources. Google speech-like rhythm. Requiem.com definition. A musical form that blends speech and song to convey dialogue or narrative. Requiem by Mozart, The Messiah by Handel. ResGoogle.com search, recitatives overview. To advance the storyline and provide context, often preceding areas. La Traviata by Verdi, Act 1, Restlay search, recitative in opera. Speech-like rhythm, minimal accompaniment, and flexible tempo. The Magic Flute by Mozart, Act 1, recitative examples /www.google.com search, types, secco, dry recitative, accompanied recitative. Orfeo ed Eurydice by Gluck, secco versus accompanied google.search, secco plus accompanied recitative. This table provides a snapshot of recitative's role and characteristics, helping you explore its function in musical compositions.
Introduction to creating modal jazz. Modal jazz is a style that emphasizes musical modes rather than traditional chord progressions. It offers a unique open sound and allows for greater improvisational freedom. Here's a brief guide to get you started. Aspect. Examples. Google resources. Use modes. Ionian, Dorian, instead of major minor scales. It's Ionian, major, D Dorian. Use modes. Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Phrygian, etc. instead of major minor scales. C. Ionian, D Dorian, E Phrygian. Modes in jazz. Google.com search modes in jazz. Modal harmony. Focus on a single chord or a series of static chords within a mode. CM7, Donian, DM7, EM7. Modal harmony basics. Google.search modal harmony basics. Improvisation. Improvise using the mode scale, emphasizing notes that define the mode. Solo on C Ionian using C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Modal jazzation, modal jazz pattern. Famous examples. Listen to modal jazz classics to understand application. Miles Davis's So What? John Coltrane's My Favorite Things. Modal jazz at google.com//search modal jazz plus examples. These elements will help you get started with modal jazz, providing a foundation for exploring and creating within this distinctive genre.
Understanding rhyme schemes. Rhyme schemes are patterns of rhymes at the end of each line in poetry. They help create rhythm and unity. Here's a brief overview of common rhyme schemes with examples. Example. Google resources. Here's a brief libi. Consecutive lines rhyme. Roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and so are you. Example.poetryfoundation.org/glossary terms. Alternating lines rhyme. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Alternating org text. The first and fourth lines rhyme. The second and third lines rhyme. The world is too much with us, late and soon. Getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. Little we see in nature that is ours. We have given our hearts away, a sordid boon. Example of a rhymezone.com rhyme scheme. Every 6 lines follow the same pattern. There once was a man from Peru who dreamed he was eating his shoe. He awoke with a fright in the middle of the night to find that his dream had come true. Example of a-w.litcharts.com/literary devices and terms. These resources provide additional examples and explanations for each rhyme scheme.
Understanding rhythm is crucial in music composition. Rhythm gives music its structure and flow, defining the timing and pace of the notes. Here's a quick guide to explanation. Google resources. Rhythm gives music its defining the timing of get starters. Basic units of rhythm that can be combined to create more complex rhythms. Quarter notes, 1 beat, eighth notes, half beat. Rhythmic Patterns Guide, .google.com, Rhythmic Pattern Plus Guide, time signatures. Indicate how many beats are in each measure and what note value gets 1 beat. 4/4 time, 4 beats per measure. Understanding time signature, time plus signatures. Syncopation, emphasizing beats or parts of beats that are usually not accented. Ain't No Sunshine by Bill Withers, syncopation in mu/w.google.com/search, syncopation in music, polyrhythm, using 2 or more contrasting rhythms simultaneously. 3 against 4 rhythms, polyrhythm explained, search, polyrhythm explained, dotted rhythms, extending the length of a note by half of its value. Dotted quarter note, 1.5 beats. Google search. Cue dotted rhythms tutorial. By experimenting with these elements, you can create engaging and dynamic rhythms in your compositions. Introduction to creating modal jazz. Modal jazz focuses on improvisation based on musical modes rather than traditional chord progressions. Here's a quick guide to get you started with creating modal jazz. Aspect. Resources. Based on traditional chord progressions. Here's a quick guide with creating modal jazz. Understanding modes. Learn the 7 modes of the major scale: Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, Aeolian, Locrian. Dorian mode, D, Bef, G, C, D. Wikipedia. Musical modes, wikipedia.org/wiki musical mode. Creating modal progressions. Use a single mode to build your chord progressions. Avoid traditional dominant to tonic movements. C Dorian progression, CM7, F7, GM7. Jazztheory.com/modal jazz. Improvise using the notes of the mode, focusing on melody and expression rather than strict chord changes. C Lydian improve. C, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B. MilesDavisAlbum.com results, modal jazz improvisation. Influential artists. Study the work of artists known for modal jazz, like Miles Davis and John Coltrane. Miles Davis album Kind of Blue. All About Jazz, modal.allaboutjazz.com/modal jazz. This table offers a concise introduction to modal jazz, providing fundamental concepts and helpful resources.
Introduction to salsa music. Salsa music is a vibrant genre combining Afro-Cuban rhythms with jazz influences, characterized by its lively, energetic beats and rhythmic complexity. It originated in the Caribbean but gained widespread popularity in the 1960s and 70s, particularly in New York City. Salsa music is often accompanied by dance, making it a staple in Latin American and Caribbean culture. Aspect details. Examples. Google emerged from Cuban son, mambo, and jazz. Salsa control by Willie.Google.search, history of salsa. Puerto emerged from the fusion of Cuban son, mambo, and jazz. Salsa control by williecolon.google.com/search, history of salsa. Features clave rhythm, a 5-note pattern that drives the music. Aquel Lugar by Eddie Palmieri, www.google.com/search. Instruments, common instruments include congas, trumpets, and piano. Oye como va. Salsa instruments, google.com, search salsa and style. Salsa dance is fast-paced and involves a variety of steps and turns, usually performed in pairs. El Cantante by Hector Lavoe. Salsa Dance Basics, www.google.com/search. Salsa Dance Basics. Notable artists, key figures include Celia Cruz, Ruben Blades, and Mark Anthony. La Vida es un Carnaval by Celia Cruz. Top salsa artists, www.google.com/search. Tops. For further exploration, you can delve into these resources to deepen your understanding of salsa music. Understanding binary form. Binary form is a musical structure with 2 distinct sections, typically labeled A and B. It's a foundational concept in Western music, offering a straightforward framework for composition. The A section presents an initial theme or idea, while the B section provides contrast or development. Detail. The A section presents an initial theme or development. Definition, a musical structure with two contrasting sections, A and B. Structure, A, B, length. Each section can vary in length but usually has a balanced form. Often the B section modulates to a different key to create contrast. Example, Beethoven's Fürelise. The piece alternates between a recognizable A theme and contrasting B section. Google resources, musical form. www.google.com/search musical form binary offers in-depth explanations and examples. Binary form simplifies composition while allowing creative flexibility. Introduction to Celtic music. Celtic music, rooted in the folk traditions of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany, features intricate rhythms, lively tunes, and rich cultural heritage. This table covers basic elements, examples, and resources for further exploration. Ascription, Google resources. Example is solos for further exploration. That guy. Instruments, fiddle, bagpipes, tin whistle, accordion, harp. Irish fiddle tunes, Scottish bagpipes. Search Celtic musical instruments. Often uses compound time signatures like 6/8 or 3/4. Jigs, reels, and hornpipes. Search Celtic rhythm patterns. Tunes, melodic and lively, often with repeated sections. Danny Boy, The Water is Wide. Search popular Celtic tunes. Vocals. Features both solo and group singing, often in native languages or English. Traditional ballads, sea shanties, search Celtic vocal traditions. Dance, often accompanied by dance forms like Irish step dance and Scottish Highland dancing. Irish dance, Scottish sealith, search Celtic dance styles. Cultural context tied to festivals, storytelling, and historical events. St. Patrick's Day, Highland Games, search Celtic music festivals.
Spectral analysis involves studying the frequency components of signals. It's widely used in fields like signal processing, astronomy, and audio analysis to understand signal characteristics and patterns. Active rhythm patterns. Examples. Definition, analyzing the frequency spectrum of a signal, identifying musical notes in a recording. Spectral Analysis Basics, google.com search, Spectral Analysis Basics. Fourier Transform, converts time domain data into frequency domain. Fourier Transform in audio signal processing. Fourier Transform Explained, google.com search, Fourier Transform. Applications. Used in filtering, signal reconstruction, and data compression. Image processing to enhance features. Applications of spectral analysis, sliding.google.com/search. Applications plus of spectral analysis. Tools, MATLAB, NumPy, and specialized software. Using Python to analyze signal data. Spectral analysis tools, google.com search, spectral analysis tools. This table offers a concise overview of spectral analysis, showcasing its definition, key concepts, and practical uses.
Improvisation Quick Guide. The blues scale is a powerful tool for improvisation, adding expressive flair to your solos. Here's a quick overview to get you started. Example. Resources. Exempel tool for improvisation. Adding expressive overview to get you started. Resources. Blues scale structure. The blues scale is a hexatonic scale, 6 notes, with a distinctive sound. Formula: 1, 5, 3, 4, 4, 5, C blues, C, E, F, 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 GuitarWorld.com's lessons learned /blues-scale. Improvisation tips. Use bends, slides, and vibrato to add emotion. Play around with rhythmic variation and syncopation. Phrase C1, E5 front of 3, F, 4, 5. musicalchairs.info/blues improvisation. Practice exercise. Start by playing the scale up and down. Then create short solos using only the scale notes. Record and review. Solo example, C, F, F, F sharp, G, B. Blue practice refined jazz guitars improvisation tips. Experiment and have fun with the blues scale to find your unique sound.
Understanding chord progressions. Chord progressions are sequences of chords played in a specific order. They form the harmonic backbone of a piece of music. Here's a quick guide. Progression. Exorcisms are sequence of chordae I, E, V, I. Basic, very common in many songs. CFGC. V, I, common in jazz, creates a strong resolution. Popular in modern music, hunt V. I, classic pop progression, familiar and catchy. C, M, G. I, V, popular in modern music, versatile. C, G, M, F. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into the ultimate structure of chord progressions. Introduction to Kwaito. Kwaito is a South African music genre that emerged in the 1990s, blending house music with local South African sounds and rhythms. It reflects urban culture and has a distinctive style marked by slower tempos and catchy beats. Aspect, descriptions, resorts, tempos, and catchy beats. BPC arts. Origin, South Africa, post-apartheid era. BBC article on Kwaito, bbc.com/news-entertainment-arts, fetch slower than house music, often around 100 to 110 BPM. Music Encyclopedia, newsencyclopedia.com/rhythms, incorporates local South African rhythms and instruments. Kwaito Wikipedia /n.wikipedia.org/Kwaito. Informal, often spoken or rapped with colloquial language. Gomorrah by Mzam Kalakatha by Mendoza. YouTube playlist of Kwaito, youtube.com/playlist, list PLX408N9D6JXA5R4 reflects urban struggles and triumphs, social issues. Kwaito's cultural impact. culturetrip.com/Africa/South Africa/articles/a brief history of Kwaito/. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into Kwaito music.
Acciaccatura, an overview. Acciaccatura is a musical ornament or grace note that adds a brief accented note before the main note. It's played very quickly, just before the principal note, and is often notated with a small note in front of the main note. The effect is to create a sharp, decorative touch in the melody. A grace note played quickly before the main note, adding a brief accent. Notation, a small note with a slash through the stem, placed before the main note. Played in less time than the principal note, often considered to have negligible value. Example in Tura, E, D main note in a C major scale melody. Common usage, often used in classical music and jazz to add embellishment and expressiveness. Famous composers Beethoven, Chopin, and Mozart frequently used acciaccaturas in their compositions. Resources: Google Arts and Culture, artsandgoogle.com/experiment/Yakitura, Music Theory at Yakitura Explained, www.musictheory.net/learn/Yakitura.
Advanced Jazz Composition, Techniques and Resources. Techniques and Resources. Dix-headed harmony, Google resource, C, 18th chords for color. Use of 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th, B, 9, C, E, G, B, D. Jazz harmony, bit/modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes. In C major, use IV chord from C minor instead of F. Modal interchange explained. Rhythmic displacement, shifting rhythms to create tension. Move a phrase from beat 1 to beat 3. Counterpoint, combining independent melodic lines. A bass line in C major with a melody in G major. Jazz counterpoint, bit/li/a. Tension and release, building and resolving harmonic tension. Use a dominant chord to resolve to tonic, e.g. G7A7. Tension and relief U. This table provides an overview of key advanced jazz composition techniques and helpful resources to delve deeper.
Composing house music tracks? A quick guide. Here's a concise guide to help you create house music tracks. This table covers essential aspects, including examples and useful resources. Aspect. Reconcise guide to help you create house music tracks. Aspect. Examples. Beat structure. House music often uses a 4/4 beat with a tempo of 130 BPM. Kick drum on every beat with snares claps on 2 and 4. Classic house beat, 4/4 rhythm with kick on every beat. Splice, housemusicSplice.com/blog/hashmusicessentials. Bassline. Create a groove with a syncopated bassline. Use sub-bass or a synthesized bass for a deep, driving sound. Example bassline. Simple, repetitive groove. Sound on Sound on sound.com/techniques. Creating great bass sound. Synths. Use chord stabs and pads to build atmosphere. Lead synths can carry the melody or hook. Chord stabs. Short, punchy chords. YouTube house music production watch. F arrangement. Structure your track with an intro, build-up, drop, breakdown, and outro. This helps maintain listener interest and create dynamic flow. Example arrangement: intro, build-up, drop, breakdown, outro. Music Tech track arrangement tips. musictech.net/tutorials/arranging tracks. Apply reverb, delay, and filters to add depth and interest. Use automation to create movement and variation throughout the track. Common effects: reverb on pads, delay on vocals. Producer Hive, effects guide, /producerhive.com/production/essentials mixing effects. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding and refine your house music production skills.
Understanding odd meters in music. Odd meters are time signatures that deviate from the typical 4/4 or 3/4 patterns. They often create unique rhythmic feels and can be a challenge to play. Here's a quick guide. Example. Resources. 5 beats per measure. 5/4, 5 beats per measure, often grouped as 3+2 or 2+3. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck, odd meters, Wikipedia, n.wikipedia.org/wik/time signature. 7/8, 7 beats per measure, usually grouped as 3+2+2 or 2+3+2. Sultans of Swing by Dire Straits, odd meter time signatures / YouTube Kosh results search query odd meter time signatures. 11/8, 11 beats per measure, commonly grouped as 3+3+2. Kashmir by Led Zeppelin, odd time signatures / w.mi.edu/odd time-signatures / 9 beats per measure, often grouped as 3+3+33. Money by Pink Floyd, meter drumming, drumeo.com /beat /oddie-time /. Explore these resources to dive deeper into the fascinating world of odd meters and their applications in different genres.
Exploring Jazz Rhythm Techniques, Google Resources, Syncploring Jazz Rhythm Techniques, Take 5 by An Evenly Spaced, Take Hable by Davenly Spaced, Swing 5 by Google.com search Swingfield Jazz. So What by Miles Davis, Syncopations on Offbeats or Unexpected Beats. Understandcapation.google.com/search Q = syncopation jazz, polyrhythms, multiple rhythms played simultaneously. Giant Steps by John Coltrane, polyrhythms at google.com. Jazz, triplets, grouping of 3 notes per beat. All the Things You Are, triplets in google.com, triplets jazz. Bossa Nova rhythms, smooth, flowing rhythm with a distinct pattern. The Girl from Bossa Nova patterns, the Google Doc search, Q = Bossa Nova rhythm.
Exploring polka music. Aspect. Definition. Polka is a lively dance music genre originating from Central Europe, characterized by a 2/4 time signature and upbeat tempo. Origins. Developed in the 19th century in Bohemia, now part of the Czech Republic. Characteristics. Features accordion, clarinet, trumpet, and drums. Rhythms are fast-paced with a strong beat. Famous examples: Roll Out the Barrel by the Polka Dots, Beer Barrel Polka by Frankie Yankovic. Notable artists: Frankie Yankovic, Jimmy Sturr, and Eddie Blazonczyk. Google Resources, Polka History, n.wikipedia.org/wikipolka. Polka Music Examples, .youtube. Results, search query Polkas Music. Introduction to dodecaphony. Dodecaphony, or 12-tone technique, is a method of composition devised by Arnold Schoenberg that uses all 12 notes of the chromatic scale in a specific sequence, known as a tone row, to ensure no single note or key is emphasized. This technique aims to create a structure of equality among all notes, avoiding traditional tonality. Google Resources. Method of composition where avoid tonal centers. C, C sharp, E, F sharp, G. Definition: a method of composition where all 12 notes of the chromatic scale are used in a specific order to avoid tonal centers. A tone row: C, C sharp, D sharp, E, F sharp, G sharp, A, B. Wikipedia 12-tone technique, evidia.org/wiki 12-tone technique. Tone row: the specific sequence of all 12 notes used in a composition. C, E, A, B, A sharp, D sharp, F sharp. G. New York's 12-tone music / artist retrograde, the tone row played backwards. B, A sharp, A, G sharp, G, F sharp, F, D sharp, D sharp, F. Music theory retrogradeexamples.com. Inversion, the tone row played upside down, reversing the intervals. A, C, C sharp, D sharp, F, G, A sharp, B, C. Library.stanford.edu/12-tone. Transposition, the tone row shifted by a set interval. transposing CEA to D F B, etc. YouTube 12-tone technique explained. YouTube.class/results/phony. This table provides a concise overview of dodecaphony, showcasing its fundamental aspects and offering resources for further exploration.
Understanding polyrhythms. Polyrhythms involve layering different rhythmic patterns simultaneously. Here's a brief overview. Concept, example. Google resources. 4 polyrhythm basics for introductory articles. Definition, combining multiple rhythms that have different beats. 3 against 4. Search polyrhythm basics for introductory articles. 3 polyrhythm, 2 beats in one rhythm played against 3 beats in another. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Search 2 against 3 polyrhythm tutorial. 3 beats played against 4 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Search 3 against 4 polyrhythm exercises. 4 beats played against 5 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Search 4 against 5 polyrhythm practice. For more detailed resources, explore specific polyrhythm exercises and videos to deepen your understanding.
Google resources. Definition: the highest vocal range in classical music. The highest vocal range in classical music, typically sung by women or boys. Example: the Queen of the Night aria from Mozart's Zauberflöte. http://www.google.com/soprano vocals range. Voice types. Subcategories include lyric, dramatic, and coloratura. Lyric, Mimi and La Boheme. Dramatic, Tosca in Tosca. Coloratura, Olympia in the Tales of Hoffmann. Voice types, google.com, voice types. Famous sopranos. Renowned sopranos with notable performances. Maria Callas, Joan Sutherland, Google/search. Training tips. Exercises include scales, arpeggios, and breath control to enhance range and flexibility. Practice vocal warm-ups and operatic arias. Vocal exercises.google.com/search. Q= vocal exercises for sopranos.
Understanding falsetto, a brief guide. Barry Gibb's high notes in Stayin' Alive. Definition. Falsetto is a vocal register above the normal singing range used to reach higher pitches. Examples. Barry Gibb's high notes in Stayin' Alive. Female, Ariana Grande's high notes in The Way. Characteristics. Light, airy tone. Less power compared to chest voice, often used for stylistic effect. Google resources, falsetto.vocalprocess.com/falsetto. singingtips/singingreview.com/falsetto tips. Feel free to delve deeper into these resources for a more ultimate understanding of falsetto.
Introduction to functional harmony. Functional harmony is a system of chord progressions used to establish key centers and create musical direction. It relies on the roles chords play within a key, primarily tonic, dominant V, and subdominant, to drive the harmonic narrative. Concept explanation. Explanation, Google resources, and primarily V and subdominative. Tonic I. The home chord, providing resolution and stability. C major, C D. Google.com search, dominant V. Dominant V creates tension that resolves to the tonic, typically through a leading tone. G major, GBD, Google.com search, subdominant Ivor, prepares the dominant, creating a sense of movement away from the tonic. F major, F to C, Google.com search, cadence, a sequence of chords that concludes a musical phrase, often ending on the tonic. Perfect cadence, GC, music cadences. Circle of fifths, a diagram that shows the relationship between all major and minor keys, aiding in chord progression. C, G, D, E, B, F, B. Circle of fifths, www.google.com/search Kukul circle plus of fifths. These elements help create a coherent and engaging musical experience by structuring harmonic progressions. March, a brief overview. March is the third month of the year in the Gregorian calendar and marks the beginning of spring in the Northern Hemisphere. It derives its name from Mars, the Roman god of war, symbolizing the end of winter and the start of new growth. Below is a table that covers the key aspects of March. Aspect. Aspect and resources. Below is a table that covers the key aspects of March. Origin. Named after Mars, the Roman god of war. History of March, history.history.com/holiday/season. Beginning of spring in the Northern Hemisphere. Spring equinox information, tinyw.timeandtom/calendar/March. Notable days, International Women's Day, March 8, St. Patrick's Day, March 17. March holidays, timeanddate.com/holidays/US. Length, 31 days. March calendar, to calendar365.com/March, birthstone, aquamarine, or bloodstone. March birthstones, gia.edu/birthstones-March. Feel free to explore these resources for more detailed information. Understanding timbre and tone in jazz. Timbre and tone are essential in jazz, shaping the unique sound of each performance. Here's a quick guide to help you grasp these concepts. Definition, examples, resources. Timbre. The quality or color of a sound that distinguishes it from others. The smoothness of a saxophone versus the brassy quality of a trumpet. Timbre in jazz. jazzstandards.com/tone. The character or quality of a sound's pitch and its variation. The warm, rounded tone of a double bass versus the bright, sharp tone of a piano. Tone in jazz music. jazzwise.com. Explore these resources for deeper insights into how timbre and tone contribute to the rich texture of jazz music. Creating modal progressions. Modal progressions are chord sequences based on modes, each giving a unique mood and color to music. Here's a brief overview of creating them. Mode. Example progression. Google resource. Progressions are chord sequences based on modes, each Ioniger I, fa, I, bright, stable, stable. Dorian. I4, V, minor, jazzy. Dorian modes / dolly google.com search, Phrygian I23, I, exotic, tense, Phrygian mode tips, google.com search, Phrygian mode tips. Lydian, I2 of Remy, bright, Drian mode google.search, Mixolydian I4, BV7, I, dominant, dominant, funky, Mixolydian search, Mixolydian progressions. Each mode offers different emotional and tonal qualities, so experimenting with them can yield unique and captivating musical results. Jazz and orchestral development. Aspect. Jazz development. Blending African rhythms. Historical context. Emerged in early 20th century, blending African rhythms with European harmonic structures. Example, Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World. Developed in the 17th, 18th centuries from Baroque and classical traditions. Example, Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. Key characteristics: improvisation, syncopation, swing rhythm, and jazz scales, e.g. blues scale. Structured compositions, complex forms, sonata, rondo, and orchestral timbres. Influential figures: Duke Ellington, Miles Davis, John Coltrane. Mozart, Beethoven, Stravinsky. Notable works: Take 5 by Dave Brubeck, Giant Steps by John Coltrane. The Rite of Spring by Stravinsky, Eine kleine Nachtmusik by Mozart. Educational resources: Jazz at Lincoln Center, academy.jazz.org/, The Jazz Theory Book, Jazz Theory Book, Tom Plash, Royal Academy of Music, lashlabw.ram.uk, BBC Symphony Orchestra, bbc.co.uk Symphony Orchestra. This table provides a concise overview of the development of jazz and orchestral music, highlighting their historical context, key characteristics, influential figures, notable works, and useful resources for further study.
Early jazz arranging techniques. Technique description. Call and response. Google resource. Call and response. Musical dialogue between sections. Musical dialogue between sections, creating interaction and contrast. Trumpet plays a phrase answered by the saxophone. Call and response in jazz, search. Call and response in jazz, counterpoint. Combining independent melodies to add texture and complexity. Piano and bass playing different rhythmic patterns. Counterpoint in jazz, counterpoint in jazz. Arranging chords with specific note placements for different textures. Using rootless voicings on the piano. Jazz chord voicings, hts.www.google.com, jazz plus chord voicings. Short, repeated musical phrases often used to build momentum. Saxophone riff played throughout the chorus. Jazz/search, jazz swing feel, emphasizing the offbeats to create a swing rhythm characteristic of jazz. Drummer playing on the ride cymbal with a swing pattern. Key? Early jazz arranging often focused on these foundational techniques to create dynamic and engaging music.
Introduction to atonality. Atonality refers to music that lacks a central tonal key or home note. Unlike traditional tonal music, which revolves around a key center, atonal music avoids such references, often using all 12 notes of the chromatic scale equally. This technique emerged in the early 20th century, offering new ways to explore musical expression. Definition. Definition. Music that avoids a tonal center or key. Arnold Schoenberg's Pierrot Lunaire, wiki.in.wikipedia.org/atonality. Key features: equal use of all 12 chromatic notes, no harmonic center. Anton Webern's 5 pieces for orchestra. www.com//atonality. Historical context. Developed in the early 20th century as a break from traditional tonality. Albenberg's Music Theory Atonality, besides musictheoryonline.com/atonality/purpose to create new textures and emotional experiences in music. Olivier Messiaen's Quartet for the End of Time. Khan Academy Music Analysis /www.khanacademy.org/arts-and-humanities-music. This table provides a concise overview of atonality, its characteristics, historical context, and resources for further exploration.
Understanding mezzo forte. Mezzo forte is a musical term indicating a moderate level of loudness. It is often used to guide performers on how intensely to play or sing, sitting between mezzo piano, moderately soft, and forte, loud. Here's a breakdown of mezzo forte with examples and additional resources. Resources. Definition. Musical terms. Indicates a balanced, moderate volume. Definition. Italian term meaning moderately loud. Musical terms, wikipedia.org, musical terminology. Dynamics. Indicates a balanced, moderate volume, neither too soft nor too loud. In a symphony, the strings may play at MF while the woodwinds are softer. Dynamics. musictheory.net/learn/dynamics. Usage. Often used in various sections of a composition to achieve a balanced, expressive sound. A piece might start softly and gradually increase to MF. Understanding dynamentals, musicalchairs.info. Those example piece. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, the theme often transitions to MF in the development section. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. Listening Guide, kennedy-center.org, education/resources for educators, classroom resources/Beethoven Symphony No. 5. This term helps performers achieve the right emotional intensity in their music, contributing to the overall dynamics and expression of a piece.
Minimalist patterns. Minimalist patterns focus on simplicity and functionality. They use limited elements and emphasize clarity. Here's a brief guide. Description. Google resourceability. A button only triggers actions. Single responsibility. Each component has one responsibility. A button only triggers actions, not styles. Single responsibility principle, wikipedia.org/wiki, single responsibility principle. Open closed. Software should be open for extension, but closed for modification. Extending a class without altering its code. Open closed principle, or open send at FNC line closed principle. List of substitution. Subtypes must be substitutable for their base types, using a derived class object wherever a base class is expected. Liskov substitution principle. Wikipedia.org Liskov substitution principle. Interface segregation. Clients should not be forced to depend on interfaces they do not use, creating specific interfaces for different clients. Interface segregation principle. Wikipedia segregation principle. Dependency inversion. High-level modules should not depend on low-level modules, abstracting dependencies via interfaces. Dependency inversion principle and wiki dependency inversion principle. Explore these principles to enhance design simplicity and effectiveness.
Renaissance music, spanning from the 14th to the 17th century, features rich polyphony and harmony. This era saw the rise of choral music, the development of music printing, and the prominence of composers like Josquin de Prez and Palestrina. The music of this period is characterized by its smooth, flowing lines and increased use of imitation and counterpoint. Aspect, details, examples, resources. Palestrina's Pope Marcellus Mass overview / style, polyphonic, smooth melodic lines, use of imitation and counterpoint. Palestrina's Pope Marcellus overview, renaissancemusicu.britannica.com/Renaissance music. Instruments, lute, viol, harpsichord, organ. Dowland's Flow My Tears, music during lesson, music during the Renaissance, metmuseum.org/toa/hdrenem.htm, sacred, masses, secular, madrigals, chansons. Josquin's Ave Maria, Renaissance music on Google Arts and Culture, artsandculture.google.com's partner, the Museum of Renaissance Music. Composers, Josquin des Prez, Giovanni Pierluigi de Palestrina, Thomas Tallis. Tallis's Speminalium, Renaissancer, classicalmusic.com/composer/skin des Prez. Explore these resources to delve deeper into the ultimate evolution of Renaissance music.
Advanced Jazz Improvisation Techniques. Google Resource and Technique. Chromaticism. Incorporate note sources and tonality. Incorporate notes outside the standard scale to create tension and resolution. Use chromatic passing tones between scale tones. Chromaticism in jazz, like google.com/search. Chromaticism, modes and scale substitution. Substitute different modes or scales over chords to alter the harmonic color. Use Dorian mode over a minor chord instead of Aeolian. Jazz modes and scales /google.com/search jazz modes and bebop scales. Integrate bebop scales, which include additional passing tones to smooth out phrases. Apply a C7 bebop scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, 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 over a C7 chord. bebos.google.com, search enclosures. Surround target notes with chromatic or diatonic notes to create interest. Approach the target notes C with B and C sharp, B, C, C sharp, S, C. Enclosures in jazz, google.search, enclosures in jazz. Motivic development develops small melodic motifs throughout the improvisation for thematic coherence. Start with a motif and vary rhythm or pitch throughout the solo. Motivic development and google.search motivic plus development plus in jazz. This table covers essential techniques to elevate your jazz improvisation. Explore each method and integrate them into your practice to enhance your musical expression.
Introduction to chord substitutions in jazz. Chord substitutions are techniques used in jazz to add variety and complexity to harmonic progressions. By replacing standard chords with others that share similar functions, musicians can create richer, more interesting harmonic landscapes. Concept. Re-example, I research damaging harmonic landscapes. Major to major 6. Major to major 6. Replace a major chord with its major 6th version for a warmer J7, mid J6. Minor to minor 7. Replace a minor chord with its minor 7th version for added depth. AM7, AM9. Learn just as standards. Diminished substitution. Use a diminished chord to replace a dominant chord, creating tension. G7, GM7. Jazz Piano Online, jazzpianoonline.com. Tritone substitution. Substitute a dominant chord with another dominant chord, a tritone away, adding color. G7, the Jazz Theory Book, gbook.com. Relative major minor. Use the relative major or minor chord of the current key for variation. Music Theory for Musicians, musictheory.net. Feel free to explore the linked resources for more in-depth explanations and examples.
Understanding ritardando in music. Ritardando, often abbreviated as RIT, is a musical term indicating a gradual slowing down of the tempo. It's used to create a sense of conclusion or to add expressiveness to a passage. Here's a brief guide to help you grasp the concept. Aspect. Example. Google Resources. Google Resensibilize to help you grasp the concept. Definition. A gradual decrease in tempo, making the music slow down smoothly. Beethoven Symphony No. 5, 4th Movement. Written on explain.musicalchairs.info/rindo. Notation. Written as rit or retard in the sheet music. It may be accompanied by a line indicating the degree of slowing down. Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major. Musical notation guide. Notation.com/reader purpose. Adds dramatic effect, helps in emphasizing a passage, or signifies the end of a piece or section. Bach's St. Matthew Passionome. Understandingnotes.com/blog/performance. Performers gradually slow down according to the musical context and interpretation. Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 11, 3rd Movements. essentialmusic.com/Ritanish. Ritardando enhances musical expression by allowing for a nuanced interpretation of tempo changes. Introduction to Arabic Scales. Arabic scales, or maqamat, are a cornerstone of Middle Eastern music. They feature unique intervals and moods, creating rich... here's a concise overview of some fundamental Arabic scales. Scale description, example, notes, Google Resources. They feature unique intervals, creating rich, evocative sounds. Maqam Rast, major-like scale, happy and bright, C, D, E, F, G, A, C. Maqam Bayati, often used in folk and classical music, warm C, E, Fa, F, G, A, A. Maqam Hijaz, intense and dramatic with a distinctive sound, C, E, F, G, A. Maqam Saba, melancholic and deep, often used in poetry, C, D, E, F, G. Maqam Saba, www.com/watch. Feel free to explore these resources for deeper insights into each scale. Orchestration for jazz instruments. Examples. Google Resources. Trumpet, piano. For jazz, a quick guide. Understruments. The roles of instruments, e.g. brass, reeds, trumpet, saxophone, piano, bass, drums. Jazz instrumentation guide as www.google.com/search. Jazz instrumentation guide. Arranging. Structure the piece by assigning roles and writing parts for each instrument. Call and response, harmonized riffs. Jazz arrangement base search, jazz arrangement basics. Create harmony by arranging notes and chords for different instruments. Seventh chords, extended chords. Jazz voicing, jazz voicing techniques. Use dynamics to add expression and contrast in the performance. Crescendo, decrescendo. Dynamic control in Jarch, dynamics in jazz orchestration. Combine different instrument lines to create a rich layered accompaniment. Melodic lines with accompaniment. Jazz texture exploration, key jazz texture. Improvisation. Incorporate improvisation to add spontaneity and personal touch. Solo sections, improvisational breaks. Improvisation in jazz /google.com/search, Q improvisation plus in jazz. This table provides a concise overview of key orchestration elements for jazz, complete with examples and useful resources.
Understanding the pentatonic scale. The pentatonic scale is a 5-note scale used in various music styles. It's versatile and foundational for improvisation and melody creation. Aspect, D-dur and minor. Major scale. Formula 1 type, scale type penta or 5. 2 main types, major and minor. Major scale, formula 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Example, C major pentatonic, C, D, E, G, A. Formula 1, B, 3, 4, 5, B, 7. Usage, common in blues, rock, jazz, and folk music. Great for soloing and melody crafting. Guitar solo, use a minor pentatonic to improvise over an A minor chord. Resources, YouTube pentatonic knowledge, it's free /watch, free AMT parentheses, tutorial. www.pentatonic plus scales tutorial.
Melodic ornamentation overview. Melodic ornamentation enhances the expressiveness of music by adding decorative notes and techniques. Here's a concise guide to common ornaments. Ornament, description, example. Google resources. Enhances the expressiveness. Trill, rapid alternation between 2 adjacent notes. CDN, wmusicnotes.com/blog, learn to play/trust Mordent. A quick alternation between a principal note, its upper or lower neighbor, and back. CDC, Morden DC, musictheory.net/learn/Morn, appoggiatura, a non-chordal note that resolves to a chord note. Appoggiatura guide.musictheory.net//era. Turn, a 4-note ornament that involves a principal note, upper neighbor, principal note, and lower neighbor. CD, CB, piano-accompaniment.coms. These ornaments add nuance and flair to melodies, enriching the listener's experience.
Exploring jazz and folk fusion. Aspect, folk fusion, folk Davis, weather report, Herbie Hancock. Definition, combines jazz improvisation with rock, funk, and other genres. Blends folk traditions with modern elements like rock and jazz. Key artists, Miles Davis, weather report, Herbie Hancock. Fairport Convention, Pentangle, The Byrds. Electric guitars, synthesizers, drum machines, acoustic guitars, fiddles, banjos, harmonicas. Influences, rock, R&B, rock, jazz, world music. Famous albums. Bitches Brew by Miles Davis. Heavy Weather by Weather Report. Legion Leaf by Fairport Convention. Basket of Light by Pentangle. Resources, Wikipedia on Jazz Fusion, en.wikipedia.org/jazzfusion. Wikipedia on Folk Fusion, ap.org, Folk Fusion. Feel free to delve deeper into these links for more detailed explorations of each genre.
Introduction to DAW Basics, a digital audio workstation, is software for recording, editing, mixing, and producing audio. Here's a quick overview of the essential components and functions. Google Resources is software for recording, mixing, and producing audio, of the essential components and functions. Containers for audio or MIDI data. Audio track, MIDI track, tracks in duff/support.apple.com/ens/tmixer, controls volume, panning, and effects for each track. Adjusting volume levels. DAW Mixer Basics, vradar.com/tuition/the basics of DAW mixing. Effects. Audio processors like reverb, EQ, and compression. Reverb, EQ, compressor. Applying effects. DelnonSound.com/techniques effects. enables dynamic changes in parameters over time. Volume fades, effect sweeps. Plugins, external tools for effects or virtual instruments. VST AU plugins. Using plugins, sweetwater.com/insync/whataraudio plugins. These basics will help you start creating and managing your audio projects effectively.
Jazz scales for improvisation, scale type, description. Example, Google resource. Minor pentatonic, major scale, the foundation of many jazz improvisations. C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Major C, google.com search. Minor pentatonic, useful for bluesy, soulful lines. A minor pentatonic, A, C, D, E, G. Google.com search with minor pentatonic jazz. Dorian mode adds a jazzy flavor with a minor seventh. D Dorian, D E F sharp, G A B C sharp, D. Explanation search, Dorian mode jazz. Mixolydian mode, great for dominant chords with a flat seventh. G Mixolydian, G A B C D E F G. Mixolydian mode Google/search. Whole tone scale creates a dreamy, ambiguous sound. Whole tone C D E F sharp G sharp gap A. www.google.com/search, whole tone plus scaz. Explore these scales to enhance your jazz improvisation skills.
Music notation software overview. Description. Examples. Google resources. Score creation software overview. MuseScore, free and open source notation software with robust features. Score creation, playback, musescore.org. Professional grade software with extensive customization and scoring capabilities. Orchestral scores, arrangements, finale.finalemusic.com. Sibelius, advanced notation software with powerful tools for composition and arranging. Complex compositions, PDFs, PDS, avid.com, Fabius. Dorico, innovative notation software with a focus on efficiency and modern scoring. Jazz charts, orkisasteinberg.net. Web-based notation software with collaborative features and cloud access. Online scores, interactive scores. Notelight, noteflight.com. This table summarizes the main features and resources for popular music notation software to help you get started.
Consing, a quick guide. Mixing different elements to create elements. Example resources. Mixing, a quick guide. Definition. Combining different elements to create a cohesive whole. Mixing flour and water to make dough. Mixing 6/google.com search. Mixing, types of mixing, includes physical, chemical, and mechanical mixing. Physical, stirring ingredients. Chemical, baking powder in cake mix. Types of mixing, www.google.com/search plus types of mixing. Techniques, methods like stirring, blending, and kneading. Stirring soup, blending smoothies. Mixing techniques, google.com search mixing techniques. Applications used in cooking, manufacturing, and chemistry. Cooking, paint mixing, chemical reactions. Applications of mixing, www.google.com/search mixing. Tips. Use appropriate tools and follow correct proportions. Use a whisk for mixing sauces. Follow recipe measurements. It's like google.com/search. Explore these resources to delve deeper into mixing principles and techniques.
Introduction to mode. Mode refers to the value that appears most frequently in a data set. It's a measure of central tendency used to identify the most common value. Mode is useful for understanding which data point is most prevalent. Below is a table summarizing the concept of mode, including examples and resources for further reading. Aspect, description, the value most frequently in a data set. With search, mode definition. Definition, the value that occurs most frequently in a data set. In 23357, the mode is 3. Mode definition, http:/google.com/search, mode definition. Helps identify the most common value in data analysis. Most common shoe size sold at a store. Understanding mode, /google.com/search keyword understand multiple modes. A dataset can have more than one mode or no mode at all. In 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, modes are 1 and 2. Multiple modes /search. No mode. No mode, no value repeats. Hence, no mode. In 1, 2, 3, there is no mode. No mode case, Google.fletch. Feel free to delve deeper into these resources for a comprehensive understanding. Overview of Hindustani music traditions. Hindustani music, a classical tradition from North India, is rich with history and diverse forms. It includes vocal and instrumental music with a focus on improvisation and expressive performance. Below is a concise guide to its key aspects. Aspect, description, examples. Resources, vocal improvisation and expressive performance. Aksyon, Raga Yaman, Raga Bimpwach, Vada Raga. Melodic framework for improvisation, each associated with specific emotions and times of day. Raga Yaman, Raga Bimpwach, Watch, Utala. Rhythmic cycle that structures the timing of music. Teental, 16 beats, Dadra, Swatch, Ad. Ancient form of Hindustani vocal music, known for its austere and meditative qualities. Drupad in Raga Performance, youtube.uv.youtube.watch. Khyal. More modern style of vocal music, characterized by its flexibility and improvisational nature. Khyal in Raga Darbari Kannada. Khyal Prakash Watch. Instrumental music. Uses various instruments like the sitar, tabla, and sarod to create intricate melodies and rhythms. Sitar in Raga Jog. youtube.com/watch. Explore these resources to dive deeper into the captivating world of Hindustani music.
Introduction to the minor pentatonic scale. The minor pentatonic scale is a fundamental scale used in various music genres, especially in blues and rock. It consists of 5 notes and provides a versatile framework for improvisation and melody creation. Below is a concise overview of the minor pentatonic scale, including example and helpful resources. Aspect detail sources. Scale formula, 1B345 B7, root minor 3rd, perfect 4th, perfect 5th, minor 7th. Example in A minor, C, E beb, F, G. Common uses, blues solos, rock riffs, improvisation, melodic lines. Choose any note as the root, e.g. A, C, and build the scale from there. Resource 1, minor pentatonic scale basic 2-4. Google search minor pentatonic scale exercises. Interactive minor pentatonic scale generator, news.musicalchairs.info/scale generator. This table offers a quick reference to understanding and using the minor pentatonic scale in your music.
Understanding Requiem. A requiem is a musical composition for the deceased, often performed in a liturgical context. Traditionally used in the Catholic Church, requiems have evolved into a genre encompassing a variety of musical styles. Here's a concise overview. Aspect, description, Google resources. A requiem is a mass or musical work honoring the dead. Definition. A requiem is a mass or musical work honoring the dead. Mozart's Requiem, Verdi's Requiem. What is a requiem? Britannica.com/requiem structure. Typically includes sections like Kyrie, Gloria, Sanctus, and Agnus Dei, but varies by composer. Mozart's Introit, Lacrimosa, Requiem mass structure. Musical chair/What is a requiem? Historical context. Originates from the Catholic Mass for the dead known as the Requiem Mass, which includes prayers for the souls of the departed. Early examples: Gregorian chants, Modern's German Requiem, History of the Requiem, meets.naxos.com, main site feature.asp. Modern interpretations. Requiems have been adapted into various styles and genres beyond traditional church music. Britain's War Requiem, John Rutter's Requiem, Modern Requiem.classicfm.com/discover-music/periods genres. Feel free to explore these resources to dive deeper into the history and variety of requiems.
Blending jazz and classical forms, syncopation and swing. While classicals, rhythmic complexity. Jazz often features syncopation and swing, while classical may use strict rhythmic patterns. Combining these can create unique rhythmic textures. Rhapsody in Blue by Gershwin. Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, youtube.com/watch, harmonic structure. Jazz utilizes extended chords and modal harmonies. Classical might focus on traditional tonal progressions. Fusion can lead to innovative harmonies. Concerto for Jazz Band. Concerto for Jazz Band. William Russo's Concerto, watch. Instrumentation. Jazz instruments like saxophones or trumpets can blend with classical strings or woodwinds for a rich An American in Paris by Gershwin. American in Paris. Sketches.com/watch. Improvisation versus structure. Jazz emphasizes improvisation, while classical emphasizes composed structures. Merging these can create dynamic performances. Sketches of Spain by Miles Davis. youtube.com/watch. V = 9R1/PU. Explore these examples and resources to understand the dynamic interplay between jazz and classical music.
Writing for recorder, a quick guide. Notation. Notation. Use standard musical notation with treble clef. Recorders are written in C major. Notation musicnotes.com/sheetmusic/mtd.sppn-mn23017. Google Docs, docs.google.com. Rhythm. Include rhythmic values like quarter notes, eighth notes, and rests. Rhythm.musicnotes.com/sheetmusics/mtd.asp/pnnmusicalchairs.info/dynamics. Indicate dynamics with standard symbols, P, F, etc. .musicnotes.com/mtd.asd. Dynamics explained. musictheoryacademy.com/dynamics. Articulation. Mark articulations such as staccato or legato for clear performance instructions. Articulate. Articulation, musicnotes.com/sheetmtd.nnmteoria.com. Performance. Consider the recorder's range and timbre, right within its playable range. Plot musicnotes.com/sheetd.asp mn1 recorderrange.www.com/recorderrange. This table offers an ultimate overview for writing music for recorder, helping you understand notation, rhythm, dynamics, articulation, and performance aspects.
Introduction to Harmonic Language in Jazz. Harmonic language in jazz refers to the system of chords, scales, and progressions used to create jazz music. It's essential for improvisation and composition, blending traditional harmony with complex, modern techniques. Concept. It's essential for improvisation and modern techniques. Chord extensions explained. Chord extensions. Adding notes beyond the basic triad, e.g. 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th, to add richness. See J7, cegbww.google.com/search chord extensions in jazz. Chord substitution. Replacing a chord with another that serves a similar function, creating new harmonic possibilities. Substituting G7 with DM7 in a 2-V progression. Chord substitution techniques, google.com/search chord substitution plus in jazz. Borrowing interchains from parallel modes or keys to create contrast. Using chords from C minor in a C major can't explained. Secondary dominance. Chords that temporarily tonicize a diatonic chord by applying dominant function. D7 resolving to G in the key of C major. Understanding secondary dominance, google.com/search secondary dominance in jazz. Tensions and alterations. Adding or altering notes and chords for extra dissonance and color. C7-9 or C7 Tensions and Alterations Guide, google.com/search tensions and alterations in jazz. These elements help jazz musicians create complex and engaging harmonic landscapes, enhancing both composition and improvisation.
Futurism in music, a brief overview. Futurism in music embraces innovative techniques and explores the boundaries of traditional sounds. It emphasizes new ways of creating and experiencing music, often incorporating technology and unconventional methods. Aspect, description, examples, Google resources, Luigi's origins. Originated in the early 20th century, influenced by the futurist art movement. Luigi Russolo's Intonare Mori, google.com/search futurism in music. Key techniques: use of noise, unconventional instruments, and electronic sounds. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen's Kontakte, Farsam and Music, google.com/search. Influential composers. Composers who shaped the movement with experimental approaches. John Cage's 433, John Cage Futurism, google.com/+futurism. Impact on modern music continues to influence genres like electronic, experimental, and ambient music. Aphex Twin, Autechre, Modern Futurist Music, google.com/search modern plus futurist plus music.
K-pop, a brief overview. K-pop, short for Korean pop music, is a genre originating from South Korea, characterized by its vibrant music, synchronized choreography, and diverse styles. It blends elements from various genres, including pop, hip-hop, and R&B. K-pop artists, often part of idol groups, are known for their elaborate performances and dedicated fan bases. Here's a snapshot. Aspect, description, examples, resources. BTS, Blackpink. /K-pops, high energy performances. Music style, Kumbop, hip-hop, R&B, and electronic music. BTS, Blackpink, wikiwikipedia.org/K-pop. Performance, high-energy performances with intricate choreography. EXO, Twice, .allkpop.com. Idol groups, groups with a focus on vocal and dance skills, often managed by entertainment companies. NCT Red Velvet. Fan culture. Fans, known as K-pop stans, are highly engaged and supportive, participating in streaming, voting, and fan events. Explore these resources for a deeper dive into the world of K-pop.
Composing for Animation Essentials. Composing for Animation Essentials. Google Resources. Purpose. Music in animation enhances mood, supports storytelling, and drives pacing. John Williams scores in Harry Potter. Music and anime, John at and Music Animation, abhiden. www.com/search, Q Music plus in Animation. Use recurring musical themes to signify characters or motifs. The Simpsons theme by Danny Elfman. How themes work? Second musical plus themes in animation. Sync. Synchronize music with on-screen actions and timing for coherence. Action scenes in Spider-Man. Timing and animation search, timing and emotional impact. Match music to the emotional tone of the scene to enhance viewer connection. Emotional scenes in emotional music and animation, Google search, Google emotional plus music and animation. Instrumentation. Choose instruments that reflect the style and setting of the animation. Orchestral for fantasy, electronic for sci-fi. Choosing instruments, Google.com search, Choosing instruments for animation. This table provides a concise overview of key elements in composing music for animation, with examples and resources to dive deeper into each concept. Techniques Jazz Harmonic to example, Google Resources. Advanced Jazz Harmonic in Jazz. Extended chords. Chords with added tones beyond the basic triad, like sevenths, ninths. C major J7, C E G B, D9, extended chords in jazz. Altered dominance. Dominant chords with altered tensions, B9, number 9, number 11, B13. G7 number 9, G, B, D, F, A sharp, C7, B13 altered dominant chords explained. Substitution, replacing a chord with another that serves a similar function. Substituting G7 with DB7 in C major. Jazz chord substitution techniques. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes or keys. C major J7, C, E, G, B, borrowed from C minor, C, M, C, E, G, B, Ben. Modal interchange in jazz. Tritone substitution, replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord a tritone away. G7, G, B, D, F, replaced by DB7. Tritone substitution in jazz. These techniques help create richer, more complex harmonic landscapes in jazz. Creating counter melodies. Counter melodies add depth and interest to your music by complementing the main melody. Here's a quick guide. Aspect. Resources. Counter melodies add dissonances with the main melody. Definition. Definition. A secondary melody that harmonizes with the main melody. Main melody, C counter melody, Google search, counter melody examples. Use intervals like thirds, sixths, or fifths to create harmony. LIDE, Google search how to use intervals in counter rhythm. Match or contrast the rhythm of the main melody for dynamic interaction. Main melody rhythm, quarter notes, counter melody, eighth notes. Range, keep the counter melody in a different register to avoid clashing with the main melody, middle C, counter melody, higher C. Google search, counter melody range tips. Enhance the overall texture and provide contrast while supporting the main melody. Main melody FGA, counter melody DE, counter melody purpose in music. Explore these resources to delve deeper into crafting compelling counter melodies.
Music psychology overview. Examples of psychology overview. Definition. Study of how music observation. Study of how music affects a human mind and behavior. An American psychological as to music. Emotional responses to music. American psychological answers to music. Is a multi behaving chain group chain crisis is human behavior. www.apa.org/press/stress/2021 music. Music can evoke emotions such as joy, sadness, or nostalgia. Sad music can enhance feelings of melancholy. ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/pmcp. Cognitive effects. Music can improve memory, attention, and problem-solving skills. Background music enhancing study performance. Psychology Today, psychologytoday.com/basic/music. Developmental aspects, music aids in cognitive and emotional development from infancy. Infants responding to melodies. Journal of Research in Music Education, journals.sagepub.com/JRM. Therapeutic uses. Music therapy helps in treating mental health conditions and improving overall well-being. Music therapy for anxiety reduction. American Music Therapy Association.musictherapy.org. Explore how music influences human psychology and enriches our lives.
Exploring jazz and folk music forms. Examples, Google resources. Google resources. Exploring jazz and folk music. Jazz. Originated in the early 20th century, jazz features improvisation, swing rhythms, and blue notes. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck. So What by Miles Davis. Jazz Basics /www.jazz.org/jazz history. history.com/slapics music/jazz. Folk music, traditional music often passed down through generations, featuring simple melodies and lyrics about everyday life. This Land Is Your Land by Woody Guthrie. Scarborough Fair by Simon and Garfunkel. Folk music overguitarist.com/folk music. Folk music history, folkways.site/folk music/overview. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper understanding and listen to the provided examples to experience these musical forms firsthand. Understanding fixed do versus movable do aspect, fixed do, movable do, usage in European classical music. Definition. Assigns specific pitches to syllables. Assigns syllables to the scale degree. Syllables, do, di, re, e, mi, etc. Do, re, mi, etc. relative to key. Usage, common in European classical music, used in many pedagogical methods. Example, do, di, re, equal fi, g equals sol, a equal la, si. D equals re, e equals mi, g equals sol, a equals sol, b querpa I. Helps with sight reading in fixed key. Helps with understanding key changes. Fixed do explained, example fixed-do, movable do overview /movable-do. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into each system.
Introduction to vocal counterpoint. Vocal counterpoint involves combining independent melodies to create harmonic and rhythmic complexity. Here's a brief guide. Description, example, resourcing. Googling independent melodies to create rhythmic complexity. Definition. Combining two or more melodic lines that are harmonically interdependent but rhythmically independent. Two singers each have a different melody that fits together. counterpointbasics.google.com/search, Q counterpoint basics. Types. 1. First species, note against note. 2. Second species, 2 notes against 1. 3. Third species, 4 notes against 1. 4. Fourth species, syncopated notes. 5. Fifth species, a mix of all previous types. First species, CE, GA, simultaneous notes. Second species, CE, GA, EF, 2 notes per 1. Counterpoint types.google.com search, types of counterpointing. Smooth movement between chords, avoiding dissonances and parallel fifth octaves. C major to A minor, CEG to ACE. Voice leading tips, search, voice leading tips. Cadences, the end of a phrase where the melodic lines resolve harmonically. Authentic cadence, VI, G7C in C major. Cadences in counterpoint.google.com/search. Imitation, repeating a melody in another voice at a different pitch or time. Row, row, row your boat in canon. Imitation techniques, search. Imitation plus in counterpoint. This table provides a snapshot of vocal counterpoint, highlighting essential concepts, examples, and resources for further exploration. Jazz trumpet soloing essentials. Description. Resources. Use major bit soloing essentials. Vuli, scales basics paths. Melodic lines. Use major, minor, and blind. Melodic lines. Use major, minor, and blues and blues scales for melodic lines. C major, D, D, E, F, A, B, G. Jazz D, B. Jazz Scales Guide, jazzadvice.com/jazz scales arpeggios. Outline chords by playing their notes. Common in jazz solos to emphasize harmony. C major arpeggio, CEGB. arpeggiovice.com/arrhythmic variation. Experiment with syncopation and varying rhythms to create interest. Play a phrase with triplets or dotted rhythms. www.doublepstop.com/rhythmic patterns for jazz. Develop unique phrases and motifs similar to how a singer phrases lyrics. Start with a simple motif and vary it over the course of the solo. jazzadvice.com listening and imitation. Listen to great jazz trumpeters like Miles Davis or Freddie Hubbard and mimic their style and techniques. Analyze Miles Davis solo on So What? Miles Davis solo analysis. h/www.jazzadvice.com/Miles Davis So What? Improvisation. Improvise by combining scales, arpeggios, and phrasing techniques. Use backing tracks to practice. Improvise over a word progression. Backing tracks are for trumpet practice, dom, plaque track.
Introduction, lead sheet symbols. Lead sheet symbols provide a concise way to indicate chord progressions and musical ideas. They help musicians quickly understand the harmony and structure of a piece. Google resources. Major chord, C major bowls. www.musicnotes/blog/220/730s chord 7//board. C minor chords. wmusic.com. 7th dominant 7th chord, C7s.com /.com, chord your 7th chord. Major 7th chord, leadyourself.doublestop.com/letsheets. See diminished.jazzguitar.be/blosch diminished chords, minor 7th chord, CM7 chord .learnjazz-vocalimprovisation.com. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into lead sheet symbols. Understanding clef, aspect scription examples, Google resources. Definition: clef is a musical symbol used to indicate the pitch of written notes. The treble clef, G clef, bass clef, F clef. Clef wikipedia.wikipedia.org, weak clef, purpose. Clefs assign specific pitches to lines and spaces on the staff. Treble clef, E4, G4, middle C to high G, musicalstudiow.net/learn/clefs. Common types include bass, alto, and tenor clefs. Bass clef, F3A3, bass clef, F3A3, low F to high A, high A. Different 8 notes to class theories. Application: clefs help musicians read music by specifying which notes correspond which staff lines. Alto clef C4E4, middle C to EE above middle slan. Clefs are essential for interpreting music, allowing for accurate note reading across various instruments.
Introduction. Native American music is a rich and diverse tradition that encompasses various styles, instruments, and cultural practices. It is deeply connected to spirituality, storytelling, and community life. Here's a brief overview of Native American music, including examples and resources for further exploration. Aspect description, Google resources. Instruments. Water drum, Native American drumming. Traditional instruments include drums, flutes, rattles, and voices. Drum, e.g. water, native flute, Native American drumming, /google.com searched, Native American drumming. Songs. Songs often involve call and response patterns and are used in ceremonies. Sundance songs, war dance songs, google.com search, Native American songs. Styles. Music varies by region and tribe, with distinct styles such as Plains, Eastern, and Southwestern. Plains singing. Types of Native American music. Types of Native American music. Cultural context. Music is used in rituals, storytelling, and social gatherings. Powwow songs. Healing songs. Native American music culture. hpswgoogle.com/search Native American music culture. Modern influence. Contemporary Native American musicians blend traditional and modern styles. Buffy St. Marie, R. Carlos Nakai. Contemporary Native www.google.com. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper understanding of Native American music and its vibrant traditions.
Introduction to Latin music. Latin music encompasses a diverse range of styles and rhythms from Latin America and the Iberian Peninsula. It is characterized by its vibrant rhythms, rich melodies, and cultural influences. Here's a brief overview of some key Latin music genres and examples. Genre, description, example. Google resources. Salsa, lively, danceable genre combining Afro-Cuban rhythms with jazz influences. Aquel Lugar by Mark Anthony. Salsa at google.com/search, salsa music history. Reggaetonra blending Latin rhythms with reggae and dancehall elements. Despacito by Luis Fonsi. Reggaeton muse search. Bossa Nova. A smooth, melodic style that combines samba and jazz. Girl from Ipanema by João Gilberto. Bossa Nova at google.com search. Kikuko Bossa Nova music history. Tango, a passionate dance music originating from Argentina, known for its dramatic style. La Comparsita by Carlos Gardel, tango.com, google.search. Tango, music history. Mariachi, traditional Mexican music featuring brass, strings, and vocals, often associated with celebrations. El Rey by Vicente Fernandez, culture, culturefrontw.google.com, search Mariachi Music plus History. This table provides a snapshot of Latin music genres, offering a glimpse into their rich cultural heritage and influence on global music.
Introduction to swing and jazz. Swing is a fundamental rhythmic feel in jazz music that emphasizes a triplet groove, creating a lively, syncopated rhythm. It involves playing notes with a swing feel, where the first note of a pair is longer and the second is shorter, unlike straight rhythms which have equal note lengths. This creates a sense of momentum and groove. Below is a quick guide to understanding swing rhythm in jazz. Aspect. Example. Resourced feel, note for played longer than the second. Notation. Re-feel explained. Notes. Jazz guitar. Notes are played with a triplet rhythm. The first note is longer than the second. Notation. 0.5, D of the file is 0.5. Swing feel explained. Swing syncopash feel. Emphasizes offbeats and weak beats to create rhythmic surprise and interest. Rhythm. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Syncopation in jazz, jazzwise.com/article/syncopation in jazz. Swing rhythm pattern. Typically a 4/4 time signature with a swing 8th note pattern. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4M basics. onemusicnotes.com/learn-to-play/swing rhythm. Famous swing musicians. Key figures include Duke Ellington, Count Basie, and Louis Armstrong. Musician, Count Basie. Count Basie overview.allaboutjazz.com/musician/Basie. This table provides a brief yet comprehensive look at swing and jazz, highlighting its essential elements and offering useful resources for further exploration. Exploring jazz timbres. Instrumentation. Exploring jazz timbres. Instrumentations. Often features instrumentation. Jazz often features unique instrument combinations that produce distinctive timbres. Saxophone, trumpet, double bass. All about jazz.class jazz instrumentation. Improvisation. Soloists explore different timbres through improvisation, altering tone, attack, and phrasing. John Coltrane saxophone solos. Jazz standards improvisation. jazzstandards.com/improvisation. Extended techniques. Musicians use techniques like plucking strings or muting to create varied sounds. Mute trumpet, slap bass. openculture.com/jazz techniques. Electronic effects. Modern jazz incorporates electronic effects to expand timbre possibilities. Synthesizers, electric guitar effects. jazztimes.com/features/electronic jazz. Delve into these aspects to understand how jazz musicians craft their unique sounds. Developing melody lines. Creating compelling melody lines involves understanding rhythm, harmony, and structure. Here's a concise guide to developing effective melodies. Description, Google resources. Start with assuring rhythm, harmony, and structure. Motif development. Start with a short, memorable musical idea. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony opening, da-da-da-dum. Motif and Music Theory.google.com search coup motif plus rhythmic variation. Use different rhythmic patterns to create interest. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, changing rhythms. Rhythmic variation techniques, rhythmic plus variation techniques. Stepwise motion, move by small intervals for smooth melodies. Mary Had a Little Lamb. Mostly stepwise motion. Stepwise motion in melodies, google.com search, stepwise motion in melodies, and jumps. Incorporate larger intervals for contrast and excitement. Somewhere Over the Rainbow uses leaps. Using leaps in melodies, search, using leaps in melodies. Repetition and variation, repeat and vary motifs to establish familiarity. Happy Birthday, simple repetitive structure. .google.com/search, cue repetition plus in melody. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into each concept.
Understanding Largo in music. Largo is a musical term indicating a very slow tempo, often characterized by a stately, broad, and dignified pace. This tempo is typically around 40 to 60 beats per minute and creates a sense of grandeur and calm. Aspect example. Google resource. The strengths of grandeur and calm. Definition. A tempo marking indicating a slow and solemn pace. Beethoven Symphony No. 7. Largo tempo definition, google.google.com/search, Largo tempo definition. Tempo range, typically 40 to 60 beats per minute. Verdi's Requiem Largo. Largo tempo range, google.com/search, Largo tempo range. Characteristics, broad, majestic, and deliberate. Handel's Messiah, Largo. Largo characteristics, google.com/search, Largo plus musical characteristics. Usage, often used in solemn or reflective pieces. Bach's Air from Orchestral Suite No. 3, Google/search, Largo plus usage in music. This table should give you a concise overview of Largo and how it's applied in various musical contexts.
Understanding musical form. Musical form refers to the structure of a musical composition, shaping how various sections are organized and repeated. Here's a brief overview of common forms. Description. Example. Google resources. Baroque dance suites, shaping binary. Two contrasting sections, AB. Baroque dance suites. Binary form, music theory, /theory.com/lessons/binary form. 3 parts, ABA, with a return to the initial section. Classical minuet, ternary form explained, teoria.com/n/vefren/gp. Sonata, exposition, development, recapitulation. Beethoven sonatas, sonataformguide.earbox.com/sonata form. Rondo, refrain alternates with contrasting episodes. Beethoven's Piano Sonata No. 1, 4th movement. musictheoryacademy.com/lessons, rondo-form. Feel free to explore these forms further through the provided resources. Understanding binary form. Binary form is a musical structure with 2 contrasting sections labeled A and B. It's commonly used in compositions, offering a clear, straightforward framework. Aspect. Optional repeats, AA structure. Definition. A musical form with 2 distinct sections, A and B, often with a repeat of each. Structure. A, optional repeats, AAB. Characteristics. Each section typically contrasts in melody, harmony, or key. Example, Beethoven's Ode to Joy A, main theme, B contrasting theme, Resources: khanacademy.khanacademy.org/arts-and-humanities/music theory. YouTube, Introduction to Binary Form, via date to youtube.com/SBN8. Binary form provides a balanced and engaging structure, making it a staple in classical and popular music.
Orchestral Techniques Overview. Description. Google Resources. Google Resources in Descriptrai Farkerspend. Short, detached notes. Fast violin passages in Beethoven's symphonies. Legato, staccato techniques. Legato. Smooth connected notes. Slow melodies in Brahms's works. Darotan, google.com, search, legato technique, plucking the strings instead of using a bow. Pizzicato passages in Stravinsky's Rite of Spring. Pizzicato in search, pizzicato plus technique, arco, playing with the bow. Most string parts in classical music. Arco, tremolo, rapid repetition of a note or rapid alternation between notes. Tremolo in Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Unmuted in google.com/search. Using a device to soften the instrument's sound. Muted trumpets in Mahler's symphonies. Muted techniques, google.com/search. Harmonics, producing high-pitched notes by lightly touching the string. Harmonics in Debussy's String Quartet. Harmonics in meterstanding.google.com/harmonics technique. Explore these techniques to enhance your understanding and execution of orchestral music.
Music Publishing 101. Music publishing involves managing the rights and revenues from musical compositions. Here's a concise overview. Aspect. Example, Google Resources. What is music publications? What is music publishing? Managing and monetizing musical compositions, including royalties and licensing. Publishing a hit song like Someone Like You. Music publishing basics, Google.com search. Music publishing basics. Types of rights. Copyrights. Exclusive rights to reproduce, distribute, and perform the song. Mechanical rights. Copyright in MuseSearch. Copyright in music. Royalty types. Performance royalties. Earned when a song is performed publicly. Mechanical royalties from physical or digital sales. Concerts, streaming services. Types of music royalties, google.com/search. Types of music royalties. Publishers. Manage and license songs. Songwriters. Create music. Performers. Perform music. Sony Music Publishing. Universal Music Publishing. Music Publishing. Google.search. Music publishers. Licensing. Granting permission for others to use your music. Sync licensing for TV shows or films. Music Licensing 101. w.google.com search Music Licensing 101. This overview covers the basics of how music publishing works, including rights, royalties, and key players. For further learning, the linked resources offer deeper insights into each aspect.
Using leitmotifs in its description film scores. Aspecten hinaufsteigwege distin in filmscursus verkenigskel by mobibelstegeglad. Leitsortion. Resources musical themes with specific characters or seeing characters, ideas, or emotions. Definition. Leitmotifs are recurring musical themes associated with specific characters, ideas, or emotions. Darth Vader's theme in Star Wars, filmscopemusicormonthly.com, they help to enhance storytelling by reinforcing the connection between music and narrative elements. Hedwig's theme in Harry Potter, filmmusictheory.com. Go. Implementation. Composers use leitmotifs to build anticipation, create emotional depth, and connect different story elements. James Bond's theme in James Bond series. Soundtrack.net/www.soundtrack.net. Analysis. Analyzing leitmotifs reveals how music shapes audience perception and emotional response. The Force theme in Star Wars. filmmusicinstitute.com. Leitmotifs are powerful tools in film scoring, providing thematic continuity and deepening the narrative. Introduction to Writing for Big Band. Writing for big band involves creating arrangements for a large ensemble, typically including sections of trumpets, trombones, saxophones, and a rhythm section. Here's a brief guide. Aspect. N. Instrumentation. 4 trumpets, 4 trombones.
Understanding triple meter. Triple meter is a musical rhythm pattern where each measure or bar consists of 3 beats. This structure creates a 1-2-3 rhythm that's often associated with waltzes and certain folk dances. Here's a concise guide. Aspect. Description. Excerpt your Google 2-3 rhythm. Here's a concise guide. Definition: a meter with 3 beats per measure. 3/4 time signature. Triple meter overview. Google.com search. Q triple plus meter music. Feel emphasizes the first beat with the second and third beats lighter. Waltz, The Blue Danube by Strauss. Understanding meter.google.search. Understanding. Notation. Typically notated as 3/4 or 3/8 time. Sheet music with 3/4 time. Musicnotation.google.com/search. Q music notation +3/4 plus asterisks creates a flowing, dance-like quality with a strong weak pattern. Folk dances, some classical pieces. Triple meter Google.com search. Triple meter plus characteristics. Explore these resources to delve deeper into triple meter and its applications.
Introduction. Learning the piano involves understanding basics like notes, rhythm, and keys. This table provides a concise guide to get you started, with examples and useful Google resources to deepen your knowledge. Topic. Resources. This table provides a concise guide to get you started. Understand the musical alphabet. A-G. Each key on the piano represents a note. C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Google Gloss Search, Musical Notes Explained rhythm. Learn to read and count beats in music. Use time signatures to understand rhythm. 4/4 time, whole notes, half notes. Reading rhythms. Keys. Identify white and black keys. Learn the layout of the keyboard. C major scale. C, D, E, F, G, A, B. www.google.com/search. Piano key layout. Start with simple chords like C major, G major, and F major. C, E, G, G, B, D. Base these resources in /search. Bay reading music. Practice sight reading by recognizing notes on sheet music. Simple melodies, exercises. Sight reading tips, search, sight reading. Use these resources and examples to guide your practice and improve your piano skills. Introduction to modulation types. Modulation is a technique used in communications to vary a carrier signal's properties, such as amplitude, frequency, or phase, in order to encode information. Here's a brief overview of the primary types of modulation. Modulation type. Description, example. Google resource, frequency, or phase. Here's a brief impact modulating. Modulation type, Google resource. Amplitude modulation, AM, varies the amplitude of the carrier signal to transmit data. AM radio broadcasts, AM modulation overview, .google.search, amplitude modulation. Frequency modulation, varies the frequency of the carrier signal to encode information. FM radio broadcasts, FM modulation explanation, .google.com/search. Phase modulation, PM, alters the phase of the carrier signal based on data input. Used in some digital radios, phase modulation basics, google.com/search, phase modulation. Pulse code modulation M, converts analog signals into digital form by encoding data into binary. Digital audio ECDs, PCM overview, google.com/search, pulse code plus modulation. This table offers a snapshot of each modulation type, its application, and where to find more information.
Understanding enharmonic notes. Enharmonic notes are pairs of notes that sound the same but are written differently in musical notation. They are crucial in understanding key changes, modulations, and more complex harmonic structures in music. Explanation. Examples. Google resources. Enharmonic notes. And definition. Enharmonic notes are pitches that are the same in sound but have different names depending on their musical context. C-sharp and D-fa, F-sharp and G-thought, harmonic notes, wikipedia.org/wiki, enharmonic. Purpose. Enharmonic notes help musicians navigate between different keys and scales by providing flexibility in notation and allowing smooth transitions. A-chat and B-thought, E-side and F. Musenharmonic.musictheory.net/enharmonic. Usage. In different contexts, enharmonic notes are used to simplify reading and writing music, especially in key changes and modulations. G-dot major to A-flat major key changes. Enharmonic.musictheory.net/learn/enharmonic. Feel free to explore the resources to deepen your understanding. Melodic jazz improvisation, key concepts and resources. Concept, consonant sound. Resources. Focus on a strong consonant sound. Focus on the notes of the chord for a strong consonant 7, C, E, G. Jazz Theory Book, G, B, Com. Scale choices. Use scales like major, minor, and modes to fit the chord. Over a D. Dorian scale, berkeleyandockley.edu. Passing tones. Insert non-chord tones to create tension and movement. G passing tone between learnjazzstandards.com. Motif development. Create and vary short musical ideas to build your solo. Start with a 4-note idea, repeat and vary. Shape your phrases with dynamics and rhythm to add expressiveness. Use rests and accents for impact. jazzpianoonline.jazzpianoonline.com.
Effective band management, a quick guide. Aspect, description, Google resource. Example, Google resource. Limit schriftstuwen steenlijn badstift in code zit. Guidance leadership. Direct, motivate members, and create a set goals. Lead shared calendar. You might be up on sim.com. Search band leader tips. Scheduling. Organize practices, gigs, and tours. Create a shared calendar. Google Calendar, calendar.google.com. Promotion of the band's image and market it effectively. Use social media for updates. Social media strategies, www.google.com/search social media strategies for bands. Financials, manage budgets and revenue. Track income and expenses. Band financial management, google.com search band financial plus management. Conflict resolution, address and resolve internal issues. Mediate disputes between members. Conflict resolution techniques www.google.com/search conflict resolution plus techniques. This table covers the ultimate aspects of managing a band effectively.
Exploring jazz and blues melodies. Genre key characteristics. Example melody. Google resource. Exploring jazz and blues melodies. Jazz. Syncopated rhythms. Complex harmonies. Improvisation. Autumn leaves. Jazz standards at jazzstandards.com. Blues. Repetitive, expressive, often in a 12-bar form. The thrill is gone. Bluesguitar.bluesguitar.com. Jazz melodies often feature sophisticated chord changes and improvisation, like in Autumn Leaves. Blues melodies are more straightforward but deeply expressive, as seen in The Thrill Is Gone. Both genres offer rich emotional and technical landscapes to explore. Advanced Jazz Harmonic Motion, Key Concepts and Examples. Google Resources. Good Advanced Jazz Harmonic Motion. Chromatic Approach G7s. Chromatic Approach to G major 7. Chords used to approach a target chord to G major 7. Approach dominant D7 number 11 to G major 7. Chromatic of google.com/search chromatic approach plus chords. Substitute dominance, replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord a tritone away. D7, 7 can be replaced with AB7. Substitute dominance search, substitute dominance. Coltrane changes, harmonic progression using a cycle of major thirds. C major 7, E7, A7, DM7s. .google.com/search Coltrane modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes or keys, using B-seed from the parallel minor. Google.com/search modal tritone substitution, replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord, a tritone away to create smoother progressions. G7 can be substituted with DB7. Tritone search, tritone plus substitution. Feel free to explore these concepts further through the linked resources.
Jazz modulation techniques for orchestral writing. And description. Taken to make a chord modulation. Use of a chord modulation. Google Vision smoothly. Pivot chord modulation. Uses a chord common to both the original and target key to transition smoothly. C major to A minor using an E7 chord. Pivot chord modulation in jazz on jazztheory.com. Chromatic modulation involves shifting keys by moving a single chord or note chromatically. C major to D cat major using a chromatic C7 chord. Chromatic modulation explained on musictheory.net. Relative modulation moves between major and minor keys with a common tonic. C major to A minor. Relative key modulation on jazztheoryresources.com. Parallel key modulation Shifts between parallel major and minor keys, same tonic, different mode. C major to C minor. Parallel key modulation techniques on LearnJazzStandards.com. Explore these resources to delve deeper into each technique and find more practical examples for orchestral settings.
Understanding the subdominant, a quick guide. Resources. Resources. Understanding the subdominant, a quindominant. Definition. The subdominant is the fourth degree of the diatonic scale. It acts as a predominant chord leading to the dominant. In C major, F major, musictheory.net, newtheory.net. Function. It creates a sense of tension and anticipation, preparing for the dominant chord. C major, i.e., F major V, georia.com. Common progressions, often used in chord progressions to provide movement and resolution. I4VI progression, donhanacademy.org. Usage in songs, frequently used in various genres to build musical phrases and structure. Let It Be by the Beatles. MusicTheoryForGitter.com, hsonw.musictheoryforgitter.com.
Writing ragtime melodies, a quick guide. Ragtime melodies are characterized by their syncopated rhythms and catchy, often playful tunes. Here's a concise guide to crafting your own ragtime melodies. Step. Exorption to your resources are their syncopated rhythms and catchy, playful tunes. Here's a concise guide to your own ragtime melodies. Sources camarade. 1. Understand the structure. Ragtime typically follows a 16-bar form with sections A, B, C, and D. Each section is usually 8 bars. A, B, D form. A equals intro, B equals main theme, C bridge equals recap. Ragtime basics, musicalchairs.info/ragtime. Create syncopation. Emphasize off beats to create the characteristic syncopated feel. Use dotted rhythms and rests. The Entertainer by Scott Joplin, syncopated rhythm and melody line. Syncopation guide /learnragtime.com/syncopation. Develop a catchy melody. Use stepwise motion combined with occasional leaps. Repeat and vary motifs to keep it engaging. Example melody, C, D, E, F, E, F, G, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G. Melody writing tip, musicnotes.com/blog. Harmonize appropriately, add simple harmonies using primary chord, I equal V. Avoid overly complex chords. I equals C major, I equals F major. /pianistmagazine.com/ragtime-harmony. Incorporate left-hand patterns. Use alternating bass notes with syncopated chords or rhythmic figures to complement the melody. Left-hand pattern, bass on beats 1 and 3, chords on beats 2 and 4. Left-hand techniques, letsplay.com/play.con. This table offers a streamlined approach to writing ragtime melodies, from structure to syncopation and harmonization. Explore the resources for deeper insights and examples.
Automation in music. Automation in music production involves using technology to control various elements of a track over time, enhancing creativity and precision. Here's a concise guide. Concept. Description. Examples. Google Resormation. Volume automation sources. Volume automation. Volume automation adjusts the volume of a track at different points. Fade-ins, outs, dynamic changes. Volume automation guide. Pan automation controls the stereo placement of sounds, moving sounds from left to right. Pan automation overview. Filter automation modifies filter parameters like cutoff and resonance. Sweeping filter effects. Filter automation tips. Effect automation. Alters the application of effects such as reverb and delay. Changing reverb intensity. Effect automation basics. Bit/3 leads. Parameter automation. Changes various plugin settings dynamically. Modifying EQ settings. Parameter automation techniques. Feel free to delve into these resources to get a deeper understanding of each concept.
To drum programming. Drum programming involves creating rhythmic patterns using software or hardware drum machines. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Resources. Reexampling involves creating rhythmic patterns using software or hardware drum machines. Basic beat. Start with a simple 4/4 pattern, placing kicks on 1 and 3, snares on 2 and 4, and hi-hats on each beat. 1.soundonsound.com/techniques. Drum programming basics. Adds a shuffled feel to your rhythm, making it less rigid. Swing hi-hat. 1 and 2 and tacmagazine.com/techniques/feel in electronic music. Combine different samples for a richer drum sound. Layer. Kick, snare, percussion. attackmagazine.com/techniques/breakbeats. Use chopped up drum loops to create dynamic rhythms. Example, museradar.com, tuition/tech, the ultimate guide to breakbeat sampling. These resources should help you delve deeper into each concept and refine your drum programming skills.
Introduction to highlife music. Highlife is a genre of music that originated in Ghana in the early 20th century. It blends traditional Ghanaian rhythms and melodies with Western instruments and harmonies. Highlife is known for its upbeat rhythms, engaging melodies, and fusion of various musical styles. Highlife developed in musical elements. E-theory of highlife. Highlife developed in Ghana, incorporating local rhythms with Western musical elements. E.T. Mensah, Osibistry of Highlife, een.wikipedia.org/highlife. Instruments. Traditional Ghanaian instruments, xylophones, drums combined with Western ones, guitars, horns. Guitar, trumpet, saxophone. Highlife Special. musicinafrica.net/magazine/highlife genre and its evolution. Rhythms features syncopated rhythms and lively beats that often include call and response patterns. Ghana Special by E.T. Mensah. Highlife Rhythms, Grammy.com/news. What Highlife Music? Fusion combines Afrobeat, jazz, and Western pop elements. Osibisa by Osibisa. Britannica.com/highlife. Feel free to explore these resources to dive deeper into the vibrant world of highlife music.
Building harmonic tension, a quick guide. Understanding harmonic tension is essential for creating dynamic and engaging music. Here's a brief overview in table format. Concept, description, resources. Harmonic tension is for creating dynamic and engaging music. Here's a brief overview in table format. Definition. Harmonic tension refers to the sense of anticipation or unresolved feeling in music, usually created by dissonance or non-diatonic chords. Tension often arises from chords like diminished or augmented and resolves to more stable chords. Wikipedia on harmonic tension, /len.wikipedia.org, harmonic dissonance, using chords or intervals that sound unstable or clashing to create tension. A G-sharp diminished chord in C major creates tension before resolving to an A minor chord. Dissonance in music, musicnotes.com/blog/what is dissonance. Holding a note from a previous chord into the next, creating temporary dissonance. In a progression from C major to F major, a sustained note, e.g. G, creates a suspension. Suspensions explained, musictheory.net/lessons, suspensions. Using notes outside the key to increase tension before resolving back to the diatonic scale. A C-sharp major chord in the key of C major introduces chromatic tension before returning to C major. Chromaticism in music, www.musicalchairs.info/music theory. What is chromaticism? Resolving tension, moving from dissonant or tense chords to consonant or stable chords to release the tension. Resolving from a dominant seventh chord, G7, to the tonic chord, C, in a cadence. Cadences elution musicalchairs.info/music-theory. Explore these concepts and resources to master the art of harmonic tension in your music.
Writing for bassoon, a quick guide. Writing for bassoon, description, so a range. The bassoon's practical range is from Fredagin 1 to D5, is from Bolligensen's practical range is from B fart 1 to D5. Wikluiti C2 to D4, bassoon, wiki.org/wiki bassoon. At wiki/clef. Bassoon music is written in the bass clef and occasionally tenor clef for higher passages. Example, bass clef for most of the range. Music clef for musicnotes.com. Articulation. Use staccato, legato, and accents to bring out the bassoon's expressive qualities. Example, staccato on a C4. Ornamentation. Trills and grace notes add color and nuance. Example, trill between C4 and D4. YouTube.com. The bassoon can perform a wide range of dynamics from PPP to FFF. Example, P for soft passages, F for loud. And for more in-depth resources, consider visiting dedicated music theory sites or consulting textbooks on woodwind writing.
Understanding diminished passing chords. Diminished passing chords create tension and smooth transitions between main chords. They often appear in progressions to add color and lead smoothly from one chord to another. Here's a quick guide. Aspect. Resources. Re-exam chords. They often color and lead smoothly from one chord to another. Definition. Chords that move chromatically between two diatonic chords. CMA J7, diminished chords explain, u.com/watch. Common use, typically used between major and minor chords or to resolve tension. G7, F-sharp M7. Music theory, musictheory.net/lesson/diminished chords. Chord structure consists of root, minor third, and diminished fifth. DM7, C-hub dim BM7. Diminished passing couple.com/diminished chords. Resolution moves to a chord a whole step down or a half step up. 7. Online Piano Academy for enhanced left passing comms. This table provides a foundational understanding of diminished passing chords, helping you integrate them into your playing for enhanced musical expression. Exploring rhythmic complexity. Understanding rhythmic complexity involves analyzing patterns and structures within various musical contexts. This can range from simple duple meter to complex polymeters. Here's a brief overview. Google resources within various musical contexts. Here's a brief overview. Basic rhythmic patterns. Simple patterns that form the foundation of rhythm. 4/4 time, basic quarter, and eighth notes. Basic rhythms explained, google.com/search. Basic rhythms explained. Polyrhythms. 2 or more rhythms played simultaneously. 3 against 2, triplets against duple. Understanding polyrhythms, which understanding polyrhythms. Tuplets. Rhythmic groups that divide beats into unequal parts. 5 against 4, quintuplets versus quadruplets. Tuplets in music, /google.com/search, tuplet rhythms in music. Complex meters. Time signatures that are irregular or compound, 7/8, 5/4 time signatures. Complex meters, /google.com/search, complex meters in music. This table provides a starting point to delve into rhythmic complexity and explore its many facets.
Understanding harmonics, a quick overview. Harmonics are integral multiples of a fundamental frequency and are crucial in music and signal processing. They add richness to sounds and define the timbre of musical instruments. Concept. Google Resources. Google Resources. Google Resourcin. Middle C, Tuha's fundamental frequency. The fundamental frequency, the primary frequency of a sound from which harmonics are derived. Middle C, 261.63 Hz. What is fundamute.google.com/search? What is fundamental frequency? First harmonic, the fundamental frequency itself, 261.63 Hz for middle C. Fundamentals of music theory, www.google.com/search, Q Fundamentals of Music Theory. Second harmonic, twice the fundamental frequency, 523.25 Hz, 1 octave above middle C. Google.search, harmonics in music, third harmonic, 3 times the fundamental frequency, 784.8 Hz. Understanding harmonics, search understanding middle C. Applications, used in tuning, sound synthesis, and audio processing to enhance sound quality. Synthesizers, equalizers. Audio Processing Basics, /sunu.google.com, search Audio Processing Basics. This table offers a concise overview of harmonics, from their basic definitions to their applications.
Using sidechain compression, a quick guide. Sidechain compression is a powerful technique in music production that helps to create space in a mix by reducing the volume of one audio signal in response to another. Here's a concise overview. Concept. Google Resources. Google Resourcin. Here's a concise overview. Google Resource. What is sidechain compression? A method where the compressor on one track is triggered by another track's signal, used to make a kick drum punch through a bass line. Sidechain.com techniques, sidechain-compression basics. Setup. Insert a compressor on the track you want to control and set its sidechain input to the triggering track. Set the sidechain input of a compressor on a bass line to a kick drum track. How to set up sidechain compression. isotope.com/en/yarn. What is sidechain compression? Threshold. Adjust the level at which the compressor starts reducing gain. Lower the threshold to compress more when the kick hits. Thresholdcontrol.com/threshold. Ratio. Set how much compression is applied once the threshold is exceeded. A ratio of 4:1 means for every 4 dB over the threshold, the output is reduced by 1 dB. Understanding compression ratios, attackmagazine.com/learn what is compression ratios, attack and release. Adjust how quickly the compressor responds and recovers. Fast attack to catch sharp peaks, slow release to sustain effect. Attack and release in compression. www.sweetwater.com/insync/compression attack release. This technique can greatly enhance the clarity and impact of your mix by managing the interaction between different elements. Introduction to Percussion Ensemble. A percussion ensemble involves a group of musicians playing various percussion instruments together, focusing on rhythm, timbre, and coordination. Here's a brief guide to get you started. Aspect. Examples. Playing various percussion instruments, focusing on timbre to get you started. Instruments. Various percussion instruments, including drums, mallets, and medals. Timpani, marimba, cymbals. Percussion techniques, playing methods and approaches for different percussion instruments. Rolls, rim shots, dampening, modern drummer, moderndrummer.com. Repertoire, music pieces specifically composed for percussion ensembles. Thousand Airs by Steve Reich. The Clapper by David Lang. musicnotes.com. Practice tips, regular practice, listening to professional ensembles and teamwork. Group rehearsals, listening sessions. Drum Magazine /WMagazine.com. This table outlines the essentials to begin exploring and mastering percussion ensembles.
Advanced jazz arranging. Advanced jazz arranging involves complex techniques to create rich, textured, and innovative compositions. Here's a brief overview. Description review. Resources involve risks to create rich, textured, and innovative composition. And here's a brief overview. The sources för nya fragile för safes. Extended harmony use of 9th, 11th, and 13th chords to add depth. C major 7, C, E, G, B. Jazz Harmony jazzharmony.com, borrowing chords from parallel modes. 7 from C, E, G, and E, G, B, B, B. Modal interchange explained. musicnotes.com/learn jazz modal interchange. Complex rhythms. Incorporates syncopation and polyrhythms. 7/8 time signature in a swing piece. Doublestop.com, counterpoint, multiple independent melodies interacting. 2 melodic lines in lush life. Effectification/countertechniques, using open or closed voicings to create desired textures. Drop 2 voicing for a chord. voicingtext.com. Orchestration, effective use of different instruments and sections for dynamic contrast. Brass section for climactic moments. Orchestration, www.orchestrations.com. Development. Developing and varying themes throughout the piece. Repeating and altering a melody line. Developing themes, tonal versus atonal. Choosing between tonal harmony and atonal approaches for different effects. Traditional tonal jazz versus avant-garde. Tonal versus jazztonality.com. For deeper dives, explore these resources to enhance your arranging skills.
Rhythmic development in jazz. Rhythmic development in jazz is essential for creating engaging and dynamic music. It involves mastering complex rhythms, syncopation, and swing to bring jazz's unique feel to life. Here's a concise guide to key concepts and examples. Concept, example, Google resources. Here's a concise guide to key concepts and examples. Playing Take the A Train. Swing rhythm emphasizes a triplet feel where the first note of each pair is longer than the second. Playing Take the A Train by Duke Ellington. All plaid, Google Doc search. Syncopation, accentuation of weak beats or off beats, creating rhythmic tension. Syncopation in So What by Miles Davis. Syncopation Explained, google.com/search, cue syncopations in jazz. Polyrhythms, combining contrasting rhythms simultaneously, often used in more complex jazz pieces. African drumming influence in Misterioso by Thelonious Monk. Polyrhythm techniques, google.com, polyrhythms in jazz. Rhythmic displacement, shifting rhythmic patterns to create unexpected phrasing. Rhythmic shifts in giant steps by John Coltrane. Rhythmic /google.com/search, rhythmic plus displacement plus in jazz. Use these concepts to deepen your understanding and application of jazz rhythms.
Introduction to Turntablism. Turntablism is the art of manipulating the sounds of records on a turntable to create new music and effects. This practice blends DJ skills with music production techniques, turning the turntable into an instrument. Here's a quick guide to its basics. Samples a quick guide to its basics. Scratch, scratching. Moving the record back and forth to produce rhythmic sounds. Baby Scratch, Transformer Scratch.djtechtools.com/2021//23 How to Scratch Like a DJ. Beat juggling, rearranging beats and phrases to create new rhythms. The DMC routine by DJ Craze. Beat juggling through a itsalltheWaylive.com/bat juggling. Mixing, blending two tracks seamlessly to maintain rhythm. Mixing tracks during live sets. Mixing techniques, .p.com//j mixing techniques, adjusting volume levels to transition between track. Fade in out during transitions. Fadingbooth.net/pro DJ mixing tips. Using equipment to add effects like echo, reverb, etc. Adding echo to create atmospheric sounds. djcity.com/blogs-effects-tour. Turntablism combines creativity with technical skills, turning vinyl records into a dynamic tool for musical expression. Introduction to film scoring. Film scoring is the art of composing music that enhances the emotional and narrative aspects of a film. It involves understanding the story, characters, and moods to create a soundtrack that complements and amplifies the visuals. Here's a quick guide to the basics of film scoring. Concept description, resources, Wars theme like forward, themes, musical motifs that represent characters or ideas. Star Wars theme for Luke Skywalker, thus scoremonthly.com. Motifs, recurring musical elements associated with specific events. Jaws theme for tension, thefilmsexcite.com. Leitmotif, a recurring theme tied to a character or theme evolving throughout the film. Harry Potter theme for Harry, soundtrack.net, or the complete musical composition of the film. Inception's complex layers, /filmmusictheory.com. Spotting, the process of deciding where music will be placed in the film. Scene transitions in The Godfather, filmscoring.masterclass.com. These elements come together to support the film's narrative, enhance its emotional impact, and guide the audience's experience.
Introduction to modal blues composition. Modal blues is a variation of traditional blues that incorporates modes, scales derived from different starting points of the major scale. It introduces new tonal colors and can create a distinctive sound. Here's a concise guide to help you understand and compose using modal blues. Concept, description, Resources. Dorian unique sound. A type of scale characterized by its own unique sound. Dorian, Mixolydian, Aeolian, musictheory.net/modes. Blues structure. Traditional blues follows a 12-bar pattern, often in a major key. Modal blues can alter this by using modes. 12-bar blues in Dorian mode, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Blues progressions, getjustinguitar.com's guitar lessons/blues progressions. Using modal scales. Incorporate modes to add different flavors. For example, use the Dorian mode for a jazzy feel or Mixolydian for a more dominant bluesy sound, bluesy C, E, F, G, A, B, C. Modes doc lessons, lessons/jazz, jazz blues modes. Chord progressions. Alter chords to fit the modal sound. For instance, use minor chords in Dorian mode or dominant chords in Mixolydian. Dorian 7, G7, AM7. Alter cline modal chord progression. Common techniques. Experiment with note choices and phrasing to highlight the modal character. Use techniques like slides, bends, and vibrato. Emphasize C note in Dorian for a different color. Modal blues techniques, study.guitarworld.com/lessons modal blues-guitar. This table provides a foundation for exploring modal blues composition. Dive into the resources for more in-depth learning and examples.
Chord inversions, understanding the basics. Chord inversions are variations of a chord where the notes are rearranged, changing which note is the lowest. This technique adds variety and smoothness to chord progressions. Inversionful explanation. Google resources. Root position. The root note is the lowest note. Root position overview /bit.ly/bat root position. First inversion C, E, E, G, C. The third of the chord is the lowest note. Worst inversion in /first and G, G, C, E. The fifth of the chord is the lowest note. Second inversion guide /second/ examples in practice. C major in root position. C, E, G, C major first inversion, E, C. Explore these resources for deeper insights and interactive examples.
Exploring jazz and blues melodic techniques. Technique. Example. Google resources. Exploring jazz and blues scale uses a specific set of notes for a bluesy feel. C, E, F, F, G, G, blues scale guide. Pentatonic scale, a 5-note scale common in both genres. C, D, E, G, A. Pentatonic scale overview google.com/search. Search pentatonic scale overview, spontaneous creation of melodies. Play random notes in key of C. Improvisation tip search, improvisation tips for jazz and blues. Call and response for jazz and blues, musical conversation between phrases. Play a melody, then a responding lick. Call and response examples, google.com/search. Examples. Chromaticism. Incorporates notes outside the scale for tension. C, E, 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 B, F, G. Come out google.com/search. Chromaticism in jazz.
Voice crossing in writing. Voice crossing occurs when a writer unintentionally blends or mixes different narrative voices, leading to confusion or inconsistency. It can happen in dialogue, narration, or character perspectives. Aspect or description. Google lens or mixes different air inconsistency. Definition different voices in narration or dialogue. She said she was tired. I guess she needed rest. Anyway, it's not my problem. Voice crossing explained Google search. Voice crossing writing. Choice crossing plus in writing. Common issue. Shifts between first-person and third-person perspectives. I felt nervous. He looked at me with concern. Narrative perspective / shift. Dialogue problem. Character's speech blending with the narrator's voice. I'm hungry, she said, wondering why I didn't offer food. Google Doc search, dialogue, vs narration, correction. Maintain consistency in narrative voice. I am hungry, she said. Why didn't you offer food? Maintaining voice consistency, maintaining voice consistency. To avoid voice crossing, ensure clarity by sticking to one narrative perspective or voice within each section.
Writing for jazz ensembles. Writing for jazz ensembles involves creating music that supports improvisation while providing structure. Here's a concise guide to key elements with examples and resources. Element, example, Google resources information. Here's a concise guide to key example resources. Google Hygiene, AABA form, Richard Romney. Form, structure of the piece, e.g. AABA. AABA form in Blue Moon by Richard Rogers. jazzformbasics.com/jazzformbasics. Instrumentation, choosing the right combination of instruments for texture and balance. Typical big band, 5 saxophones, 4 trumpets, 4 trombones, rhythm section. Instrumentee, jazzstandards.com/jazzinstrumentation. Harmony, chords and chord progressions that support improvisation. EVM progression in Autumn Leaves by Joseph Cosma. UnderstandingJazzGuitar.be, blog Jazz Harmony. Rhythm section, and foundation of groove and swing. Includes piano, bass, and drums. Swing rhythm in Take the A Train by Duke Ellington. Rhythm section basics. LearnJazzStandards.com/jazz-improvisation/arrangement. How to organize themes, solos, and dynamics throughout the piece. Intro, head, solos, and ending in the Mood by Glenn Miller. Jazz arrangement /www.jazz-arrangement tips. These elements combine to create engaging and dynamic jazz compositions, allowing both the written score and the improvisational aspects to shine.
Understanding
Introduction to jazz piano improvisation. Jazz piano improvisation involves creating spontaneous music by using scales, chords, and rhythms. It blends creativity with technique. Below is a concise guide to get you started. Concept. Example. Google resources by scales, chords, and rhythms. It blends concise guide to get you started. Familiarize with common progressions like EVI. In C, D, M7, now G7, C major A7. Chord progression.google.com search, jazz chord progression scales. Use major, minor, and blues scales to build melodies. C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Scales for jazz, search, rhythm patterns. Explore syncopation and swing rhythms. Swing eighth notes, 1 and 2, and 3 and 4 in .google.com/search, swing rhythm in jazz. Improvisation techniques. Practice playing by ear and using motifs. Start with a short phrase and vary it. Ask, search, jazz improvisation listening. Listen to jazz recordings to understand styles and phrasing. Artists, Bill Evans, Herbie Hancock. Jazz listening list, search, jazz listening recommendations. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding and enhance your improvisation skills.
Introduction to tapping. Tapping, also known as emotional freedom techniques, EFT, is a therapeutic method that combines elements of cognitive therapy and acupressure. It involves tapping on specific points on the body while focusing on issues or emotions, aiming to reduce stress and emotional discomfort. Here's a brief overview in a table format. Aspect. Details. Technique. Tap on acupressure points while thinking about a specific issue or emotion. 1. Top of the head. 2. Eyebrow EBB. 3. 4. Under the eye UE. 5. Under the nose UN. 6. Sick chin. 7. Collarbone. 8. Under the arm. Example 1. Issue. Anxiety. Tap on the points while repeating. Even though I feel anxious, I deeply accept myself. Example 2. Issue. Stress. Tap on the points while saying, even though I am stressed, I choose to feel calm. Google Retapping Basics, tappinginsights.com/EFT Tapping Basics, Tapping Techniques, /tappingworld.com Tapping Techniques. Feel free to explore these resources for more detailed guides and videos on practicing tapping.
Building Soundscapes, a quick guide. Creating immersive sound environments can enhance experiences in various fields. Here's a concise overview. Aspect. Designing audio environments for specific effects or atmospheres. Concept. Designing audio environments for specific effects or atmospheres. Cafe ambience, nature sounds in apps. Introduction, www.google.search, Introduction to Soundscapes. Components. Sounds include background noises, effects, and music. Rain, birds chirping, soft instrumental components of soundscapes. Google.com search. Components implementation. Integrate sounds effectively for desired ambience. Soundtrack in movies, game environments. How to implement soundscapes. www.google.com/search, how to implement soundscapes, tools, software and equipment to create and manage soundscapes, audio editing software, those soundscape tools, Google/landscape tools. Use these pointers to explore and develop your own soundscapes for various applications. Understanding Aeolian mode for composition. The Aeolian mode, also known as the natural minor scale, offers a melancholic and introspective sound. Here's a concise guide to incorporating it into your compositions. Aspect, details. The Aeolian mode, also known HWHWW, whole half steps, scale Aeolian A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Minor quem, IVM, V usage. Ideal for creating a somber or reflective mood. Try M, DM, G, AM. Famous example, Losing My Religion by REM, a minor scale. Google resources, Wikipedia on wikipedia.org/WikiAeolian mode. Feel free to explore these resources for deeper insights.
Mastering vocal scales, a quick guide. Scale type, description, example. Google resources. Minor scale. Major scale, basic scale with a happy sound. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Major scale by Google.com search, major scales overview. Creates a sad or serious tone. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. Minor scale explained. /Google.com/search, minor scales explained. Chromatic scale includes all 12 notes in an octave. C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, F sharp, G, G, A sharp. Scales guide, Google.Church. Chromatic scales guide. Pentatonic scale, 5-note scale, often used in solos. C, E, G, A. Pentatonic scales tips, pentatonic scales tips. Each scale helps develop different aspects of vocal technique and musical expression.
Understanding timbre and tone in jazz. Conception. Google resources. Timbre, the unique quality or color of a sound that distinguishes different instruments or voices, even if they play the same pitch. The warm, rich sound of a saxophone versus the bright, piercing sound of a trumpet. Timbre in music, google.com/search. Timbre in music. Tone. The overall character or quality of the sound produced by an instrument or voice, including aspects like pitch, volume, and resonance. The smooth, mellow tone of a jazz guitar versus the edgy, gritty tone of an electric piano. Tone in music, google.com/search, tone in music. These concepts help in understanding the nuances of jazz performances and how different instruments contribute to the overall sound. Understanding cadence. Cadence refers to the rhythmic flow or pattern of sounds in speech or music. It's the rise and fall in pitch and tempo that gives rhythm and musicality to spoken language and melodies. Resources. Exams and rescription. The rhythmic pattern of sounds or beats in speech or music. The rhythm of a poem. Cadence definition, quotes cadence definition. In speech, variation in pitch and tempo during speaking. Questions often have a rising cadence at the end. Google cadence in speech. Cadence in speech. The sequence of chords or notes that concludes a musical phrase. A perfect cadence ends a musical sentence. Google search, musicalgoogle.com/search musical cadence. Types. Includes perfect cadence, VI, plagal cadence, VORI, and imperfect cadence, perfect cadence, CGC. Google search, type google.com, search, types cadences. Importance adds structure and predictability, creating a sense of completion or anticipation. The end of a song often has a final cadence. Google search importance of cadence / google.com/search importance plus of cadence. Advanced Blues Techniques. Advanced Blues Techniques. The Vantics. Advanced blues tending notes. Altering the pitch of a note by pushing or pulling the string. Bend the 7th fret of the G string to reach the 9th. Bending Basics / guitarworld.com's/lessons ultimate guide bending. Sliding, gliding between notes on the same string. Slide from the 5th to the 7th fret on the D string. Slide guitar tips, guitarworld.com/lessons slide tips, double stops, playing 2 notes simultaneously. Play the 7th fret on the G and B strings together. Double stop guitar player Dom's lessons, pull-offs and hammer-ons. Techniques for smooth transitions between notes. Hammer-on from 5th to 7th fret, pull-off back to 5th. Pull-offs and hammer.guitarlessons.com/techniques. Pull-off use of scales. Applying blues scales to create solos and licks. Use the minor pentatonic scale over a chord progression. Blues Scales Guide, guitarworld.com/lessons, blues scales every guitarist should know. These techniques can elevate your blues playing by adding depth and expressiveness to your solos.
Introduction to improvised music. Improvised music is a spontaneous creation of music without pre-planning, allowing musicians to express emotions and ideas in the moment. It can be found across various genres and cultures, often enhancing creativity and interaction. Here's a quick guide to the basics. Concept. Examples. Resources. Definition. Creating music in the moment without pre-written material. Jazz solos, free-form improvisation. Wikipedia.wiki improvisation. Genres. Various styles where improvisation is central. Jazz, blues, Indian classical music, allaboutjazz.com. Techniques. Methods used in improvisation, such as motif development and call and response. Bebop, modal jazz, berkeleyonline.berkeley.edu. Influential artists known for their improvisation skills. Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Jazz History Online, jazzhistoryonline.com. Practice tips, ways to improve improvisation, like listening, practicing scales, and experimenting. Jam sessions, playing with backing tracks. Improvise for Real, improviseforreal.com. This table provides a concise overview to get you started with improvisation in music. Composing for television, a quick guide. Resources, aspect. Create music that enhances storytelling and supports visual elements. Purpose score. Create music that enhances storytelling, evokes emotions, and supports visual elements. Dramatic score for crime shows, lighthearted themes for comedies. Berklee College of Music on online.berkeley.edu/composing-for-TV. Themes and motifs. Use recurring musical ideas to represent characters, places, or emotions. Main theme for a protagonist. Film scoring tips, motifs, and theme.filmscoringtips.com/motifs themes. Instrumentation. Choose instruments that match the show's tone and setting. Strings for drama, synths for sci-fi. YouTube, Orchestration Basics, wheat/uw-watch, syncing to picture. Ensure the music aligns with the visual timing and mood of the scenes. Music swelling during a dramatic reveal. Film Music Institute, filmmusicinstitute.com, syncing to picture. Dynamics and texture. Adjust volume and complexity to suit scene intensity and balance with dialogue. Quiet passages for dialogue-heavy scenes. Sound on sound. Dynamics in film scores. Download at soundonsound.com/techniques/dynamics-film scoring. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding of TV composition.
Swing rhythms for Gar. Swing rhythms give music a bouncy feel, often used in jazz and blues. The key is to play in a way that emphasizes the offbeats or upbeats. Swing rhythms give music a bouncy feel, swing feel. Often used to play that emphasizes the offbeats or upbeats. Swing feel. Emphasize the offbeat, the N of the beat, instead of playing straight eighths. 1, 2, and 3, and as 4 online, jazzguitaronline.com. Syncopation. Play rhythms that fall off the beat, creating a sense of surprise. Woo3will.com. Play chords with a swing rhythm to capture the feel. G7 on beats 1 and 3, C major 7 on beats 2 and 4. Practice tip: strum with a relaxed hand, letting the rhythm swing naturally. Practice with Shiny Stockings by Frank Foster. Feel free to delve into these resources to explore more and enhance your swing rhythm skills.
Jazz structure. Form and structure. A quick overview. Aspects. Google resources. Classic blues. 12-bar blues. A 12-bar structure with a specific chord progression. I afford. I vort. I vort. Vor. I vort. I v. I. Classic blues. 12-bar blues /www.google.com/search. Blues plus form basics. AABA form, a 32-bar structure with a pattern of 2 A sections, a contrasting B section, and a return to A. Jazz standards like Over the Rainbow, Algont.com search, AABA form explanation. Verse chorus form, a structure featuring a series of verses followed by a recurring chorus. All the things you are. /w.google.com/search, Q verse chorus plus structure. A continuous, non-repeating structure where the music evolves without sections. Progressive jazz compositions. Through composed form, /T Google search, through composed form. This table provides a concise guide to understanding key jazz forms and their structures, complete with examples and resources for further exploration.
Understanding tonal structures in jazz. Resources. Understanding tonal CD. Major scale. Basis of many jazz melodies consists of 7 notes with a specific pattern. C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Major.jazzguitar.b//blog major scale. Minor scale offers a different mood, follows a different pattern than the major scale. A minor A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Minor scale basics, the jazzguitar.b/minor scale. A 6-note scale adding blue notes to create a distinct sound. C blue, C, E, F, F, sax, B hat. Blue scale, explain, blog, blue scale. Dorian mode, a minor mode with a raised 6th scale degree giving a jazzy feel. D Dorian, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. During die.jazzguitar.b/blog altered scale used over dominant chords includes altered tones for tension. C altered, C, C flat, D, E flat. Altered scale overview.jazzguitar.b scale. These tonal structures form the foundation of jazz improvisation and composition. Introduction to soukous. Soukous is a vibrant genre of dance music that originated in the Congo. Known for its upbeat rhythms, intricate guitar work, and infectious melodies, soukous has played a significant role in African music culture. Here's a brief overview of soukous in a table format. Aspect. Examples. Google resources. Soukous overview. Then origin. Chat origin. Developed in Congo during the 1960s and 1970s. Soukous overview.wikipedia.org features fast-paced, syncopated beats with a strong emphasis on the guitar. Soukous music.youtube.results search instruments, primarily uses electric guitar, drums, and bass with layered vocal harmonies. Franco Luambo, Mario. Soukous.com/watch, dance style. Dance movements are energetic and involve a lot of hip and shoulder movements. Tabule Rochereau, Makolola.watch. Notable artists. Franco Luambo, Tabule Rochereau, Papa Wemba. /wiki, Tabu Rochereau. Soukous remains a popular genre both in Africa and internationally, continuing to influence global music trends.
K-pop, short for Korean pop music, is a vibrant genre originating from South Korea. It combines various musical styles, high-energy performances, and intricate choreography. Below is a concise overview of K-pop, including key aspects and examples. Aspect, description, examples, Google resource sources, high and intricate choreography, pop, including key aspects and examples. South Korea, 1990s onwards. Seotaiji and Boys, Atria K-pop. Google.com search, history of pop, pop, hip-hop, R&B, EDM, and more. BTS, Blackpink, K-Homeless. Search, K-pop. Key groups. Notable groups known for their impact, BTS, Blackpink, EXO, Twice. Famous K-pop groups. Search, famous K-pop pop groups. Intricate and synchronized dance routines, Dynamite by BTS, DDU, DU, DDU by Blackpink. kpopdancementee.google.com/search, K-pop dance moves, global influence. K-pop's reach extends worldwide, influencing global pop culture. Global tours, international awards. Global impact of K-pop, google.search, global impact of K-pop.
Understanding time signatures in music. Time signatures are crucial for understanding the rhythm and structure of music. They are written at the beginning of a piece and indicate how many beats are in each measure and what note value, usually a quarter note or eighth note, gets the beat. Here's a quick guide. Resources. Here's a quick guide. Common time, 4 beats per measure, quarter note gets the bar. Twinkle, twinkle.watch, 3 chords. Waltz time, 3 beats per measure, quarter note gets the beat. Music theory basics. musictheoryacademy.com, learn /signatures. 2/4, March time, 2 beats per measure, quarter note gets the beat. Stars and Stripes Forever. Time signature dubbed earmaster.com/musictheory/signatures.sears. 6/8. Compound time, 6 beats per measure, 8th note gets the beat. LearnMutheory.net/learn/time signatures. Each time signature creates a different feel and rhythm for the music. Experiment with these to understand their impact on musical composition and performance.
Mastering, essential guide. Definition, examination. Adjusting volume, equalizing frequencies. Mastering, the final step in audio production, refining a track for distribution. Adjusting volume, equalizing frequencies. What is mastering? Google.com, search what is mastering audio. EQ, balancing frequencies to enhance sound clarity. Boosting bass, cutting mids. EQ basics, google.com/search EQ plus basics for mastering. Compression, reducing the dynamic range of audio to maintain consistency. Smoothing out vocal levels. Compression techniques, google.compression techniques audio. Limiting, setting a maximum volume to prevent distortion. Applying a hard limit on peak levels. Audio limiting guide. Google.com/search Q audio plus limiting guide stereo imaging, adjusting the spatial placement of sounds in the stereo field, widening the stereo field. Stereosnubble.google.com/search stereo imaging tips.
Understanding diminuendo, a quick guide. Diminuendo, or dimin in musical notation, indicates a gradual decrease in volume. It's used to create a softer, more subtle ending or transition in a piece. This technique enhances the expressiveness of music, guiding the listener's emotional experience. Resources. For example, resources. Guiding the listener's emotion. Definition, gradual decrease in volume. A passage that starts loudly and fades. Wikipedia DDMS AX, telewikipedia.org/wiki/notation. Noted as dim or diminuendo in the score, dim at the end of a musical phrase. Musictheory.net/dynamics, purpose to create a softer effect or transition. A crescendo followed by a diminuendo. www.music.com/in-use. Example in use is that gradually passage that gradually fades to piano second movement. Beethoven Symphony No. 7, second in edu.edu. Feel free to explore the provided resources for more in-depth knowledge and examples.
Marching band techniques. Here's a quick overview of essential marching band techniques with examples and resources to help you master them. Technique, description, example, Google resources, overview of essential marching band needs. Marching in place to maintain timing. Standing still but lifting knees. /wgoogle.com. Search. Q4 march technique. Forward march. Moving forward while maintaining proper form. Stepping forward in straight lines. Forward marching /search. Backward march. Moving backwards. Maintaining alignment and pace. Stepping back while facing forward. Backward march. Flank. Pivoting 90 degrees while marching. Turning right or left. Flank hotmw.google.com search. Flank movement guide. Halt. Coming to a complete stop from marching. Stopping and standing still. Halt command execute search. Halt command execution. These techniques are crucial for precision and coordination in a marching band. Practice consistently to enhance your performance and ensure synchronization with the rest of the band.
Understanding accidentals in music. Accidentals are symbols used to alter the pitch of a note in music. They modify the note's natural state, making it either sharper, flatter, or neutral. Symbol. Google resources are symbols used to alter the pitch of a note. Sharp raises the pitch by a half step. C#.google.com search. Sharp musical symbol. Flat, B, lowers the pitch by a half step. D flat. Flat explained, www.google.com/search. Flat plus a musical plus symbol. Natural cancels any previous accidentals. G natural. Flat search. A double sharp X raises the pitch by 2 half steps. Reference ready, double sharp .com search. Double sharp flat, double plus sharp plus symbol. G double flat lowers the pitch by 2 half steps. Beef, B double flat. Double flat explained, www.google.com search, 12 musical symbol. Feel free to explore these links for more detailed explanations.
Understanding canon in literature and art. Aspect, description, examples, Google resources. No. Shakespeare's plays in English literature. Canon refers to a set of works or texts considered essential or authoritative in a particular field. Shakespeare's plays in English literature. Google search. .google.com/search, Quadrum/search, Q literary canon. Canon, a collection of works deemed significant in literary tradition. Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. Literary canon overview. Google.canon. Art canon, key artworks recognized for their importance in art history. Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. Art canon information. Google.search. Purpose, to preserve and highlight works of lasting value and influence. Classical Greek plays. Purpose of canon, /go.google.com/search, Q purpose of canon. This table provides a quick overview of canon in literature and art, illustrating its significance and offering resources for further exploration.
Composing for marimba, a quick guide. Aspects, the resource from C2 to C3 for marimba, and range. Use the range that's inclusive octaves. The marimba typically has a range of 4 to 5 octaves. Use the range from C2 to C7. Marimba range www.marimba.com or rave. Technique. Incorporate techniques like mallet rolls, dampening, and harmonics. Try a roll on C4 for a smooth effect. Techniques on marimba.malatech.com/techniques. Use a variety of textures, melodic lines, chords, and rhythmic patterns. Combine a melody in the upper register with a rhythmic pattern in the lower register. Texture tips musicalchairs.info. Voicing. Ensure that chords and melodies are well voiced, considering the instrument's resonance. Voice accords spread over 2 octaves for clarity. composerresources.com. Dynamics. Utilize dynamic contrast to add expression. Play a passage forte followed by a pianissimo section. musicdynamics.com. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding of composing for the marimba.
Melodic patterns are recurring sequences of notes that form the basis of melodies. They create structure and interest in music. Here's a quick guide to understanding and using them. Example, Google resources that form the basis of melodies. Repetition, repeating the same sequence of notes. CDE, google.search, repetition means sequence. Ascending or descending series of notes. CDE, DEF, musical sequences, google.com search. Inversion, flipping a melody upside down. CDE becomes CDA. Inverted melodies, google.search. Retrograde, playing a melody backward. CDE becomes EDC. Retrograde in music, www.com/search. Pupil retrograde plus in music. Transposition, shifting the melody to a different pitch level. CDE transposed to GAB. Mutes label.google.com search. These patterns are fundamental in composing and understanding music. Impressionism in music. Impressionism in music, akin to its visual art counterpart, focuses on evoking moods and atmospheres rather than depicting precise details. This movement emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, characterized by its use of innovative scales, unresolved dissonances, and fluid forms. Aspect, description, examples, resources. This movement, late 19th and fluid forms, began in France, inspired by visual impressionism. Claude Debussy, Google Arts and Culture on Impressionism, artsandculture.google.com, themes, HXKs. Scales, use of whole tone and pentatonic scales. Debussy's Wall, Ravel's Gaspard de la Nuit. Impressionism in Music Overview.musicalchairs.info/impressionism. Emphasis on color and atmosphere, use of ambiguous harmonies. Debussy's Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun. A Guide to Impressionism in Music. music.theorist.com/impressionism. Fluid, non-traditional rhythms, often free-flowing. Ravel's Daphnis Equili, Impressionist Music WW. Classics for Kids Impressionism. This table should help you grasp the essential elements of Impressionism in music, along with resources for deeper exploration.
Understanding scales in rock music. Scales form the backbone of rock music, providing the melodic and harmonic framework for solos and riffs. Here's a quick guide to some key scales used in rock. Example, the C major, D, E, E, G. Mixed in melodic and major scale. Happy, bright sound, A major. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Pentatheory, musictheory.net/ minor scale, sad, melancholic tone. A minor, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. Musical chairs. Pentatonic scale, simplified, versatile, widely used in solos. E minor pentatonic, E, G, A, B, D. Guitarworld.com/lessons, 5 essential pentatonic scales every guitarist should know. Blues scale adds a blue note, great for expressive solos. A blues, A, C, D, sharp, E, G, A. DapperJustinGood.com/guitar-lessons/scale. Feel free to explore these scales to enhance your rock playing. Blending blues with jazz harmonic motion. Sep-14. Blending blues with jazz has harmonic motion, and called the blues scale, a 6-note scale with a characteristic bluesy sound. And the 6-ending marchfade, a 6-snarp GBC. A 6-note scale with an F sharp, C-E-F sharp G-C. Google.com search, blues scaled tutorial. Fourth progression, common chord progression in blues and jazz using the first I, fourth, 4, and fifth V chords. C7, C7, F7, G7. Chord progression search, chord progressions guide. Jazz harmony uses extended chords, 7ths, 9ths, 11ths for richer sound. CMAJ7, F7, G7. Jazz harmony basics, jazz plus harmony, blues, jazz fusion. Integrating blues scales with jazz chords for complex emotional progressions. C7, F7, G7 with blues scale solos. Fusevagn.com/search. Google.com search. Blues jazz fusion techniques. Example progressions combine blues scale with jazz chords. C7, G7 using the blues scale for solos. Improvise solo over progression. Google.com improvisation clips, blues jazz.
Introduction to harmonic singing. Harmonic singing, also known as overtone singing, involves producing a fundamental pitch and manipulating the vocal tract to create additional pitches or overtones. This technique allows singers to produce multiple pitches simultaneously. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Aspect. Examples. Google resources. Basic concept. Singing a fundamental tone while amplifying specific overtones by shaping the vocal tract. Harmonic singing basics. Google.com search harmonic singing basic technique. Use resonance and precise vocal tract shaping. Focus on vowels like ooh, ooh, and e. Tuvan throat singing. Google.com/search harmonic singing technique practice tips. Practice tips. Start with simple sustained notes, then gradually experiment with overtones. Sustain a single pitch. Harmonic singing exercises. Advanced skills. Mastering overtone control and blending multiple harmonics. Advanced techniques. Google.com/search Kidvance plus harmonic singing techniques. This table provides a snapshot of harmonic singing. Explore the links for more detailed resources and examples. Four-part harmony overview. Four-part harmony involves writing music in 4 distinct voices: soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. Each voice should be melodically and harmonically balanced with smooth, logical voice leading and proper chord structure. Here's a brief guide. Concept. Explanation. Each voice should be melodically unleading and proper chord structure. Use triads, 3-note chords, or 7th chords, 4-note chords. C major, C, E, G, triad, harmusicalchairs.info harmony. Voice leading, move voices smoothly, avoid parallel fifths and octaves. Soprano C, D, E, alto E, F, G, G. Voice leading basics, /voice leading. Cadences. Use authentic VI, plagal IVI, or deceptive VI cadences for resolution. G7 to C major, cadences explained. W theory, net/cadences. Spacing. Keep voices within a comfortable range and avoid excessive leaps. Soprano, C, D, E, bass, G, F, E. Spacing notes, blog, music theory, voice spacing. Doubling. Typically double the root of the chord in the inner voices. C major, C, E, G, double C. Chord doubling tips, pianolessonsinfo.com. This table provides a foundational understanding of 4-part harmony. Explore the provided resources for deeper insights and practical examples.
Unison, a concise guide, explanation, Google resources, an example, Unison programming language. Gegenstände mit Durchschlag, what is Storvitation. Unison är vanligt för den recoverande language spring distancing language förklaring. Unison is a programming language for Unison programming and distributed computing. Unison / Wikipedia wiki/unistedia.org/score Unisor Scorch and in language for syntax. Unison uses a unique syntax with strong type inference and functional programming concepts. Let add x y equals x plus y. Unison language tutorial unison.unisonweb.org/docs. Data types supports immutable data types and pattern matching. Data tree equals leaf int node tree. Unison data types unisonweb.org/data types. Concurrency designed for handling concurrent tasks and distributed systems efficiently. Concurrent task one task. Unison concurrency /www.unisonweb.org/docs/concurrency. Unique feature. Code can be updated without breaking existing references due to its versioning system. Update func equals new implementation, Unison versioning, unison.org/docs/versioning.
Advanced jazz structures. Explore sophisticated jazz concepts with this concise guide. Conceptual and descriptions. Resource set with sophisticated jazz cons glutton. Chords with added tones, 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th. Dimaj 7 CGB as Clash blogs jazz chords. Altered dominants, dominant chords with altered 5ths and 9ths. G7 timbre 9, GB FA sharp. Altered dominant U.musicalchairs.id dominants. Substitution, replacing chords with similar harmonic functions. Substituting DM7 with G7 in a tie V9. Blog chord substitution. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes. Using BV7 from the parallel minor. P/w.jazzguitar blog modal interchange diatonic 2. Progression using chords built on the 2nd, 5th, and 1st scale degrees. M7 G7 May J7 VV.BE/V9.
Introduction to Boogie Woogie Piano. Boogie Woogie is a vibrant piano style with rhythmic, syncopated bass lines and energetic melodies. Here's a quick guide to get you started. Concept. Resources is a repetitive, syncopated bass pattern. Basic rhythm. The left hand plays the repetitive, syncopated bass pattern. Left hand, C, C, E, C, Boogie Woogie Dub, YouTube.watch, Shuffle Gooey. Swing the 8th notes for a bouncy feel. Right hand, CE, notes.com/.com//Boogie Woogie-piano. 12-bar blues progression, classic chord progression used in Boogie Woogie. C7, 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 F7, C7, G7, F, C, G7. .com.piala Boogie Woogie Piano. Improvisation. Create spontaneous melodies over the progression. Use scale tones over the chords. In notfog.com. Dive into these elements and you'll capture the essence of Boogie Woogie in no time.
Jazz piano voicing techniques. Technique, description, example, Google resources, Google Doc search, rootless voicings. Omit the root. Use 3rd and 7th to imply harmony. G7, BDFA, for simplicity. Rootless voicings guide, Google Doc search, rootless voicings guide. Shell voicings. use just the third and seventh for simplicity. EB Voicings Explained, EB, Google.com search, Shell Voicings Explained. Drop 2 voicings. Drop the second highest note in a 4-note chord. E, G, B, C. Drop G to E, B, C. Drop 2 voicing basics. Search, drop 2 plusing basics. Quartal voicings. Use 4th intervals instead of traditional thirds. C, F, B, E, 4th stacked. Quartal voicings tutorial. Google.com/search, Q quartal plus voicings tutorial. Explore these techniques to enhance your jazz piano playing.
Jazz groove development strategies. Emphasizing offbeats. Google resources. Example. Google resources. Syncopation is emphasizing offbeats to create a dynamic rhythm. Play a basic swing rhythm, but accent beats 2 and 4. Syncopation in jazz. Search syncopation jazz. Polyrhythms, combining multiple rhythms simultaneously. Play a 3/4 rhythm pattern. Polyrhythms, www.google.com/search, call and response, alternating between a lead and a responding part. Improvise a melody and have another instrument respond. Call and respond, Google.com search, call and response, jazz. Emphasizing a relaxed yet driving rhythm. Practice playing with a laid-back swing feel. Groove feel in jazz, Google.com/search, groove plus feel jazz. Interaction, communicating with other musicians to enhance groove. Engage in spontaneous musical conversation during jams. Musical at Google.search, musical plus interaction jazz. These strategies are essential for developing a compelling jazz groove, enriching both solo and ensemble performances.
Understanding the basics. Aspect. Details. Definition. Equal temperament divides an octave into 12 equal parts, or semitones. This system allows for consistent tuning across different keys. Commonly used in Western music, both classical and contemporary, to facilitate playing in multiple keys. Example. A piano tuned in 12-tet, 12-tone equal temperament, allows you to play in any key with similar harmonic quality. Advantages. Facilitates modulation and transposition, making it versatile for various musical compositions. Historical note. Developed during the Renaissance and perfected in the Baroque period. Resources. Google search for equal temperament, google.com/music. Feel free to explore the resources for a deeper dive into how this system revolutionized Western music.
Advanced Jazz Harmonic Motion, a brief overview, concept, description, example, resources. Advanced Jazz Harmonic Motion. Coltrane changes. Chromatic chord movement often used in modal jazz. C major 7, A7, DM Seps. Google Docs on Coltrane changes search, key Coltrane changes. Circle of fifth, progression that moves through chords a fifth apart. C major 7, F major 7, 7. Circle of fifths explained you.com Google search. Tritone substitution replaces a dominant chord with another dominant a tritone away. C7, GB7 instead of C7, F7. Tritone to Google/search. Tronal interchange. Borrowing chords from parallel modes to enrich harmony. C major 7 borrowed from C minor. Modal interchange ins.google.com/search. tuples modal interchange.
Understanding polytonality in composition. Polytonality involves using multiple tonalities simultaneously, creating a rich, complex soundscape. It challenges traditional harmonic conventions and opens new avenues for musical expression. Here's a brief overview. Aspect. Description. Google resources for musical expression. Definition. Use of two or more different tonalities at the Stravinsky's Petrushka. Stravinsky's Petrushka, polytonality explained, /search, polytonality in music. Application can be used to create tension, contrast, or a unique atmosphere. Bartók's Music for Strings, Percussion, and Celesta, Introduction to Polytonality, www.google.com/search, Introduction plus to Polytonality. Technique often involves layering different keys or modes or shifting tonal centers within a piece. Ravel's Le Tombeau de Couperin. Polytonality techniques, google.com/search, polytonality techniques. Polytonality enriches composition by blending distinct tonal worlds, offering composers a versatile tool for innovation.
Guide to writing extended passages. Here's a concise guide to help you craft extended passages effectively. Google Resource, Google Resource Ka. To help extended passages effectively. Purpose of writing. Purpose. Identify the main objective of the passage. Inform, entertain, or persuade. Inform. Describe the benefits of a healthy diet. Purpose of writing center.unc.edu/tips/and tools/purpose of writing. Structure. Organize into a clear beginning, middle, and end with smooth transitions. Beginning. Introduce topic. Middle. Provide details. End. Summarize key points. writingcenter.unc.edu/tips-and-tools/essay-structure. Ensure the passage is rich with relevant details, examples, and explanations. Detail different types of renewable energy sources. Use descriptive owl.purdue.edu/owl/general writing/the writing process paragraph development/index. Style. Use varied sentence structures and appropriate vocabulary for the audience. Use descriptive language and varied sentences to engage readers. Writing style, writingcenter.unc.edu's tips and tools/Kishan. Review for clarity, correctness. Revise for grammar, punctuation, and overall flow. Proofread for errors and adjust sentence structure for better readability. writingcenter.edu/tips-and-tools. This table outlines the essentials for writing effective extended passages. Phrygian mode overview. The Phrygian mode is a minor scale with a distinctive Spanish or Eastern sound. It is the third mode of the major scale, starting from the third note of the major scale. Aspect detail step. Details of minor 1, B2, B3, 4, 5, B6, B7, e.g. C, D, B, E, B, F, G, A, B. Interval pattern HWWW equals whole step. Dark, exotic, and tense, often used in metal, flamenco, and jazz. C Phrygian, C, D-bit, E-bit, F, G. Famous songs The Simpsons theme by Danny Elfman. Google resources, Phrygian mode explained, guitarworld.com/lessons/learn Phrygian mode. Explore this mode to delve into unique musical textures and achieve the ultimate exotic sound in your compositions.
Libretto is a lightweight yet powerful library used for building modern web applications with a focus on simplicity and efficiency. It provides a minimalistic approach to handling web content and offers robust tools for developers. Below is a quick overview of Libretto, including examples and resources. Details: a library for creating lightweight, easy integration. What is Libretto? A library for creating web applications with a minimalist approach. Simple API, lightweight, efficient performance, easy integration. Basic usage: import and use it to manage web components and content efficiently. Example code: import libretto from libretto. Const app equals new libretto. App.render my component. Libretto documentation / libretto.dev/docs. Tutorial: getting started with libretto /tutorial. Community: libretto GitHub repository at github.com/libretto. Feel free to explore the resources for more in-depth information and examples. String Techniques Overview, Technique, Description, Example, Google Resources. String Techniques Overview, Concatenation, joining two or more strings together, plus str2, str1 plus str2, Python string, plus search, concatenation. Slicing, extracting a portion of a string, string slicing in Python. /www.google.com/search, qpython plus string slicing. Key formatting, embedding variables within strings. fhello, formatting in Python, qgoogle.search, replacing, substituting parts of a string with another. str.replace, old new, string replace in Google search. Splitting, dividing a string into a list of substrings. str.split, string split in Python, /www.google.com/search, Python plus stringing, combining elements of a list into a string. Separator.join understanding, Python. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper understanding.
Additive rhythms, a quick guide. Additive rhythms involve grouping beats into patterns that add up to a larger measure. This technique is commonly found in various musical traditions and allows for complex rhythmic structures. Below is a table summarizing key concepts, examples, and resources. Google Resources. Google Resources. Below is a table summarizing examples and resources. Basic principle. Beats are grouped in unconventional patterns. 3 plus 2 plus 2 will 7 beats in a cycle. Additive-rhythm.google.com/search, additive rhythms music. Patterns like 2 plus 2 plus 3 or 2 plus 3 plus 2 are typical. 2 plus 3 plus 2 will 7 beats in a cycle. Google.search, additive rhythms patterns. Application. Used in Balkan and Indian music for unique rhythmic feel. Bulgarian folk music example, Balkan rhythms, google.com/search, Balkan additive rhythms. Visual aid, diagrams or rhythm sheets can help visualize. 3 plus 2 2 example sheet, rhythm sheets, has the search, additives visuals. This table provides a concise overview of additive rhythms, highlighting key concepts and resources to explore further.
Exploring jazz and orchestral development. Jazzstral development. Roots in your classical music traditions. Evolving from Baroque to Origins. evolved from African American communities in early 20th century New Orleans. Roots in European classical music traditions evolving from Baroque to Romantic. Key characteristics: emphasis on improvisation, syncopation, and unique rhythms. Structured compositions, orchestration, and dynamic range. Important figures: Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Miles Davis, Ludwig van Beethoven, Igor Stravinsky, Gustav Mahler. Influence: influenced by blues, gospel, and ragtime. Influenced by folk music, opera, and early symphonic works. Modern examples: contemporary jazz includes artists like Kamasi Washington, Esperanza Spalding. Modern orchestral music includes composers like John Adams and Esa-Pekka Salonen. Google resources: jazz history, google.google.com/search, jazz plus history. Orchestral music evolution, google.google.search, orchestral music evolution. This table provides an overview of how jazz and orchestral music have evolved, highlighting key characteristics, figures, and resources for further exploration.
Understanding belting and singing. Belting is a powerful singing technique where a singer uses a strong, resonant sound in their upper range. It's commonly used in musical theater and pop music to project emotion and intensity. Google resources, friends. Gehensity. Define techniques for beginners. Singing with a bright, clear tone in the higher register, using chest voice qualities. Defying gravity from wikigoogle.com/search, belting techniques for beginners. Breath support. Strong breath support is crucial for maintaining the power and control needed for belting. And I am telling you, from Dreamgirls, breath support google.com/search, cue breath supporting vocal health. Avoid straining the voice. Practice proper technique to prevent damage. Let It Go from Frozen, vocal health tips. Let's vocal health tips for belting. Exercises. Practice scales and arpeggios in your upper range to strengthen belting ability. Rolling in the Deep by the Belting Exercises /youtube.google.com/search belting exercises. Feel free to delve into these resources for a deeper understanding and ultimate mastery of belting.
Understanding contrapuntal writing. Contrapuntal writing involves multiple distinct narrative lines or themes that interweave to create a richer, more complex story. This technique often contrasts characters' perspectives, backgrounds, or time periods to highlight their interplay and influence on each other. Aspect. Example, resource, resources by gown periods to highlight their influence on each other. Virginia Woolf's novel. Definition, combining different themes or narratives to enrich the story. In The Hours, three women's stories interweave around Virginia Woolf's novels, /contrapuntal/narrative genre fun -285 purpose, to contrast and reveal deeper meanings through narrative juxtaposition. In Cloud Atlas, different time periods and characters are linked by themes. craftofcontrapuntal.writeronboxed.com/2121/21 how to use contrapuntal //technique. Use distinct narrative voices or storylines to build connections. In Atonement, multiple perspectives show different sides of the same event. Narrative Techniques, writershelpingwriters.net/narrative-techniques/effect. Creates depth and complexity, revealing how different elements interact. In Pulp Fiction, disjointed but interrelated storylines create a cohesive whole. Understanding contrapuntal writing, masterclassclass.com/articles/what is contrapuntal writing. This method enhances storytelling by providing diverse viewpoints and connecting themes in innovative ways.
Understanding performance anxiety. Details: sweating, trembling. Definition: performance anxiety is the fear of not meeting expectations during activities such as public speaking, performing, or taking tests. Symptoms: rapid heartbeat, sweating, bling, dry mouth, and feeling faint. Causes: fear of failure, past negative experiences, high self-expectations, and perfectionism. Examples: public speaking, fear of forgetting lines during a speech. Performing arts, anxiety about forgetting choreography on stage. Tests, nervousness about not achieving a high score. Coping strategies, visualization, preparation, positive self-talk, and seeking support. Google resources. Help Guide on Performance Anxiety. .helpguide.org/article/anxiety performanceanxiety.htm. psychologytoday.com/basics/anxiety. This table summarizes performance anxiety, its symptoms, causes, examples, and coping strategies, along with helpful online resources for further reading.
Understanding turns in writing. Turns in writing refer to the shifts in dialogue or narrative that reveal character interactions, plot development, or thematic changes. Below is a concise table outlining different types of turns with examples and useful Google resources to explore further. Type of turn. Style ahead. them.com/dirt. Dialogue turn. A change in speaker within a conversation. I can't believe you did that, she said. I had no choice, he replied. Example of dialogue turns, google.com searched dialogue turns plus in writing. Narrative turn, a shift in the storyline or perspective. Until now, she had been blissfully unaware. Then the letter arrived. Understanding narrative turns /www.com/search narrative turns in writing. A change in the underlying theme or message. What started as a simple adventure evolved into a profound journey of self-discovery, exploring thematic turns in writing. Feel free to delve deeper into each type to see how they impact storytelling and writing techniques. Exploring blues harmony and rhythm with aspect resources setting. Blues Guitar Unleashed, Blues Exploring Harmonied Chords. Basic chords. Blues often uses a 12-volt V chords with bar structure with I Weifel Weekly. I, C7, Ivor, G7, F7, VG7. Blues Guitars, LosGuitarUnleashed.com. Chord progression. Common progression, I7, IV7, I7, V7, V7, I7, C7, F7, G7, F7, C7.com. Rhythm, shuffle rhythm, or swing feel is typical in blues. Straight versus shuffle rhythm, guitarl.com. Blue Notes uses blue notes, flattened 5th and 7th, to add expressiveness. C, F, G, B, G, B. Call and response. A technique where one phrase is answered by another. Vocal line followed by guitar lessons /www.guitarlessons.com. This table provides an overview of blues harmony and rhythm, crucial for understanding and playing blues music effectively.
Understanding concertinos. A concertino is a shorter or simpler version of a concerto, often composed for a smaller orchestra or fewer instruments. It retains the concerto's essential features but is more concise and less complex. Aspect is shorter. Description. Google resources. It retains the concerto's essentials and less complex. Definition. A brief concerto, typically for one or more solo instruments with orchestra. Concerto for 2 violins and a minor by Vivaldi. concertinomusic.org/index.option.com content and view both article and ID 5540 concertino structure. Often follows a 3-movement structure, fast, slow, and fast. Concertino for clarinet and orchestra by Weber. Britannica.com/artsconcerto. Historical context. Developed during the Baroque period and evolved into various styles. Concertino for trumpet and orchestra by Neruda. Concertino history /ik.clafm.com/discover-music latest/concertino. Differences from concerto. Less elaborate, shorter, and simpler compared to full concertos. Concertino for piano and orchestra by A. Glazunov. Concertino versus concerto, musicalchairs.info/concerto-vs concertino. This table provides a concise overview of concertinos, illustrating their characteristics, examples, and helpful resources for further exploration.
The bass guitar is essential in music for providing rhythm and harmony. It typically has 4 strings tuned to E1, A1, A1, D2, and G2, and it's played by plucking or picking the strings. Here's a brief guide to get you started. Aspect, examples, resources. Here's a brief guide to get you started. Basic technique. Hold the bass with your thumb behind the neck. Use your index and middle fingers to pluck the strings. Plucking open E string, alternating fingers. Search query bass guitar basics. Scales. Start with major and minor scales to build finger strength and familiarity. C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Berklee Online Scales, online.berklee.edu, take a note /learn bass scales. Chord progressions. Practice common progressions like I4V to understand harmony. I4V and C, CFG. Guitarworld.com/lessons/guitar-101 chord progressions. Rhythm and groove. Work on timing and groove with a metronome to stay in rhythm. Play along with a metronome set to 100 BPM. Metronome apps, metronomeonline.com. Use these resources to delve deeper into each aspect and enhance your bass skills.
Exploring jazz and folk music. Aspect. Folk music with roots in various cultures. Introduction. Jazz, born in early 20th century America, blends African rhythms with European harmonies. It features improvisation and swing. Folk music, with roots in various cultures, reflects the everyday life and traditions of communities. It often tells stories through lyrics. Origins, New Orleans, USA, late 1800s, early 1900s, various global origins, ancient and evolving. Characteristics, improvisation, syncopation, swing rhythms, narrative lyrics, acoustic instrumentation. Key artists, Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Miles Davis, Woody Guthrie, Bob Dylan, Joan Baez. Notable albums, Kind of Blue by Miles Davis, The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan by Bob Dylan. Jazz history, www.jazzhistoryonline.org, folkmusic.org.
Banjo techniques in composition, description, example, Google resources. Clorolls, continuous picking patterns creating a fluid sound. Forward roll, TIM. BanjoGoogle.com search Banjo rolls basics. Clawhammer, downpicking style producing a rhythmic sound. Basic clawhammer, DTTD. google.com/search, clawhammer banjo techniques, sliding fingers up or down the fretboard for smooth transitions. Slide the second to fourth tutorial/search, banjo slides pull-offs. Techniques to add expression and speed. Hammer on, plucking open, then hammering second fret, hammer-ons and pull-offs, google.com, google.com/search, and double stops, playing two strings simultaneously for harmony. Double stop, first and second strings together. Double stop, google.com/search. Understanding decrescendo. Decrescendo is a musical term that indicates a gradual decrease in volume. It's essential for conveying dynamics and emotion in music. Below is a concise guide to help you understand and apply decrescendo in various musical contexts. Aspect. Below is a concise guide in various musical contexts. Definition. And becomes several measures. Definition: gradual decrease in volume or intensity. A piece of music that starts loudly and becomes softer over several measures. Musical terminology. Usually notated with the term decrescendo or decrescendo symbol. upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/thumb2d/decrescendo.svg/120px decrescendo.svg/gemusic.musicalchairs.info musical check music. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, listen for the decrescendo in the third movement as the intensity fades. Beethoven Symphony No. 5. upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/555/Beethoven Source Symphony No. 5 Bang /200px Beethoven Symphony No. 5.bang bang. BeethovenSymphony.com.classicfm.com/Compoven-music Symphony. Practice tip. Play a passage from a piece and experiment with making the decrescendo more pronounced or subtle. Try playing a scale loudly and gradually reduce the volume until it is barely audible. Practicing Dynamics.pianistmagazine.com/technique dynamic/. Use these resources and examples to deepen your understanding of how to effectively use decrescendo in your performances. Vocal scales are fundamental for developing your singing technique, improving pitch, and increasing vocal range. Here's a concise overview of various vocal scales and examples to get you started. Scale type. Scramble. The most common scale. Major scale. The most common scale. Sounds bright and uplifting. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, search, google.com, search, major scale examples. Creates a more somber or serious tone. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, K minor, G, Zailing. Chromatic scale. Includes all 12 pitches in an octave. C, C sharp, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp. Chromatic scale. Pentatonic scale. A 5-note scale that is often used in various genres. C, D, pentatonic scale tips, /search, penta.com, Google pentatonic scale tips. Blues scale adds a blue note for a distinct sound. C, E, F, F in your vocal exercises, blues scale exercises. These scales can be practiced with various exercises to strengthen your vocal abilities.
Advanced modality, understanding and application. Aspinition. Google Resources involves classical methods. Advanced modality and application in various fields. Advanced modality involves complex and specialized communication or expression in various fields. Scientific research methods: advanced linguistic analysis, advanced modality in communication, google.com search, to advanced modality in communication. Type includes technical, artistic, and theoretical modalities with nuanced applications. Technical writing, abstract art, advanced statistical models. Types of advanced modality, types of advanced search. Applications, used in professional, academic, and creative contexts for in-depth exploration and sophisticated presentation. Research papers, professional presentations, complex design projects. Applications of advanced modality, google.com/search. Applications plus of advanced modality. Tools and techniques, utilizes specialized tools, software, and methods for precise outcomes. Data analysis software, advanced graphic design tools. Tools for advanced modality, google.com/search. Tools for advanced modality. Feel free to delve deeper into each resource for comprehensive insights.
Composing Motown-style music, chord progressions like examples, resources. Use simple, repetitive chord progressions like 4V or EVI. MotownNotes.com/blog Motown chord progressions/em. Employs syncopated rhythms and tight, groove-oriented drumming. Motown Rhythm Patterns, thedrummer.com/Motown-rhythm patterns. Feature brass, strings, and backing vocals for a rich, full sound. Classic Motown, soundonsound.com/techniques, classic Motown-sounds. Melody. Craft catchy, soulful melodies with a focus on emotional delivery. Motown Melodic Techniques /www.musicradar.com/tuition/techniques/the Motown-melodic techniques. Production. Use layered vocals, dynamic arrangements, and a polished but warm sound. Motown Production, view hive.com production-techniques. Delve into each element to capture the ultimate Motown essence. Layering orchestral sounds, a quick guide. Layering orchestral sounds involves combining different instruments to create a rich textured sound. This technique enhances depth and dynamics, making your composition more engaging. Violins. Concept, combine multiple instruments to create a fuller sound. Layer violins, violas, and cellos to enrich melodies. Blend trumpets, trombones, and French horns for powerful resonant effects. Use flutes, clarinets, and oboes for intricate textures. Percussion. Add timpani and snare drums to emphasize rhythm and dynamics. Example, use violins and cellos together in a melody for added warmth. Replace online.berkeley.edu tips orchestration techniques. This guide provides a basic approach. Delve deeper into each section to master the ultimate orchestral layering technique.
Exploring polyphony in jazz. Key examples. Definition. Polyphony in jazz involves multiple independent melodies played simultaneously, creating complex textures. Key examples. 1. Charlie Parker's Ornithology showcases fast-moving lines interweaving. 2. Thelonious Monk's Round Midnight features harmonic complexity and counterpoint. Common techniques. 1. Counterpoint. Melodic lines that interact with each other. 2. Voice leading. Smooth transition between chords and melodic lines. Google resources. 1. Polyphony in Jazz, an overview, wilsonw.google.com/. 2. Jazz Improvisation Techniques, cinematechpolice.google.com search, Jazz plus Improvisation Techniques.
Chord inversions overview. Chord inversions rearrange the notes of a chord so that different notes are on the bottom. This technique creates smoother transitions between chords and adds variety to your music. This example, Google resource. Root position. Root position. The root is the lowest note. CEG. Chord inversions explained.google.class/search chord inversions explained. First inversion. The third is the lowest note. EGC C major .google.com search. Understanding chord inversions. Second inversion. The fifth is the lowest note. GCE. Music theory chord inversions. Music theory chord inversions. Explore these resources for deeper insights and examples. Analyzing scores, average scores, resources, sum of average score, mean, the AVOL scores divided by the number of scores, divisor of scores, mean of 70, 75, 80 is 70, 75 plus 3 equals 75. Google Sheets tutorial, support.google.com/answer/09197 The middle score in a sorted list, if even, the average of the two middle numbers. Median of 70, 75, 80 is 75. Statistics calculator, calculator.net/statistics-calculator.mode, the score that appears most frequently. Mode of 70, 75, 75, 80 is Google Docs Guide. support.google.com/answer30933335. Standard deviation measures the dispersion or spread of scores from the mean. SD of 70, 75, 80 is 5.0. googledatastudio.google.com/. For more detailed analysis, you can delve into each concept using the linked resources. Understanding bitonality. Bitonality is a musical technique where two different keys or tonalities are used simultaneously. This creates a rich, complex sound by juxtaposing contrasting harmonic areas. Below is a brief overview of bitonality, examples, and resources to deepen your understanding. Ascription. Examples. Google resources. Below ever use to deepen your understanding. Definition. The use of two distinct tonal centers simultaneously in a piece of music. Stravinsky's Rite of Spring. Bitonality, wikipedia.org, common keys. Typically, keys a third or fifth apart, creating a contrast between their tonalities. Bartók's music for strings, percussion, and celesta. Examples. So weri.net/lesson/bitonality. Purpose. Enhances harmonic texture and creates tension and resolution. Debussy's Joe, Bitonality Explained, and youtube.com/results, Bitonality. Harmonic effect allows for complex, layered harmonic relationships and can evoke various emotional responses. Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet. Understanding Bitonality, musicblog.com/binality. Explore these resources to gain a more comprehensive understanding of how bitonality is applied in different musical contexts.
Introduction to rhythmic motifs. A rhythmic motif is a recurring rhythmic pattern that helps create coherence and unity within a musical composition. It can be as simple as a short sequence of beats or a complex rhythmic structure. Understanding rhythmic motifs can enhance musical creativity and analysis. Google Resources Short Searcher. Wikipedia definition. A rhythmic motif is a distinct rhythmic pattern repeated in various parts of a piece. A short repeating three-note rhythm. Wikipedia and at wikipedia.org/rhythmic motif. Characteristics. Usually consists of a specific duration or pattern. A pattern of long, short, short, quarter-eighth notes. Music theory. musictheoryacademy.com/learn/rhythmic motif. Purpose, adds structure, identity, and thematic unity. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony uses the iconic short, 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 long rhythm. YouTube, rhythmic motif examples, youtube.com/result search query rhythmic motif application. Can be varied, transposed, or developed to maintain interest. Altering rhythm, but keeping the basic motif, e.g. changing tempo. Open Music Theory, rhythmicmusictheory.com/rhythmic motifs. Explore these resources to delve deeper into rhythmic motifs and see how they function in various musical contexts.
Jazz modulation tools and techniques. Google resources. Jazz modulation and technician. Putnik pivot chords. Pivot chord between two keys to smoothly transition. Chords moving from smoothly transition. Moving from moving from C major to G major using A7. Pivot chords guide www.com/search. Pivot chords in jazz. Quiche chromaticism, using notes outside the current key to create tension and resolve. C major A7 to C sharp dim7 to DM7. Chromaticism in jazz, search chromaticism. Modulation via VI, transitioning between keys using a dominant to tonic relationship. G7, V7 and C to C7. VI modulation tool.search, V-modal interchange. Borrowing chords from parallel modes to add variety and color. C-7 to C-7, C-dodal interchange basics. At www.google.com search, modal interchange jazz. These techniques help musicians explore different tonalities and enrich their jazz compositions.
Understanding counterpoint in jazz. Counterpoint in jazz involves the interplay of multiple melodic lines, each maintaining its own distinct character while harmonizing with others. Here's a quick guide to get you started. Aspect. Resources. Here's a quick guide to get you started. Definition, combining independent melodies to create harmony and texture. Two jazz lines playing syncopated rhythms together. Counterpoint basics, jazzadvice.com/point-in-jazz. Types. 1. 2-part counterpoint, simple, clear relationship. 2. 3-part counterpoint, more complex interaction. 2-part, a melody and a bass line. 3-part, melody, harmony, and bass. jazzheaven.com/counterpoint-in-jazz, used in improvisation, arranging, and composition to create depth and interest. Improvised solos with complementary lines. KellerandJazzStandards.com/counterpoint-jazz. Explore these resources to delve deeper into the ultimate techniques of jazz counterpoint.
Introduction to sight singing is the ability to read and sing music at first sight. It enhances musical skills by improving pitch accuracy and rhythmic precision. Aspect. Exercises. Definition. Singing a piece of music upon first viewing. Key skills. Pitch recognition. Rhythm accuracy. Interval identification. Exercises solfege practice. Sing simple scales using do, re, mi, e.g. C major scale. Rhythm drills. Clap and count rhythms 4/4 time. Example. Sing do, re, mi sequence in C major. Practice with Mary Had a Little Lamb in different keys. Useful resources. Sight Reading Factory. sightreadingfactory.com/musictheory.net, .musictheory.net, Teoria, teoria.com. Feel free to explore these resources for interactive practice and more examples.
Understanding articulations in music. Articulations are musical symbols that guide how notes should be played or sung, affecting the style and expression of the music. They add dynamics and clarity, influencing the way phrases are interpreted. Articulation. Description. Example, Google resources. Google music. Phrases are interpreted. Play each note short and detached. A dotted note in a melody. musicalchairs.info. Smoothly connect notes without separation. Slurred notes in a passage. www.com. Accent. Emphasize the note more than others. Accented beats in rhythm. Accent in musicnotes.com/music-note accent tenuto. Play the note with full value, slightly stressed. Tenuto marks in a score. What is tenuto? .piano-lessons.com tenuto. Play the note with strong emphasis and separation. Marked notes in a march. Mark musictheoryacademy.com. For more in-depth exploration, search for these terms on music theory websites or educational platforms. Understanding fermata, a quick guide. Details. There's a dot with an arbor below it. Definition. Fermata is a musical notation indicating that a note or rest should be held longer than its usual value. Symbol. The symbol for fermata is a dot arc above or below it. Purpose. To create emphasis and extend the duration, allowing for expressive freedom. Example. For a quarter note with a fermata, instead of playing it for one beat, you might hold it for 1.5 or 2 beats. Commonly used in various styles of music to enhance expressiveness and dynamic control. Google's music theory, fermata.google.com's music answer XX. Practice tip, try playing or singing a piece with fermata, experimenting with how it alters the musical feel.
Music and technology. Description. Examples. Google resources. Music and technology, digital audio. The use of digital technology to record, edit, and produce music. Pro Tools, audio workstations, google.com Digitalist audio workstations. Music production, the process of creating music using software and hardware tools. Ableton Live FL Studio tips, musicprodub.google.com/search tips. Synthesizers, electronic instruments that generate sound through various methods such as subtractive synthesis. Moog, synthesizer basics, google.com, search synthesizer basic apps, applications that help with composition, practice, and performance. Garage apps, bestmusicapps.google.apps/search, platforms that allow the distribution and listening of music online. Spotify, Apple Music, music streaming services.google.search, music streaming services. Music and technology have revolutionized the way we create, produce, and enjoy music. From digital audio tools and music production software to synthesizers and streaming platforms, technology has greatly expanded musical possibilities and accessibility.
Advanced orchestration techniques. Advanced orchestration techniques involve coordinating complex workflows and managing dependencies in distributed systems. These methods enhance efficiency, scalability, and reliability of applications. Below is a concise guide with examples and resources for learning more. Technique, description, example, Google resources, Google Resources for learning more. Using tools and multi-service orchestration. Manages interactions between microservices for end-to-end processes. Using tools like Kubernetes to deploy and manage a multi-service application. Kubernetes documentation, kubernetes.io/docs-home. Event-driven orchestration. Utilizes events to trigger workflows and manage state changes. Implementing a system where a file upload triggers a series of processing tasks. Event-driven.google.com/solution/event-driven microservices. Workflow automation. Automates business workflows by defining sequential steps and rules. Using Apache Airflow to schedule and monitor data processing tasks. Apache Airflow documentation, airflow.apache.org/Apache Airflow/stable. Hybrid orchestration. Combines cloud and on-premises resources for flexible workflows. Integrating cloud storage with on-premises databases for a unified data processing pipeline. Hybrid cloud orchestration, cloud.google.com/solutions. Chaos engineering. Tests system resilience by introducing failures and monitoring recovery. Simulating server outages to test the robustness of a microservices architecture. Chaos engineering guide. Cloud.google.com/products, DevOps-SRE introducing-chaos engineering on Google Cloud. These techniques help optimize and manage complex orchestration scenarios, ensuring smoother and more resilient application operations.
Understanding instrument ranges. In music, each instrument has a specific range of pitches it can produce. Knowing these ranges helps in arranging music and understanding which instruments are suitable for certain parts. Here's a brief overview of common instrument ranges. Example A. C8. Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Piano range info.piano.com. G3. A7. Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Violin ranged violinist.com. Flute. C4, C7. Mozart's Flute Concerto. Trumpet. E3, C6. Haydn's Trumpet Concerto.com. Trombone. B4. Berlioz's Symphonie Fantastique. E3, C7, Mozart's Clarinet Concerto, clarinetRangeInfo.clarinet.org. These ranges give a general idea, but the exact range can vary slightly depending on the instrument and player.
Introduction to Percussion Ensemble. A percussion ensemble is a musical group consisting primarily of percussion instruments. These groups can range from small chamber ensembles to large, complex setups. The ensemble explores rhythms, timbres, and textures unique to percussion instruments, often performing both traditional and contemporary works. Here's a concise overview of percussion ensemble components and resources. Aspect, description, examples. Google resources, instruments used in the ensemble, snare instruments. Instruments. Variety of percussion instruments used in the ensemble, xylophone, snare drum, cymbals, percussioninfo, www.google.com, search, percussionists, repertoire. Types of music performed by percussion ensembles. Classical works, contemporary pieces. Percussion.google.com/search, percussion repertoire. Techniques. Specific playing methods and skills for percussion. Roll, rimshot, dampening. Google.com, search, percussion techniques. Ensemble roles. Different parts and roles within the ensemble. Soloist, accompanist, rhythm section. Percussion roles. Google.search, percussion ensembles roles. Well-known percussion groups and their impact. Nexus, Boston Percussion.gov hit. Google Conch/famous percussion ensembles. These resources should help you explore and understand the diverse world of percussion ensembles. Introduction to Inuit music. Inuit music, deeply connected to the Arctic environment, reflects the culture's values, traditions, and lifestyle. It includes throat singing, drum dancing, and storytelling through song. Here's a brief overview. Aspect connected to the Arctic. Examples. Google resources and lifestyle. Itikling for Gansing. Here's a brief overview. Scorn a throat, a vocal technique where two or more people produce multiple pitches simultaneously. Sivulagak, traditional Inuit song. Throat sing overview, search /google.com/search Inuit throat song. Drum dancing, a performance art involving rhythmic drumming and energetic dance. Pisit, drum dance. Inuit Google.com Inuit drum dance. Storytelling songs, songs that recount legends, history, or daily life. Chill out, story song, storytelling /www.google.com/search. Inuit plus storytelling songs. Explore these resources to delve deeper into the rich traditions of Inuit music.
Syncopation in bass lines creates rhythmic tension by emphasizing offbeats or weaker beats. Here's a compact guide to understanding and using syncopated bass lines. Description. Definition. Rhythmic emphasis on unexpected beats. Rhythmic emphasis on unexpected beats. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, bass on N of 2 and of 4. Syncopation basics, doubleandbass.com/syncopation. Play offbeats to create groove. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, bass on 1 and of 2, 3 and of 4. Grooventials at academy.com. Complex sync, combine syncopation with chord changes. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, bass on 1 and of 2. Advanced syncopation. .musicnotes.com mission. These examples and resources will help you explore and implement syncopated bass lines effectively.
Video game music composition, a quick guide. Create memorable themes and settings. Mario's theme, Zell music composition. Create memorable themes for characters and settings. Mario's theme, Zell Muse's lullaby. Motif and leitmotif. Use recurring motifs to connect with game events. Final Fantasy's Chocobo theme. GameDevelopersBlog.GameDeveloperAdaptiveMusic. Compose music that changes based on gameplay. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, GamasutraAkebi.com. Instrumentation. Choose instruments that fit the game's atmosphere. Ori and the Blind Forest, Berkeley Online Eye. Sound design. Incorporate sound effects that complement the music. Resident Evil series Sound on Sounds, www.soundonsound.com. This table provides an overview to help you get started with video game music composition. Explore the resources for detailed learning.
Arranging for big band, key concepts and resources. Typical big band, details and re-saxophones. Resources. Typical big band and comtation. Typical big band includes 5 saxophones, 4 trombones, and a rhythm section. Jazz Arranging and Composing, www.amazon.com, Jazz Arranging Composing Book Recordings, DP 6340929. Varying textures, unison, harmonized, and sectional. Example, saxophones in unison for a powerful sound. Berkeley Online Big Band Arranging, online.berkeley.edu courses, Big Band Act Voicing, close and open voicings for brass and reeds. Example, close voicings for trumpets in a brass section. www.doublenotes.com/jazz arranging techniques. Dynamics and articulation. Use dynamics to shape phrases. Example, crescendos leading into a powerful brass section. Arranging for jazz ensemble. Amazon.com/arranging jazz ensemble Nick Finch. Form and structure. Common forms. AABA, verse chorus. Example, AA form in a jazz standard. Understanding jazz form, understandingjazzform.com. Feel free to delve into these resources for a deeper understanding.
Understanding fermata, a quick guide. A fermata is a musical notation that instructs the performer to extend the duration of a note or rest beyond its usual value. It indicates that the note should be held longer, allowing the performer flexibility in interpretation. Here's a concise overview. Aspect, explanation, example, resources, if symbol, a curved line with a dot above or below it. Fermataexample.com/fermata symbol. Fermata on wikipedia.wikipedia.org/usage, placed over a note or rest to extend its duration. Music Theory Online, musictheoryonline.com/fermata. Effect, adds expressive flexibility, typically extending by 2-3 times the value. Fermata in practice /musictheory.net/learn/context. Common in classical music, jazz, and other genres. /youtube.com/search =fermata plus examples. This table provides a basic overview of fermata, helping you understand its role and how to find additional information.
Symphonic music, an overview. Definition. Symphonic music refers to compositions written for a symphony orchestra, typically in multiple movements. Structure. Usually consists of 4 movements: allegro, andante, minuet, scherzo, and allegro rondo. Examples. 1. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, 2. Mozart's Symphony No. 40. Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6, famous composers, Beethoven, Mozart, Brahms, Tchaikovsky, Mahler. Google resources. The Symphonic www.artsalive./theory symphony symptomel. 2. BBC Music, bbc.co.uk/music/guide/symphony. Explore these resources for a deeper dive into the structure and history of symphonic music.
Arranging for Jazz Choir, a quick guide. Aspect resources. Examples, resources. Arranging for jazz voicing. Tailor arrangements to the choir's vocal range and strength. SATB with added jazz harmonies. Harmony, use extended chords and altered harmonies to create example, 7th, 9th, 11th chords. Rhythm, incorporate syncopation and swing for jazz feel. Example, swing 8ths, syncopated patterns. Dynamics, employ varied dynamics for expressive performance. Example, crescendo into a climax. Textures, combine unison and harmony, use call and response. Example, lead melody with harmonic backdrop. Google resource, choir arranging tips, google.com, search, jazz choir arranging tips. Feel free to delve into each aspect to achieve the ultimate jazz choir arrangement.
Understanding Dorian mode. The Dorian mode is a minor scale with a unique flavor, distinguished by its characteristic raised 6th scale degree. It's commonly used in jazz and folk music. Here's a concise breakdown. Aspect and mode is a minor scale with a unique flit, structure, whole, half, whole, half, UHW, WWH, formula, 1, 2, B3, 4, 5, 6, B7. Example mode in D, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Characteristic, minor scale with a major 6th common use. Jazz improvisation, folk music. Example, So What by Miles Davis. Scarborough Fair by Simon and Garfunkel. Google resources, Dorian mode, schmidt.google.com/search, Q Dorian mode. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into the Dorian mode and its applications.
Developing jazz and blues ideas like scription example resources. Developing jazz.b's chord progressions. Utilize common progressions like an I4Vs. Jazz, EI, IVI in C major, jazz blog/jazz chord progressions. Use the 6-note blues scale for expressive solos. Blues scale patterns, guitarworld.com/lessons 5 essential blues scale patterns, SLI improvisation techniques. Practice with backing tracks to build creativity. Jazz, improv improvisation tips, learnjazzstandards.com/blogs jazz improvisation tips for beginners. Experiment with syncopation and swing rhythms. Blues, swing rhythm guide, jazzguitar.b blog/swing-rhythms. Explore these elements to develop your jazz and blues skills.
Exploring jazz modulation in orchestral writing. Concept. Resources. Moduses. We're exploring jazz modulation, flat major. Direct modulation. Shifts key centers abruptly without preparation, moving from C major to E flat major. Nimero.net/learn key signatures. Uses a chord common to both the original and new key to make a smooth transition. G7 in C major to G7 in A minor. Jazz theory, chromatic modulation. Introduces chromaticism to shift keys, often creating a striking effect. C major to C sharp minor using a chromatic passage. Jazz studies. Modulation by sequence. Repeats a musical phrase in a new key to achieve modulation, repeating a melody in D major after it started in C major. Orchestration Online bikuto.orchestrationonline.com. These methods offer various ways to explore key changes in orchestral writing, adding depth and variety to compositions.
Creating groove with bass? A quick guide. Google resources. Creating groove with beat. Understanding bass notes. Position bass notes to emphasize the beat. Play bass notes on the first and third beat. Understanding bass rhythms, www.google.com/search, Understanding bass rhythms. Note choice, use notes from the chord scale to maintain harmony. If the chord is C major, use C, E, G. Chord scale basics, chord syncopation, introduce offbeat rhythms to add groove. Play notes on the "and" of the beat. What is syncopation? Slides and rakes. Slide between notes for a smoother, groovier sound. Slide from A to C in a bass line. Slidesandrakes.google.com/search. Q = slides and rakes plus and bass. Listen to bass lines in funk and jazz for inspiration. James Brown's Superbad or Herbie Hancock's Chameleon. Funk bass lines, Google search funk bass lines.
Understanding jazz and pop harmony. Harmony in jazz and pop music plays a crucial role in shaping the sound and emotional impact of a piece. Here's a quick guide to the basics of harmony in both genres. Aspect, Jop harmony, 13ths. Extended chords, 7ths, 9ths, 11ths, 13ths. Mostly triads, 3-note chords, occasional 7ths. Chord progressions, complex and varied, E, V, un, substitutions. Simple and repetitive, IV, V, fort, IV, 4V. Smooth, often with chromaticism and movement between chords. Straightforward, less emphasis on smooth transitions. Example song, Autumn Leaves, standard jazz chord changes. Let It Be by the Beatles, basic IVV4 progression. Google resource, Jazz Harmony Basics, jazzguitar.be/jazz-harmony, Pop Harmony Guide, pianonanny.com/music harmony. This table provides a snapshot of key differences and similarities in harmony between jazz and pop music.
Extended techniques for winds. Exploring extended techniques can vastly expand your expressive capabilities as a wind player. These methods push traditional boundaries and offer new sounds and textures. Here's a brief overview of some key techniques. Description. Google resources. These methods push traditional sounds and texture. Technique cool. Multiphonics. Producing multiple pitches simultaneously by overblowing or altering embouchure. Playing a chord on saxophone. Multiphonics tongue watch. Flutter tonguing. Creating a vibrating sound by rolling the R's while blowing. Common in contemporary pieces. Flutter tongue example 1. Harmonics. Playing overtones or partials by varying the embouchure. High notes on brass instruments. Harmonics for winds, tuw.com/123. Producing a gravelly sound by using vocalization while playing. Used in jazz and modern music. Making percussive sounds by tapping or pressing keys without producing a tone. Common in avant-garde compositions. slack.youtube.com/watch. These resources will help you delve into these techniques further and integrate them into your practice.
creating groove with bass. Creating a groove with bass involves using rhythm, tone, and dynamics to drive the music and make it feel engaging. Here's a quick guide. Elements and resources. Resources. We're using rhythm, tone, and algorithm. Syncopation and offbeat rhythms add groove. Play around the beat to create movement. Play the bass line slightly ahead or behind the beat. Example, Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. Syncopation in bassline.guitarworld.com/lessons. Learn syncopation-your basslines, different tones, e.g. bright to match the groove. Use a fingerstyle for a warm tone or a pick for a sharper sound. Example, Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. choosingbow.bassplayer.com/technique/how to choose the right bass tone. Varying dynamics, volume, creates interest and emphasizes groove. Play some notes louder or softer to highlight parts of the groove. Example, Good Times by Chick. Dynamic range in bass, soundonsound.com/technique/working-dynamics-bass. By focusing on these elements, you can create a compelling groove with your bass playing.
Understanding pitch class. Pitch class refers to a set of all pitches that are a whole number of octaves apart. In Western music, there are 12 unique pitch classes, corresponding to the 12 semitones in the chromatic scale. Each pitch class contains all notes that are transpositions of one another by octave. For example, the pitch class of C includes C, C-sharp, D, D-sharp, etc., all considered equivalent in this context. Example notes. Google Resources explains C, C, C-sat, D, D-sat, E, F. Google the pitch class watch, D, D, D-sat, E, F, F, G. pitchclassestheory.net/lessons pitch classes. EEF, F-sat, G, G-sat. Pitch class set theory, tuningforks.com/pitch class set theory. Each pitch class is crucial for understanding harmony, scales, and musical analysis.
Introduction to Minimalism in Music Composition. Minimalism in music is a style characterized by repetitive patterns, gradual changes, and a focus on simplicity. Here's a concise overview. Aspect, examples. Minimalism in music is a style character repetitive patterns, gradual changes, and there's a concise overview. Core principle. Repetition and gradual transformation of musical elements. Steve Reich's Music for 18 Musicians, googlescholar.google.com. Key techniques, phasing, looping, and ostinatos. Philip Glass's Einstein on the Beach, Wikipedia, n.wikipedia.org/wiki-minimalism. Harmonic language, simple, often static harmonies with little tonal movement. Terry Riley's In C, youtube-popdub.com. Rhythmic structure, regular, predictable rhythms that emphasize repetition. Lamonte Young's The Well-Tuned Piano. PredictW.the Minimalists explore these resources to delve deeper into minimalist techniques and compositions. Equal temperament, an overview. Equal temperament is a tuning system where the octave is divided into 12 equal parts, called semitones. This method allows music to be played in any key with the same relative tuning, providing versatility across different musical styles. Exaspect. Google Resources. Google in any key with investment musical styles. Standard piano tuning. Definition. A tuning system dividing the octave into 12 equal parts. Standard piano tuning. equaltem.wikipedia.org's equal temperament. Advantages. allows easy modulation between keys, consistent sound across keys, modern Western classical and pop music. How equal temperament work? musicalchairs.info/learn/equal-temperament. Historical use replaced earlier tuning systems like Pythagorean and just intonation. Bach's well-tempered clavier. History of equal temperament, www.oxfordmusiconline.com. Comparison. Unlike just intonation, where intervals vary by key, equal temperament keeps intervals uniform. 12-tone scale in Western music. Equal temperament versus just intonation. soundonsound.com/techniques, understanding equal temperament. Equal temperament is central to most modern Western music, making it a fundamental concept for musicians and composers.
Swing Rhythm, a quick guide. Swing music is characterized by a unique rhythm that gives it a lively and engaging feel. Here's a concise table to help you understand the basics of swing rhythm, including examples and resources for further learning. Concept. Description. Google resources. Google resources. Swing feel. Rhythmic feel where the beat is divided unevenly. Take the A Train by Dukelio Rhythm Tutorial. Triplets. Basic swing rhythm uses triplets. The first two notes are played long, the third is short. In the Mood by Glenn Miller. Search Swing Rhythm Triplets Explained. Syncopation. Emphasis on offbeats or weaker beats, adding groove. Sing 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 by Benny Goodman. Search Swing Music Syncopation Basics. Backbeat. Accentuating the second and fourth beats in 4/4 time. All of Me by Billie Holiday. Search Swing Rhythm Backbeat Explained. Swing eighths. Eighth notes are played in a long, short pattern. Cheek to Cheek by Fred Astaire. Search Swing eighth note. Feel free to explore these resources to dive deeper into swing rhythms.
Jazz tone development overview. Description. Example Google resources. Google Latino search. Tone quality. Tone quality. Focus on the richness and warmth of sound. A warm, tone-quorm, smooth ballad. Dynamics. Dynamics. Use of volume variation to enhance expression. Crescendo in a solo. Dynamics in jazz //daewoo.google.com/search. Articulation. How notes are attacked and released. Staccato versus legato phrases. Jazz articulation techniques. Use of space. Incorporating silence and rests for dramatic effect. Pauses in a solo to create tension. Space in jazz music. www.google.com/search. Space place in jazz music. Tone color. Variation in timbre to convey different emotions or styles. Bright tone for upbeat tunes. Jazz tone color. Search jazz tone color. This table provides a concise overview of jazz tone development, highlighting key aspects and offering resources for deeper exploration.
Introduction to transposition. Transposition involves shifting musical notes by a consistent interval to create a new key or to make a piece more accessible. Here's a concise guide to help you understand and apply transposition. Explanation. Definition. Shifting notes of a piece by a consistent interval. Music theory, musictheory.net/lessons/transposition interval, distance between original and new notes. C to G, Teoria.com/tutorials/transposition/transposition. Steps. 1. Determine interval. 2. Shift all notes. Transpose C major to G major, C, G, E, D, G. MusicTheoryAcademy.com, learn/transposition. Adjusting key signature by interval. Original C major, transpose key G major. Learn music theory to musictheory.net/transposition. Use these resources to delve deeper into the topic and master the technique.
Introduction. Composing for marimba. Composing for marimba involves understanding its unique tonal qualities and techniques. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Description. The marimba has a wide range. Here's a concise guide to get you started. The marimba has a wide range, typically 4.3 to 5 octaves. Use a span from C2 to C7 for variety. Marimba Range Guide, musicalchairs.info. Techniques include rolls, dampening, and harmonics. Apply a roll on a long note for sustain. Doublestop.com/. Dynamics. Utilize the full dynamic range from soft to loud. Contrast soft passages with powerful ones. Dynamic markings /w.noteflight.com/blog 27sin/09/dynamic-markings distribute melodies and harmonies across the marimba's range. High melody with low accompaniment. faiths.org resources/techniques. Experiment with complex rhythms and syncopations. Use dotted rhythms for interest. Rhythm patterns, musicalchairs.info/patterns. This guide should help you start creating compelling marimba compositions.
Chord substitution, enhancing your harmony. Chord substitution is a technique used to replace a chord in a progression with another that has similar harmonic function, often to add variety or complexity. Here's a brief guide to help you get started. Substitution. Google record harmonic function. I, e.g. C major. VG, a minor. C, G, AM, F. Chordsubstitution.com search chord substitution basics. D minor, Vol, G7, C. Advancedchords.com search advanced chord substitution. V, G major, B diminished, G, C, AM, B dim. Understanding chord substitution, understanding chord substitution. I, e.g. C major, F, C, G7, C, chord substitutions. Google.com/search Q equals how to use chord substitutions. Experiment with these substitutions to discover new sounds and enrich your musical compositions. Marcato and overview. Marcato is a musical term indicating that a note or a passage should be played with emphasis and strong, accented force. It brings a sense of prominence and weight to the music, often making it stand out. Aspect, indicating that a note or passage. Definition. Marcato means marked in Italian, signifying a strong emphasis on the note or passage. Notation. Notated as a vertical arrow or sometimes as marcato above the note. Example 1. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, the opening motif features marcato accents to heighten its dramatic effect. Example 2. In Chopin's Etudes, specific notes are marked with marcato to highlight particular technical challenges. Purpose. To add intensity and distinctiveness to certain notes or phrases, enhancing the overall expressiveness. Resources. Wikipedia, Marcato, edia.org, pedia.org/Marcato, musicalterminologyairs.in/terminology.
Polyphonic development in jazz. Polyphonic development involves multiple independent melodic lines interacting within a jazz composition. It enriches harmony and complexity, moving beyond simple chordal structures. Aspection, example, Google resources. Interacting within harmony, chordal sets. Concept, interaction of multiple melodies or voices. Botched fugues, multi-line jazz improvisation. Polyphony in jazz, google.search, polyphony in jazz, technique, uses counterpoint and complex harmony. Charles Mingus's Haitian fight song. Counterpoint in jazz, search, counterpoint in jazz, application, applied in improvisation and composition. Coltrane's Giant Steps. Improvisation techniques. www.google.com/search to jazz plus improvisation techniques. Jazz harmony, scales, and voice leading. Monk's Round Midnight. Jazz harmony w.google.harmony basics. Explore these resources to delve deeper into polyphonic structures and their application in jazz.
Composing for piano and film, ascription, examples is resources. Aus the piano in film as exponential piano gemerkt film and emotional enigmatics. Use the piano impact. Use the piano to evoke specific emotions. Match the piano to evoke specific emotions. Match the score to the scene's mood. As the scene's music mode. Track. The pianist soundtrack //twmonthly.com/motifs. Develop themes or motifs that represent characters or themes. Harry Potter theme. Dynamics and tempo. Adjust dynamics and tempo to fit the pacing of the scene. Inception by Hans Zimmer. berkeleyonline.berkeley.edu. Texture and harmony. Use different textures and harmonies to create depth and highlight important moments. The Hours. Soundtrack, filmmusictheory.com. Integration. Ensure the piano score complements the film's sound design and dialogue, avoiding biting clashes. Amelie by yinkurborblog.com. Delve into each aspect to understand how the piano can become an integral part of film scoring. Introduction to polytonality in composition. Polytonality involves using two or more different keys simultaneously in a piece of music. This technique creates a rich, layered harmonic texture and can produce unique, complex soundscapes. Here's a quick overview. Ascription, resources. This technique creates layered soundscapes. Stravinsky's The Right of Tonality. Definition, the simultaneous use of two or more keys. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring. Google search, google.com/search polytonality. Purpose, adds complexity and depth, creating tension and unique harmonic effects. Ives The Unanswered Question, Wikipedia polytonality, wikipedia.org//polytonality. Common techniques, layering different keys using contrasting tonal centers or shifting between keys. Bartók's Music for Strings, Percussion, and Celestality Examples, utu.com/front results, search query polytonality. Challenges, requires careful management of harmonic relations to avoid dissonance that is too harsh. Prokofiev's Symphony No. 1. Music theory resources, /theory.com, practice tip. Experiment with small sections of music to combine different keys, listening carefully to their interaction. Use a piano or digital keyboard to test combinations. Google Books, books.google.com/search, polytonality. This table provides a foundational understanding of polytonality in composition and offers resources for deeper exploration.
Advanced jazz chord structures. Explore these advanced jazz chord structures to elevate your harmonic vocabulary. Each structure adds complexity and color to your playing. Chord structure. Google resources. Major 7th. C major 7. C, E, G, B. C major 7.google.com search. Minor 7. A, C, E, G. Google.com search Q minor 7th clef. G7. G, B, D, F. Minor 7B5. BM 7B5. B, D, F sharp A. Minor chart. Google.com plus search. Major 7 number 11. C, E, G, B, F sham. Search major to 7th cent 11 plus search. Altered dominant G7 alt G, B, D, F sharp A, C, C, in F Google.com /search. Who altered plus dominant plus chord. Each chord offers unique color and tension, enriching your jazz compositions and improvisations.
Blues progressions. Blues progressions form the backbone of many songs in the blues genre. They typically use a 12-bar structure with a specific pattern of chords. Here's a concise overview. Google resources of Ergin C7 F4V. Basic 12-bar blues with I, V, V, and V chords. C7, F7, G7 in C major. Moves from Google.search blues progressions. Start I with the I chord, then shifts to I. C7 for 4 bars. Blues guitar I moves from I-4 chord to I chord. F7 to C7. Learn blues search. Learn blues for I ending with a V to 4 to I chord progression. G7, F7, C7 in C major. Blues guitar chords /www.google.com/search / blues guitar plus chords. Feel free to explore the resources for deeper insights and examples.
Delta blues form overview. The Delta blues form, popular in the early 20th century, typically follows a 12-bar structure, often with a repetitive pattern that emphasizes storytelling and emotional expression. Here's a simplified table to understand its basic elements. Bar, chord, example lyrics. Description. 1. I woke up this morning. The tonic chord establishes the key. 2I, and I felt so alone, beats the tonic chord. 3I had no one to call, continues with the tonic chord. 4I, no friends to come around. Final line of the first phrase. 5-4, now the days are so long, moves to the subdominant chord. Since you went away, continues with the subdominant chord. I can't find my way, returns to the tonic chord. I, without you by my side, repeats the tonic chord. 9. V. I'm lost in this world, shifts to the dominant chord. 10 for Where did I go wrong, returns to the subdominant chord. 11. I'm searching for a sign, goes back to the tonic chord. 12. V. To lead me home, ends on the dominant chord. Google resources, Delta Blues Progression Guide.google.com search, Delta Blues Progression Guide. Examples of Delta Blues songs, Google.com/search, examples of Delta Blues songs. This table provides a basic template for crafting Delta Blues songs, emphasizing the chord progression and lyrical structure.
Understanding the overtones series. The overtone series, also known as the harmonic series, is a sequence of pitches that are heard when a fundamental tone is played. Each overtone is a harmonic of the fundamental, creating a rich, complex sound. Here's a brief table to help you understand. Number. Resources. Resources. 1-1-1, fundamental C, the bass pitch. Harmonic series overview.exploratorium.edu/harms. 2-1, octave C, 1 octave above the fundamental, khanacademy.org/science physics. 3-3-2, perfect fifth G, fifth above the fundamental, musictheory.net/lessons. 4-4-3, perfect fourth F, fourth above the fundamental, Interactimonics, philharmonia.co.uk/resources/slap sound samples, major third. E, major third above the fundamental, sound.com. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into the fascinating world of overtones.
Introduction to graphic scores. Graphic scores are a visual representation of music that use symbols, drawings, or diagrams instead of traditional notation. They offer composers and performers flexibility and encourage creativity. Here's a brief guide. Aspect, description, resources, drawings, or diagrams. They offer composers and encourage creativity. Aspect, resources. Definition, visual representation of music using images instead of notes. Abstract shapes indicating musical elements. Graphic scores overview, musicbrains.org/graphics purpose. To provide interpretative freedom and stimulate creativity. A score with lines and shapes representing pitch and rhythm. Introduction to graphic score smc.gov.au's venues-events. Types. Various forms such as abstract drawings, charts, or diagrams. A series of colored lines indicating different tones. Examples of graphic scores, soundstudies.com/graphic-scores. Performance. Performers interpret the graphics to create unique sounds. Musicians follow a visual pattern to produce music. How to perform graphic scores, performingartsjournal.org/class. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into graphic scores and their applications.
Understanding 12-tone techniques. The 12-tone technique, developed by Arnold Schoenberg, is a method of composition using all 12 notes of the chromatic scale in a specific sequence. This approach ensures that each note is treated equally, avoiding tonal centers. Concept, description, example. Google resources. Row, series. An arrangement of the 12 notes used as a basis for the composition. C, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, B, C sharp. Reversing to wikipedia.org/12-toned technique. Playing the row backwards ends. C sharp, B, A, G, F sharp, F, tadribruner.com example. Inversion, reversing the direction of intervals. C, B, D, D, E, F sharp, G, A, inverse your cup. musictheorist.clash/inversion of the 12-tone row. Retrograde inversion, combining retrograde and inversion. G, F sharp, E, E, D, C sharp. tadbruner.com/retrograde-inversion. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into 12-tone techniques.
Understanding retrograde inversions. Retrograde inversions involve reversing a melody and then inverting it. This technique is used to explore variations of musical themes, often enhancing compositional complexity. Google resources, this compositional complexity. Retrograde CDEF. Retrograde Google Doc search. Retrograde, reversing the order of pitches in a melody. Original melody, CDEF. Retrograde, FEDC. Retrograde to technique, / search, retrograde + search. Inversion, flipping the melody around a central pitch. Original melody, CEG. Inversion, CAF. www.google.com search Q musical inversion, retrograde inversion, applying inversion to a retrograded melody, retrograde melody, GEDC, inverted GBAD. Retrograde inversion explained, .google.com, retrograde inversion music. This approach is often used in 12-tone compositions and advanced counterpoint.
Exploring jazz bass grooves. Jazz bass grooves are crucial for creating a strong rhythmic and harmonic foundation. Here's a brief overview with examples and resources to delve deeper into these techniques. Description. Google resources strong rhythmic harmonic day. Walking bass. Walking bass. Walking bass. Continuous bass line moving through chord changes. C, E, G, A, G, E, C. Walking bass lines, google.com search, walking plus la, Brazilian rhythm featuring syncopated patterns. D, C, E, F, A, G, E. Bossa Nova bass patterns, La Nova plus patterns. Swing emphasizes the off beats with a relaxed groove. G, D, F, E, swing bass grooves, /www.google.com/search, swing bass grooves, funk, syncopated rhythm with emphasis on the 1, E, G, A, D, C, E, G. Funk bass tech search, funk bass techniques. These grooves form the backbone of jazz bass playing, offering diverse textures and rhythmic variations to enhance your performances. Modal harmony in jazz. Modal harmony involves using musical modes rather than traditional major or minor scales. This approach emphasizes the use of specific modes to create distinct harmonic textures and colors. Here's a concise guide. Aspect size guide. Aspect resources. Resources. Editing. Revelers stress and colors. Ionian mode major scale, often used for a bright, happy sound. C Ionian, C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Ionian mode, musicalchairs.info/Dorian modes. Minor scale with a major sixth, used for a jazzy, soulful feel. D, F, G, A, B, C. Dorian, jazz guitars, jazz Dorian mode. Phrygian mode. Minor scale with a flat second, creating an exotic sound. E Phrygian, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. Phrygian with guitarworld.com/learn-Phrygian Lydian mode. Major scale with a raised fourth, offering a dreamy floating quality. Lydian, F, G, A, B, C, B, C, D. Mixolydian mode. Major scale with a flat seventh, used for a bluesy dominant sound. G Mixolydian, G, A, B, C, D, F. Basics, jazzguitar.be/mixolydian mode.tml. Naturally in minor scale, used for a somber, melancholic feel. Aeolian, a minor, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, musicalchairs.info/modal modes. Locrian mode, minor scale with a flat second and flat fifth, creating a tense, unstable sound. B Locrian, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. Locrian mode inside jazz guitar, locrian-mode.email. Explore these modes to enrich your jazz playing and understand how each mode affects the mood and color of your music.
Introduction to liturgical music. Liturgical music refers to music used in religious worship and ceremonies, particularly within Christian traditions. It enhances the spiritual experience of worship, supports the liturgy, and reflects the theological themes of the service. Here's a brief overview. Aspect. Google Resources of the service. Purpose. Enhances worship, reflects theological themes, and supports liturgical actions. Hymns, Psalms, Gregorian chant. LiturgicalMusicOverview.com search. Cool liturgical music overview. Types, hymns, congregational songs. Chant, simple melodies for worship. Choir pieces. Amazing Grace, Ave Maria, Te Deum. Types of liturgical music, www.google.com/search. Q equals types of liturgical plus music. Historical context, evolved from early Christian traditions, including Gregorian chant. Gregorian chant, Renaissance motets. History of liturgical music, /lulu.com's History of Liturgical Music. Modern usage, includes contemporary Christian music and adaptations of traditional forms. Modern worship songs, praise and worship music. Modern liturgical music, google.com/search. Modern liturgical music. This table provides a snapshot of liturgical music, highlighting its purpose, types, historical context, and modern usage.
Introduction to Vocal Techniques. Understanding vocal techniques is crucial for improving singing. Here's a quick guide to some essential techniques, their examples, and helpful resources. Managing airflow for stable singing. Breath control, managing airflow for stable singing. Sustain a note without wavering. Breath control tips /google.com/breath control plus singing plus tips. Pitch accuracy, singing notes in tune. Matching a piano note. Pitch accuracy.com search. Pitch accuracy exercise. Diction. Clear pronunciation of lyrics. Enunciating Peter Piper. Improving diction. Singing diction improvement. Vibrato. Adding variation in pitch to enhance tone. Adding a slight pitch fluctuation to a sustained note. Google.com/vibrato techniques plus for singers, head voice, using higher vocal registers for a lighter sound, singing higher notes comfortably. Head voice search, chest voice, using lower vocal registers for a fuller sound, singing low notes with strength. www.com/search, chest voice exercises, producing notes higher than the normal range, reaching very high notes. Falsetto singing tips by www.tips. Feel free to explore these resources for more detailed guidance and practice. Polyphony in jazz composition. Polyphony, the use of multiple independent melodic lines, is crucial in jazz composition, adding depth and complexity to the music. Here's a concise guide to understanding and applying polyphony in jazz. Concept description, example, resources. Counterpoint, combining multiple melodic lines harmoniously but independently. Dizzy Gillespie's A Night in Tunisia. Jazzly, wpt.jazztheory.com. Voice leading, smooth movement of individual lines from one note to the next, ensuring coherence in polyphonic textures. Charlie Parker's Ornithology, musicberkeley.edu. Contrapuntal devices, techniques like imitation, inversion, and retrograde used to develop melodies. Thelonious Monk's Straight No Chaser. The Jazz Theory Book /www.amazon.com's Jazz Theory Book Mark Levine /1 Harmonic complexity, using complex chords and progressions to support and enhance polyphonic lines. John Coltrane's Giant Steps, Jazz Standards, www.jazzstandards.com. Imitative polyphony, melodic lines echo each other, creating a dialogue or call and response effect. Wayne Shorter's Speak No Evil. Music Theory for Musicians and Normal People, .musictheory.net, explore these concepts to enrich your jazz compositions with intricate and engaging polyphonic textures.
Countermelodies, intermelodies add depth and richness to musical arrangements by providing a secondary yet complementary melodic line. Here's a brief overview. Aspect. Details. Definition. A secondary melody that complements the main melody. Enhances texture, adds complexity, and creates interplay between melodies. Can be introduced at various points, typically interweaving with the main melody. Example. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, the second theme provides a counterpoint to the famous first theme. Tips. Ensure it supports rather than overshadows the main melody. Use varied rhythms and intervals. Berklee Online Counterpoint Basics, online.berklee.edu/counterpoint basics. YouTube, Understanding Counter Melody, youtube.com/watch. Delve into examples and practice creating your own to master the art of effective counter melodies.
Rhythmic development in jazz. Google resource, Rhythmic Development in Jazzrhythm. The syncopated rhythm style, giving jazz its distinctive feel. Take 5 by Dave Lubeck. So in Google Basics, Swing Rhythm Basics. Syncopation, emphasis on offbeats or weak beats. So What by Miles Danjaz. Syncopation.google.search, syncopation session, polyrhythms, multiple rhythms played simultaneously. A Love Supreme by John Coltrane, polyrhythms explained, call search, polyrhythms explained. Complex meter, using unconventional time signatures. Giant Steps by John Coltrane. Understanding complex meter, www.google.com search, Understanding complex plus meter. Rhythmic variation, altering rhythm to interest and complexity. Maiden Voyage by Herbie Hancock. Various.com search, technique. Introduction to Kabuki theater music. Kabuki theater, a traditional Japanese art form, features a distinctive style of music that plays a crucial role in enhancing the dramatic experience. This music is characterized by its use of traditional Japanese instruments, vocal styles, and rhythm. Here's a brief overview of its key elements. Element examples. Resources of traditional Japanese. Shamisen overview. Instruments. Traditional Japanese instruments used in kabuki music. Shamisen, 3-stringed lute. Shamisen overview. Japan.travel/n/ucash inspiration/miseni. Vocal style. Unique singing style that conveys emotion and narrative. Katajirit, narrative singing. Yoburiting. /Japan.travel/eukai inspiration/kabuki vocal music, rhythm and tempo, rhythmic patterns and tempo changes that match the action, slow dramatic rhythms during tension, rapid beats during action. Kabuki music, kabuki21.com/music.effect. Music enhances emotional and dramatic impact of performances. Music cues for character entrances, mood setting. Japan.travel/eukai inspiration/kabuki music and drama. This table provides a concise introduction to the essential aspects of kabuki theater music, with resources to explore further.
Writing atonal melodies. Atonal melodies lack a tonal center, giving freedom from traditional harmonic constraints. The goal is to create melodies that sound dissonant or unconventional. Resources. Giving freedom from traditional. Use unconventional intervals to avoid tonal centers. Example, C to D tritone. Musictheory.net. Motivic development. Develop short, distinctive motifs. Motif, C E fot F shot B. Berkeleyonline.berkeley. Pitch collection. Use sets of pitches without returning to a central tone. C, D sot, E, G, A sot. Wikipedia on atonality and wikipedia.org/wicatonality. Rhythmic complexity. Incorporate complex rhythms to enhance dissonance. 7/8 time signature with syncopation. Sound.com. Experiment with these techniques to create unique atonal melodies.
Using microtones in composition. Microtones are pitches between the standard notes in Western music, offering a richer palette for composers. By incorporating microtones, you can explore new textures, emotional nuances, and cultural influences. Here's a concise guide to using microtones in your compositions. Aspect details. Definitions are intervals smaller than a semitone that are not part of the conventional equal temperament system. Examples. Definition. Microtones are intervals smaller than a semitone, creating pitches that are not part of the conventional 12-tone equal temperament system. Examples. Arabic maqam uses microtones to create distinctive scales. For example, the Hijaz car scale includes intervals smaller than a semitone. Indian raga incorporates microtones to express specific moods or rasas. For example, the raga Yaman uses notes that can be slightly bent. Quarter tones divide the octave into 24 steps, each a quarter tone apart. Scales use microtonal scales like the 72-tone equal temperament or just intonation for varied tonalities. Google Arts and Culture, microculture, artsandculture.google.com, exploring microtonality. soundonsound.soundonsound.com, microtonal music tutorials, UTOM. Experiment with microtones to expand your creative possibilities and give your compositions a unique edge.
Introduction. Neoclassicism was an artistic and cultural movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries that sought to revive the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. It emphasized clarity, order, and balance in reaction to the preceding Rococo style. Below is a concise overview of neoclassicism, including key elements and examples. Aspect. Description. Google resources. Late 18th to early 19th centuries. Emphasis symmetry and rationality. Time period. Late 18th to early 19th centuries. Key characteristics. Emphasis on symmetry, proportion, and rationality. Inspired by classical antiquity. Neoclassicism. Google Arts and Culture. Chenseneos. artsandculture.google.com/neoclassicism/2qjrfjevan easy. Artistic style. Clear lines, restrained colors, and balanced compositions. Jacques-Louis David's Oath of the Haredi. Neoclassicism in art. Google.com/search. Neoclassicism in art. Architecture. Inspired by classical Greek and Roman architecture, including columns and pediments. Thomas Jefferson's Monticello. Neoclassical architecture. Google /www.com/search. Neoclassical plus architecture. Focus on classical themes, restraint, and formal structure. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's Faust. Neoclassical literature. Google.com/neoclassical. Major figures. Jacques Louis David, painter. Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, painter. Robert Adam, architect. Jacques Louis David, Google, google.com/search Jacques Louis David. Feel free to explore the provided resources for a deeper dive into neoclassicism.
Jazz and Latin Fusion overview. Jazz and Latin Fusion blends elements from jazz, like improvisation and complex rhythms, with vibrant Latin rhythms and instrumentation. This genre showcases the ultimate cross-cultural collaboration in music, merging diverse traditions into a unified sound. Jazz spec. Swing, bebop, syncopation. Play, mambo, bossa nova. Piano, saxophone, trumpet, congas, timbales, electric guitar. Core element often used, blending Latin ramples, Miles Davis's Kind of Blue, Santana's Oye Como Va. Notable are Train, Thelonious Monk, Tito Puente, Carlos Santana. Resources, jazz.az.org, latinjazznet.com. Explore these resources to delve deeper into how jazz and Latin rhythms fuse into unique and engaging musical experiences.
Understanding rhyme schemes, a quick guide. Rhyme schemes are patterns of rhymes at the end of each line of poetry. They help create musicality and structure in poems. Below is a table summarizing common rhyme schemes with examples. Rhyme description. Example, Google resources. Below is a table summarizing common Google resources. Consecutive rhyming lines. The cat sat on the mat. It looked quite flat, and it chased it like that. Pre-foundation org/earn glossary terms alternating rhymes. The sun sets in the west, its colors paint the sky. The day was truly blessed as night draws nigh. www.its.org/text poetic dashed enclosed rhymes. The waves crash on the shore. They echo through the night. In moonlight they shine bright and whisper evermore. Example 3, thoughtco.com/what is a rhyme scheme? Devuvante. Monorhyme, monolines rhyme. I see the sky so blue. I know it's bright and true. It brings me joy anew. www.com/literary devices and terms/rhyme scheme. These patterns can be mixed and matched to fit different poetic styles. Explore the provided resources for more in-depth examples and explanations. Basslines 101 Essential Guide. Basslines are crucial in music, providing harmony and rhythm. They support the chord progression and rhythm of a song, often guiding the overall feel and groove. Google resources. Root note. Root note. The bass often plays the root of each chord. C, G, and F. C is the root. Bassline Basics /google.com search Bassline Basics. A continuous rhythm that connects chords. C, E, G, E. Walking to google.com search arpeggios. Notes of a chord played sequentially. C, E, G, C. C major arpeggio. Arpeggios in bass. Key arpeggios in bass. Syncopating off beats to create groove. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. Syncopated to and search. Syncopation to W syncopation plus search. Slides and glides. Smooth transitions between notes. Slide from C to E. sliding bass line signs. Explore these concepts to deepen your understanding and improve your bass playing.
Music production workflow, a quick guide, step, description. Resources, song outline, choose tempo. Comme style. 1. Pre-production. Plan your track, concept, structure, and arrangement. Create a song outline. Choose tempo. SoundSound pre-production tips. www.soundonsound.com/techniques/pre-production tips. Capture recording. Capture your sounds, vocals, instrument MIDI. Record vocals, program drum patterns. Record vocals, program drum com/results. You search recording basics. 3. Editing. Refine and clean up your recordings. Trim, adjust timing, and correct pitch. Edit vocal takes, quantize sounds, and on soundeditingtechniques.com/techniques/editing techniques. Mixing. Balance levels, apply EQ, compression, and effects to blend all elements. Adjust volume levels, add reverb, online mixing tips at berkeley.edu/tixing. 5. Mastering. Finalize your track for distribution, polish and ensure consistency. Apply final EQ, adjust overall volume. Isotope Mastering Guide, isotope.com/mastering.html. 6. Distribution. Release your music, upload to platforms, promote, and share. Upload to Spotify. Share on social media. DistroKid Distribution Guide, https://distrokid.com/ This table outlines the key steps in the music production workflow, providing practical examples and valuable resources to guide you through each phase.
Introduction to liturgical music. Liturgical music is integral to religious services, enhancing worship through hymns, chants, and other musical forms. It plays a crucial role in creating a sacred atmosphere and supporting the liturgical actions. Google resources. Supporting the liturgical actions. Gregorian chant. Difficult history. Definition: music used in worship services to support liturgy and enhance spiritual experience. Gregorian chant. Hymns. Definition and history of liturgical music /google.com/search. Definition and history of liturgical music. Types. Includes hymns, psalms, anthems, and chants. Anglican hymns, Catholic Gregorian chant. Types of liturgical music /google.com/search. Q types of liturgical music. Purpose: to support the liturgical functions, inspire devotion, and engage the congregation. Entrance hymn, communion hymn. Purpose of liturgical music, google.com/search. Purpose of liturgical music. Historical context. Evolved from ancient traditions to contemporary styles, reflecting cultural and religious shifts. Medieval chant, modern praise songs. History of liturgical music /www.google.com/search. History of liturgical music. Key figures. Composers like Gregorian, Palestrina, and Bach significantly influenced liturgical music. Giovanni Palestrina, Johann Sebastian Bach. Famous composers in liturg.com. Google.search. Famous composers in liturgical music.
Example, Google resources. Jazz guitar technique, sword voicings. Use extended and altered chords to add complexity. C major 7, D9, D-tar chord voicings. Improvisation. Create spontaneous solos using scales and arpeggios. Use C major scale over a C major 7 chord. Jazz guitar improvisation tips. Walking bass lines. Create bass lines that complement chord progressions. Play root, third, and fifth of each chord. Walking bass lines for guitar. Comping. Accompany melodies with rhythmic chord stabs. Play syncopated chords in a groove. Comping techniques for jazz guitar. Jazz standards. Learn and play classic jazz tunes to build repertoire. Autumn Leaves. All the Things You Are. Essential jazz standards guitar. These techniques form the backbone of jazz guitar. Dive into these resources to enhance your playing and understanding.
Introduction to da capo. Da capo, Italian for from the beginning, is a musical term used in sheet music to indicate that a section should be repeated from the start. It's often used in compositions to create a sense of symmetry and return to a familiar theme. Below is a concise guide to understanding da capo with examples and resources to help you learn more. Aspect, explanations. Da capo means from the head or D in the score. Wikipedia.wikipedia.da Definition. Da capo means from the head or from the beginning. The notation appears as DC in the score. Wikipedia.wikipedia.it. Usage. Instructs the musician to return to the start of the piece or section after reaching a designated point. If a piece has ABA structure, you play AB and then return to A. Musical term glossary.musictheory.net terms common forms can be used with additional instructions such as DCL fine, return to the start and end at fine. Example, play from the beginning, then skip to fine. Learn music theory, /visual cue, often marked with DC and may include other indications like fine, or dal segno for more specific repeats. The score might say DCL fine or DCL coda. Musical terms da capo the.earmasters.com/dia capo. This table provides a quick overview of da capo, its usage, and where you can find more information. Creating guitar riffs, a quick guide. Description, example, Google resource scale, A, D, E, G. Choose a scale. Start with a scale. Common scales include the pentatonic or minor scale. A minor scale, D, D, E, 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 G, guitar scales for beginners. Start simple. Begin with a basic rhythm or melodic idea. Use a few notes to establish a theme. Example, E, G, A, G. Simple guitar riff 3. Add variation. Experiment with rhythm, dynamics, and techniques. Example, E, G, A, G, E with slides. How to vary guitar riffs. 4. Incorporate technique. Add techniques like hammer-ons, pull-offs, or palm muting for texture. Hammer-on, guitar techniques for riffs. 5. Refine and repeat. Polish your riff by playing it repeatedly, adjusting as needed for flow and catchiness. Refine the rhythm and add accents. Perfecting guitar riffs.
Algorithmic composition overview. Algorithmic composition uses algorithms to generate musical elements, blending mathematics and creativity. Here's a quick guide. Google resources, algorithmic create or aid in creating music. Definition, using algorithm. Using algorithms to create or aid in creating music. Generating melodies through random numbers. Algorithmic composition basics. Techniques, common techniques include stochastic processes, fractals, and Markov chains. Markov chains for chord progression. Markov chains in music. Tools, software like Pure Data, Max, MSP, or custom scripts in Python. Pure data patches for generative music. Pure data for algorithmic composition. Applications from generating simple motifs to complex compositions. Generative ambient music. Generating music with algorithms. Resources. Tutorials, papers, and software documentation. Google Scholar on algorithmic composition, google.com. Algorithmic composition resources. Explore these resources to delve deeper into creating music through algorithms.
Introduction, Jazz and Classical Composition Strategies. Here's a quick guide to composition strategies for jazz and classical music, featuring key techniques and resources for each style. Classical composition. To composition strategies, each style. Can. Use complex chords and progressions, e.g. iine. Explore extended harmonies like sevenths, ninths. Stick to traditional progressions, e.g. I4-5. Use functional harmony and cadences. Rhythm and groove. Experiment with syncopation, swing rhythms, and polyrhythms. Follow established rhythmic patterns. Use counterpoint and variation. Form. Often use abia, blues form, or standard song structures. Employ sonata form, rondo form, or theme and variations. Create improvisational lines and use call and response. Develop motifs and thematic development. Use scales and modes. Jazz Composition Techniques. jazzadvice.com/jazz composition-techniques/classical composition basics. classicalcomposers.org. This table provides a basic overview to help you start exploring each style's unique approaches.
Blending jazz rhythms involves combining different rhythmic elements to create a unique and engaging groove. Here's a concise guide to understanding and applying various jazz rhythms. Google Resources. Google an engaging groove. Here's a concise guide to jazz rhythms. Swing riplet-based rhythm where the first note is longer and the second is shorter. And the second is shorter. Swing Rhythm Basics, google.com, search Swing Rhythm Basics. Syncopation, emphasizing off beats or weak beats to create a rhythmic surprise. So What by Miles Davis. Understanding syncopation, beginning search, understandipation. Polyrhythms, combining different rhythmic patterns simultaneously. Manteca by Dizzy Gay, Polyrhythm Techniques, google.com/search polyrhythm technique, a repeating pattern often used in Afro-Cuban jazz to create a structural framework. Oye Como Va by Tito Them Explained, google.com/search Clave Rhythms Explained. Bossa Nova, a Brazilian rhythm blending samba with jazz, featuring a soft, syncopated feel. The Girl from Ipanema by Jobim. Bossa Nova Basics, google.com/search Bossa Nova Basics. Experimenting with these rhythms and their combinations will enrich your jazz performance and composition.
Understanding advanced harmonic rhythm involves exploring how chords progress over time and how they align with beats. Here's a concise guide. Conscription. Google Resources. Google's exploring how progress over time. Google Resource. Syncopation. Chords fall on off beats or weaker beats, creating tension. In a 4/4 meter, a chord on the and of beat 2. Syncopation in music, /search syncopation plus in music. Harmonic substitution, replacing chords with others that have similar functions. Replacing a IV chord with a I chord. Harmonic substitution guide. Search, harmonic substitution. Metric modulation, changing the perceived tempo by altering the rhythmic value of chords. Moving from a 4/4 feel to a 3/4 feel while maintaining the same pulse. Metric modulation explanation, www.google.com/search, metric modulation plus in music, modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes to add color, using a BV7 chord from the parallel minor in a major key. .google.com/search, modals interchange plus in music. Delve into these concepts to explore how harmonic rhythm influences musical texture and structure.
Understanding homophonic texture. Homophonic texture refers to a musical texture where a primary melody is accompanied by chords or harmonies that support it, creating a clear distinction between the melody and accompaniment. This texture is commonly found in various genres of music and is characterized by a single, dominant melodic line accompanied by harmony. Aspect. Example. Google resources. Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Wikipedia on homophonic texture characteristics. Definition melody with accompanying chords or harmonies. Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Wikipedia on in.wikipedia.org/homophony. Characteristics. Clear melody, harmonic support, often chordal accompaniment. Traditional hymns. Music theory fundamentals. .musictheoryfundamentals.com. Common genres. Classical, pop, gospel, and folk music. Taylor Swift's Love Story. YouTube, www.com/results. Search query homophonic texture exam notable composers. Bach, Mozart, and Haydn. Bach's Air on the G String. Khan Academy Music Theory. khanacademy.org/music. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into homophonic texture.
Introduction to orchestration. Orchestration is the automated arrangement, coordination, and management of complex computer systems, middleware, and services. It is crucial in cloud computing, DevOps, and IT operations to streamline and manage processes efficiently. Aspect. Google resource. It is crucial in cloud computing, DevOps, and manage processes efficiently. Definition. Automates and manages the interaction of different systems, automating deployment of microservices. Google Cloud Orchestrate.google.com solutions/orchestration. Software used to manage processes and services. Kubernetes for container orchestration. Kubernetes. Use cases. Managing workflows, automating deployments, scaling services. CI/CD pipelines, dynamic scaling of applications. Google Cloud CI/CD Solutions, continuous integration delivery, benefits, increases efficiency, reduces manual errors, improves scalability, automated resource allocation and scaling. Google Cloud benefits/solutions, challenges, complexity in setup, integration issues, requires monitoring, difficulty in debugging complex orchestrated processes. https://cloud.google.com/topics inside Google-Cloud overcoming challenges in cloud orchestration.
Understanding arpeggios. Arpeggios are broken chords where notes are played sequentially rather than simultaneously. They create a flowing melodic effect and are essential in various musical styles. Here's a concise guide to arpeggios, including examples and resources for further learning. A descending, basic example. C, definition. An arpeggio is played one note at a time, ascending or descending. Basic example, C major. Minor example, A, C, A, C, E. G7, arpeggio G, B, D, F. Resource 1, Basic Arpeggios for Beginners, www.com/watch equals 7G-Zorti-7J40, a video tutorial on basic arpeggios. Resource 2/edubub.musicnotes.com/blog/2021/4/07, arpeggio-practice exercises, a guide with exercises for practice. Interactive arpeggio practice, flowkey.in/learn-piano/arpeggios, interactive tool for practicing arpeggios on the piano. This table should provide a clear overview and useful resources to help you master arpeggios.
Introduction to orchestral arrangements. Orchestral arrangements involve adapting musical compositions for an orchestra, ensuring each section of the ensemble contributes to the overall sound. Here's a brief guide. Aspect. Example. Google Resources. Contributes to the overall sound. String section. Includes violins, violas, cellos, and double basses. Often carries the melody and harmony. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, orchestration.google.search, orchestration basics. Woodwind section consists of flutes, oboes, clarinets, and bassoons. Adds color and texture. Mozart's Symphony No. 40. Woodwind orchestration. Google search, woodwind plus orchestration. Trumpets, trombones, French horns, and tubas. Provides power and dramatic effects. Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries. rhymu.google.com search, brass percussionments. Includes timpani, snare drums, cymbals, etc. Enhances rhythm and dynamic range. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring. Percussion techniques search, percussion T. Harp and piano. Adds unique colors and textures, often used for special effects. Ravel's Daphnis et Chloe. Harp and orchestra at google.com/search, harp plus in orchestration. Explore these resources for deeper insights and examples.
Understanding genres and styles. Genres and styles in music refer to the distinct categories and approaches that define musical works. Genres are broad categories like rock or jazz, while styles are more specific methods within those genres, such as punk rock or smooth jazz. Google resources for rock or smooth jazz. Rock, classic rock, guitar-driven sound, often with strong rhythms. Led Zeppelin, The Beatles, Google.search, classic. Jazz, bebop, complex rhythms and fast tempos, improvisational. Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie, bebop music at Google.com search, bebop jazz, synth pop, use of synthesizers, catchy melodies, and electronic sounds. Depeche Mode, Madonna, synthpop.com/search, search, synth pop, classical, Baroque, ornamented melodies, and complex polyphony. Bach, Handel.google.com search, Baroque music. Hip-hop, trap, aggressive beats and lyrics, often with heavy bass and hi-hats. Travis Scott, Future, Google.search, trap music. This table offers a quick overview of key genres and their styles, providing a glimpse into their characteristics and notable examples.
Understanding counter melodies in arrangements. Counter melodies add depth and complexity to musical arrangements by providing a secondary melodic line that complements the main melody. Here's a brief guide to counter melodies, including examples and resources to explore further. Aspect. Google Resources. Here's a brief guide, resources to explore further. Beethoven Symphony of the Fourth Movement. Definition: a secondary melody that enhances or contrasts with the primary melody. Beethoven Symphony No. 9, the second theme of the fourth movement. Wikipedia.org/countermelody. Purpose: adds harmonic interest, creates texture, and supports the main melody. Bach's two-part inventions: the interplay between the two lines. Music theory: countermusictheory.net/countermelody. Can be used throughout the piece or in specific sections for contrast. Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik, the accompaniment in the first movement. YouTube.youtube.com, search query countermelody arranging. Tips for writing: ensure it complements the harmony, avoid clashing rhythms, and maintain balance. The Beatles' Yesterday, the countermelody in the bridge. berkeleyonline.berkeley.edu/countermelody. Feel free to dive into these resources for more in-depth examples and explanations.
Understanding orchestral texture. Orchestral texture refers to how different musical elements and voices combine in a composition. It defines the complexity and layers within an orchestral piece. Aspect, Google resources. Golo violin. Monophonic, single melody line without accompaniment. Plain chant, solo violin. Monophonic texture.google.com/search, cue monophonic texture, homophonic, melody with chordal accompaniment. Beethoven's Ode to Joy, homophone, google.search, home polyphonic, multiple independent melodies occurring simultaneously. Bach's Fugues, search polyphonic texture. Heterophonic, variations of a single melody. Traditional folk music, uahaf.google.com/search, heterophonic plus search. Feel free to explore these resources for more insights and examples.
And jazz tension. Creating jazz tension, Google Resource and Google Search chord tension, jazz. Use dissonant chords to build tension. Kme J7 to C7 chord progression. Chord tension, tension, go dive / search, kikable chord tension search, realize in jazz. Play syncopated rhythms to create anticipation. Offbeat accents in a swing rhythm. Rhythmic tension in jazz, www.google.com, rhythmic tension in jazz. Melodic tension, use ascending lines or unusual intervals. A melody that climbs to a high note. Melodic tension jazz search, melodic tension jazz. Release, resolve tension with consonant chords or simpler rhythms, moving from C7 to F Maj 7. Jazz www.google.com/search, Q equals jazz plus release techniques. Explore these concepts to delve into the ultimate dynamics of jazz tension and release.
Jazz melody development. Jazz melody development. Ask melody memorable. The motif creation. Developer på LID1629 in a jazz studio, in a jazz standard. Develop a shorters memorcom, jazzstandards.com. Motif, CEBDG in a jazz standard. Jazz standard. Sequence. Repeat and vary the motif to build interest. Sequence, CEBDG, DFEA. Jazz@jazzadvice.com. Rhythmic variation, alter rhythms to create dynamic phrases. Variation, triplets instead of straight eighth notes. Jazz guitar, chord substitution. Use alternative chords to enrich the melody. Substitution, C May to A7 in the progression. allaboutjazz.com. Echo motifs in different contexts or registers. Imitation, high register version of original motif. jazztimes.com, jazztimes.com. Delve into each aspect to enhance your understanding and ultimate jazz performance skills. Understanding chord progressions. Chord progressions are sequences of chords played in succession. They form the harmonic backbone of a song, providing structure and emotion. Here's a quick overview of common progressions and examples. Description. Google resources. They form the harmonic backbone, providing structure and words and examples. The most common progression in Western music. CFGC I4V progression explained. Google.com/search IVV plus progression IVI. Popular in jazz creates a smooth resolution. IVII Google.com search IIVI plus progression. Classic in pop and doo-wop genres. CMFG IVIVV search IVIVIVV. IVVV used in many contemporary pop songs. CGAMF IVVI progression nan.google.com can put VVIV plus progression. For further exploration, you can search for these progressions and their variations to see how they are applied in different styles and songs.
Using augmented scales in composition. Aspect description. Example, Google resources. Using augmented scales. Definition. Augmented scales are symmetrical scales built on alternating half steps and whole steps. They create a unique, ambiguous sound. C sharp, E, F, G. Augmented scale overview search, augmented plus scale overview. Use in melody, use augmented scales to add tension and color to melodies. C, E, G sharp, A, B. Augmented scales in dual augmented plus scales in melody. Use in harmony, employ augmented scales to build chords with unusual tension. C major 7 nar 5, E, augment chords in harmony. Search. Example piece. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring uses augmented scales to evoke dissonance. Stravinsky's use of augmented scales, google.com/search/Stravinsky plus spring augmented plus scales.
Orchestration involves managing complex processes and services, ensuring they work together seamlessly. It's key for efficient workflow and automation in various systems. Aspect. Example. Google resources or services. Definition. Coordinating multiple systems or services. Kubernetes manages containers. Google Kubernetes engine. cloud.google./Kubernetes. Purpose. Automates tasks. Reduces manual intervention. Automating server deployment. Introduction to orchestration.google.com/solution/orchestration. Tools. Software used for orchestration. Apache Airflow for workflows. Apache Airflow documentation. Airflow.apache.org docs. Apache Airflow/stable. Benefits. Increases efficiency, scalability, and reliability. Scaling web apps automatically. Benefits of orchestration. Cloud.google.com solutions. Common uses. Cloud resource management. Workflow automation. CI/CD pipelines. CI/CD best practice solutions. Continuous integration. Continuous delivery.
Understanding diapason. Diapason refers to the range or extent of a musical instrument or voice. It can also denote a particular type of organ stop or the tuning of a pitch. Here's a quick guide. Aspect-tion. Example range or extent of a musical instant of sound. Definition. The full range or extent of sound. A piano's diapason includes all its keys. Merriam-Webster.com, organ stop, a type of stop on an organ that produces a full, rich tone, the diapason stop on an organ. Oxfordreference.oxfordreference.com, pitch tuning, the tuning of a pitch, especially in classical contexts. A diapason pitch is often used in orchestras. Music Theory, musictheory.net. Feel free to explore the resources for more detailed information. Exploring jazz harmony. Jazz harmony is the study of chord structures and progressions used in jazz music. It often involves complex chords and unique progressions that create rich, dynamic sounds. Here's a concise overview. Concept. Example. Reused extensions. Adding notes to basic chords, e.g. 7th, 9th. Jazz harmony basics, chord substitution. Replacing chords with others that serve a similar function, substituting G7 with D7 in a progression. Chord substitution guide, altered dominance, using altered chords to add tension. G7 tie 5, G, B, D sharp F, altered dominance explained. Circle of fifths, a progression that moves through key signatures in fifths. C, G, D, A, circle of a fifths.com. Delve into these resources for a deeper understanding of jazz harmony and its applications.
Developing. Understanding blues harmony involves mastering chord progressions and variations that define the blues sound. Here's a brief guide to help you develop your blues harmony skills. Examples. Google resources that identify your blues harmony skills. Basic blues progression. The foundation of blues harmony is the 12-bar blues progression. I, E4, I, C7, E4, F7, G7. 12-bar blues overview. Google search 12-bar plus blues overview. Adds color to chords and melodies. It includes the root, minor third, fourth, diminished fifth, fifth, and minor seventh. C blues scale. C, EB, F, GB, GB bun. www.google.com/search. Cue clues plus scale explanation. Add 7th, 9th, and 13th to create richer sounds. C7, CEGB, C9, CEGBB. Chord extensions guide. Google.turnaround. Use turnarounds to add tension and resolution at the end of a progression. C7, F7, C7, G7. Blues turnarounds. Search blues turnarounds. These concepts are essential for creating authentic and engaging blues music. Experiment with these ideas to enrich your playing and improvisation. Introduction to developing jazz harmony. Jazz harmony involves understanding chord structures and progressions that create the distinctive sound of jazz. Developing this skill requires a grasp of basic chord construction, chord substitutions, and how to navigate chord changes creatively. Basic chords. Bass 1, major, major minor, diminished, basic chords. Begin with major, minor, diminished, and augmented chords. These form the foundation for more complex jazz chords. Major, C-E-G, minor, A-C-E. Basic jazz chords, add a seventh to basic chords to create richer sounds. C-E-G-B, G7, G-B-D, F. Seventh chords and church. Chord substitutions. Replace chords with others that have similar harmonic functions to add variety. Replace G7 with DM7, G7 in a progression. Common subtag Google.com search, chord substitutions jazz. Understand common jazz progressions like EVI and turnaround sequences. IVI in C, DM7, G7, C, M, and J7. Common jazz progressions. Use altered chords, e.g. 7B9, 7 Narb 11 to create tension and resolution. G7B9, GB, D, F. altgoogle.com/search altered chords jazz. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding and application of jazz harmony.
Barbershop Google sources. Google resources. Focus on complements the others. Focus on four-part harmony. Focus on four-part harmony. Lead, tenor, baritone, bass. Ensure each voice part complements the others. Lead sings melody, tenor harmonizes above. Barbershop Harmony Society. Understand typical voice ranges. Lead, melody, tenor, high harmonies, baritone, middle harmonies, bass, lowest harmonies. Lead, C4G4, bass, E2G3. Barbershop Harmony voice ranges. Chord structure. Use traditional barbershop chords, major, minor, 7th, and 9th chords. Aim for smooth consonant sound. Major 7th chord, C-E-G-B. Barbershop chord progressions. Balance dynamic range. Avoid clutter, and ensure smooth voice leading. Incorporate tags and reprises for interest. Reprise of chorus with slight variation. Arranging barbershop quartets. Study classic barbershop arrangements and practice by arranging simple songs. Listen to the Buffalo Bills, barbershop arrangement resources. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into each concept.
Introduction to composing for trombone. Composing for the trombone involves understanding its range, timbre, and unique technical capabilities. This table provides a brief guide on how to effectively compose for the trombone, with examples and resources to help you get started. Explanation. Example technical capabilities. This table provides of lead sources to help you get started. Trombones are playable, writing the range of C3 to G4. Range. Trombone's range spans from E2 to F5. Ensure parts are playable within this range. Writing a melody in the range of C3 to G4. Trombone range chart.8notes.combone/range.asma. The trombone has a rich, warm sound in its lower register and a brighter tone in the higher register. Use a lower range for legato passages and upper for fanfares. Trombone timbre guide.doubleread.co.uk/trombone-sound characteristics. Consider slide positions and valve techniques. Complex slides should be used sparingly. Writing a passage requiring smooth slide transitions. Slide technique tips, trombones.de/trombone-playing techniques. Notation. Use appropriate clefs and clear rhythmic indications. Trombone music is typically notated in bass or tenor clef. Notate a passage using tenor clef for higher notes. Notation for trombone-www.co.uk/trombone-notation-guidelines. Articulation. Incorporate various articulations like staccato and legato to express different styles. Mark staccato notes for bright, punctuated phrases. Articulation techniques. SledgeLoveMeNotes.com/blog 2019-0/AT/trombone-articulation. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and improve your compositions for the trombone.
Jazz and funk music fusion. Explore the dynamic blend of jazz and funk, where improvisational freedom meets rhythmic groove. This fusion creates a rich, energetic sound that celebrates the rhythmic complexity of funk and the harmonic sophistication of jazz. Resources: sample-rich, energetic sound that celebrates the rhythmic sophistication of jazz. Swing, complex rhythms, syncopation, steady grooves. Herbie Hancock's Chameleon. Harmony, rich, extended chords, simple, repetitive chords. Miles Davis' Bitches Brew. Improvisation, freeform solos, varied scales, groove-based solos, melodic phrases. James Brown's Cold-Blooded, all about jazz. allaboutjazz.com/instrumentation. Diverse, piano brass. Electric, rhythm-focused, guitar bass. George Clinton's Atomic Dog. Google.com/search. Delve into these resources to uncover the ultimate essence of jazz and funk fusion.
Rhythm and timing, a quick guide. Concept, definition, example, Google resources, beat, the basic unit of time in a piece of music. Rhythm. Pattern of sounds and silences in music. Twinkle, twinkle, music theory, rhythmbasics.musictheory.net/rhythm. Beat, the basic unit of time in a piece of music. 1, 2, 3, 4 in We Will Rock You. Understanding the beat, //tu.com/VB, side A, and tempo, speed at which a piece of music is played. Allegro, adagio, slow, tempo guide, musictonotes.cog/yo2070/tempo, notation indicating beats per measure. 4/4 in most pop songs, sequence is explained, time signatures, youtube.watch, syncopation, emphasis on off-beats or unexpected beats. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck. Syncopate to www.musictheory.net/lessons/syncopation. This table outlines the essentials of rhythm and timing, providing a foundation to delve deeper into musical structure and performance. Introduction. Trance music is known for its emotional melodies, uplifting beats, and captivating energy. Here's a concise guide to writing trance music, focusing on essential elements and resources to help you get started. Description examples. Google resources. 1. Structure. Typically follows a build-up, breakdown, and climax format. Adagio for Strings by Tiesto. Trance structure www.soundonsound.com/techniques/arranging trance music. Just 2 melody, emphasizes uplifting and emotive melodies. Children by Robert Miles, creating trance melodies.attackmagazine.com/techniques, melody trance. 3, bassline, deep, driving basslines to create a rhythmic foundation. For an Angel by Paul Van Dyke, trance bassline tips, attackmagazine.techniques/bassline-4. Synths, use lush, wide synths for pads and leads. Synthetica by Above and Beyond, soundonsound.com/techniques/synths-trance. A 5/5. Drums, focus on 4 on the floor kicks with layered percussion. Sandstorm by Darude, translatemusictech.net/tutorials/drum patterns-trance. Explore these resources and examples to dive deeper into the world of trance music production.
aleatoric music techniques, and overview. Aleatoric music, or chance music, involves elements of randomness or unpredictability in the composition process. Here's a quick guide to some key techniques. Technique. Example. Google resources. Indeterminacy. Indeterminacy, allowing performers to make choices within a structure. John Cage's 4.33 /wikipedia.org/4 chance operations, using random processes to determine musical elements. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen's Clavius Trules, chance music, wikipedia.org/music. Improvisation, spontaneous creation of music during performance. Ornette Coleman's Free Jazz. Improvisating music, /n.wikipedia.org/wiki improvisation in music. Graphic scores, using visual symbols or drawings to guide performance. Cornelius Cardew's treatise, .wiki score. Serialism, using predetermined series to structure the composition. Pierre Boulez's Le Marteau sans Maître /serialism. These techniques challenge traditional notions of composition and performance, inviting creativity and spontaneity. Music copyright overview. Music copyright is a legal protection given to the creators of original musical compositions and recordings. It gives the creator exclusive rights to use, distribute, and license their work. Here's a quick guide. Aspect, description, example, resources. Copyright Office. Protects both composition, lyrics, melody, and recording. A song's lyrics, melody, and recorded track. US copyuw.copyright.gosh duration. Typically lasts for the life of the author, plus 70 years. A song written in 1950 will be protected until 2020. Stanford Copyright and Fair Use.stanford.edu. Infringement. Unauthorized use can result in legal consequences. Using a song in a video without permission. Copyright Infringement Guide.law.cornell.edu/infringement. Licensing. Creators can license their work for various uses. Licensing a song for a commercial. bmila.bmi.com. Fair use. Limited use without permission for purposes like critique, using a short clip in a review. FairUseExplained.law.cornell.edu/fair use. Understanding these elements helps creators protect their work and navigate the complexities of music copyright.
Introduction to Afrobeats. Afrobeats is a genre of contemporary African music that blends traditional African rhythms with global influences, particularly from jazz, funk, and hip-hop. Originating from West Africa, it features vibrant rhythms, catchy melodies, and a fusion of languages and styles. Here's a quick overview of Afrobeats. Aspect, examples, Google resources, fusion of languages and styles. What is Afrobeats? Origin, West Africa, particularly Nigeria and Ghana. What is Afrobeats? What is Afrobeats? Sure. Equal rhythms. Fusion of traditional African beats with modern styles, high life Afrobeat. Afrobeats origins, search. Afrobeat key artists, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Davido. Wizkid's Ojuelegba, Burna Boy's Ye. Top Afrobeats artists, /google.com/search. Top characteristics, upbeat tempos, infectious grooves, diverse influences. Danceable beats, call and response vocals. Afrobeats characteristic search, Afrobeats characteristics. Jazz, funk, hip-hop, traditional African music. Afrobeats influence search, Afrobeats plus influences. Feel free to explore these resources to dive deeper into the vibrant world of Afrobeats.
Understanding underscoring, a quick guide. Underscoring is a practice used in programming and data formatting to represent spaces or separate words. It's common in variable names, file names, and URLs where spaces are not allowed. Concept description. Google resources. Google resource. Definition. Definition. Underscores are used to replace spaces in identifiers or names. Username? Google what is underscore in programming search. What is underscore plus in programming? Variable names. In programming, underscores separate words in variable names for readability. Total amount due. Python variable naming conventions. www.google.com/search. QPython variable naming conventions. File underscores are used to avoid spaces in file names. Report 2024 practices for naming files. A search, best practices for naming files. In URLs, underscores replace spaces to improve readability. www.example.com/user profile. How to format URL search, how to format your properly. This table gives a snapshot of how underscores are used in different contexts.
Blues and jazz fusion forms. Blues and jazz fusion combines the emotive, straightforward feel of blues with the complex rhythms and harmonies of jazz, creating a rich, dynamic sound. Form. Example. Google Resources combines the emotive, straightforward feel of blues with the cockfish, creating a dynamic sound. Example resource. Blues Jazz Fusion merges traditional blues with jazz elements like improvisation and complex chords. Freddie Freeloader by Miles Davis. Blues and Jazz Fusion Explained. .google.search. Blues Jazz Fusion Explained. Blues Rock Fusion blends blues with rock and jazz techniques, often incorporating faster tempos and electric solos. Crossroads by Cream. Blues Rock Fusion in search. Blues Rock Fusion Insights. Jazz Blues Standards combines blues structure with jazz improvisation and arrangement. Stolen Moments by Oliver Nelson. Google/search. Jazz Blues Standards plus Overview. Explore these forms to understand how blues and jazz interact creatively.
Understanding MIDI orchestration. MIDI orchestration involves using MIDI, musical instrument digital interface, to simulate or compose orchestral music with digital tools. Here's a quick guide to get you started. Aspect, Tamnas example, Google resource. Google Basics. Google Basics. MIDI is a digital protocol that allows instruments and software to communicate. MIDI keyboard controlling software MIDI Basics, google.com, search MIDI Basic. Instruments. Virtual instruments mimic real orchestral sounds. Strings, brass, woodwinds in DAWs, google.com, search virtual instruments for MIDI. Techniques. Layering sounds using controllers for dynamics and balancing parts. Adding reverb to strings. Orchestration techniques /google.com/search. Q MIDI plus orchestration techniques software. Digital audio workstations are used for composition and arrangement. Logic Pro, Cubase, Ableton Live. .google.com/search plus for MIDI. This table gives you a concise overview of MIDI orchestration with examples and resources to explore further.
Field recording, a brief guide. Field recording involves capturing sounds from the environment using portable equipment, It's a vital technique for various applications, including sound design, documentary production, and artistic projects. Here's a concise overview. Using portable equipment. Definition: recording audio outside a studio, directly from the environment. Equipment: portable recorders, e.g. Zoom H4n, microphones, e.g. shotgun, lavalier, headphones. Techniques: use windshields for outdoor recording, adjust levels to avoid distortion, and capture ambient sounds. Examples: recording city sounds for a documentary, capturing nature sounds for a film score. Applications: sound design, film and video production, environmental documentation, artistic projects. Resources: Google Scholar /scholar.google.com/scholar, QCL Field Recording. YouTube Field Recording Tips like youtube.com/results, search field recording tips. Wikipedia in wikipedia.org/wiki/field recording. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding and refine your field recording skills. Introduction: Understanding film score orchestration. Orchestrating a film score involves arranging music for an orchestra to enhance the emotional and narrative elements of a film. Here's a brief overview. Aspect. Description: Google resource, involve arranging music, film elements of a film. Here's a brief overview. Google resource, choosing instruments to fit the film's mood. Strings for emotion, brass for tension. Instrument functions, musicalchairs.info/arrangement. Structuring music for different scenes. Slow strings for romantic scenes. Basic arrangement tips, npmusic.org. Themes and motifs, reusing musical themes to represent characters or ideas. Darth Vader's theme in Star Wars. Motif development, wtheorylessons.com/motif, dynamics and articulation, using volume and playing styles to convey emotions. Crescendo for building suspense. Mix Guide, musicnotes.kosh blog, orchestration, using digital tools to simulate orchestral sounds, virtual instruments for demo scores. MIDI basics, sweetwater.com/MIDI-orchestration. These elements are crucial for creating an impactful film score that supports and enhances the cinematic experience.
Polytonality in jazz music. Polytonality involves using two or more tonalities simultaneously. In jazz, this technique can create complex harmonic textures and intriguing dissonances. Concept involves using two or more tonal centers. Definition. Definition. Combining different keys or tonal centers, playing C major and G major at the same time. Wikipedia on polytonality, wikipedia.org/wiki polytonality, historical use. Jazz musicians used polytonality to expand harmonic possibilities. Duke Ellington's The Mooch. jazztheoryonline.jazztheoryonline.com/polytonality/. Modern examples. Contemporary jazz often explores polytonality for unique sounds. Brad Meldau's Elegy. All about jazz, polytonality. allaboutjazz.com/polytonality. Practical tip: experiment with layering scales and chords from different keys. Try improvising over C major and F sharp major. YouTube polytonality.com/watch. Delve into polytonality to explore new harmonic dimensions in jazz. Music theory for DJs, a quick guide. Concept in BPM. Examples. Resources. 128 BPMs. Beats and tempo. The speed of the music measured in BPM, beats per minute. house 128 BPM, epm.all8.com/bpm.scale. The set of notes used determines the mood. C major, a minor, sad. Get out musictheory.net/lessons. Sequence of chords creating a harmonic backdrop. I, Veve I fourth, common in pop. E major at hooktheory.com/theory tab. Mixing in key ensures tracks harmonically complement each other. Mixing C major with A minor, key detection, tunebed.com/key finder. Different ways beats are arranged to create grooves. 4/4 time signature. Rhythm patterns, taflatvinplastjuria.com/EQing. Adjusting frequency ranges to balance sound. Boost bass, cut mids, EQ basics. Flat soundonsound.com/techniques, equalization. This table provides a foundational overview of music theory tailored for DJs, including essential concepts, practical examples, and useful online resources to enhance your mixing skills.
Discover jazz standards. Jazz standards are classic pieces essential to jazz music, often performed and recorded by countless musicians. Here's a concise guide to some key standards, with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Jazz standards are classic descriptions, Google resourced by countless musicians, with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Autumn Leaves, a popular ballad by Joseph Cosma and Johnny Mercer, known for its melancholic feel. Nat King Cole's version, Autumn Leaves on www.wikipedia.org/org. All the Things You Are, a complex harmonically rich tune by Jerome Kern and Oscar Hammerstein II. Ella Fitzgerald's version, All the Things You wjazzstandards.com compositions 3/All the Things You Are. Blue Bossa, a bossa nova and jazz fusion piece by Kenny Dorham, combining Latin rhythms with jazz. Juhajan. Blue Bossa on wikipedia.org/bluebossa. Take 5, a groundbreaking piece by Dave Brubeck, famous for its 5/4 time signature. Dave Brubeck Quartet's version, Take5overview.org, Take 5. These standards are foundational, each offering unique insights into jazz's rich history.
Exploring advanced rhythmic structures. Structure, description, example, Google resource. Google research. Polyrhythms. Polyrhythms. Multiple rhythms played simultaneously. 3 against 2, triplets versus duplets. Polyrhythms explained, Google search. Polyrhythms explained. Tuplets, grouping notes within a beat. 5 notes in the space of 4 quintuplets tutorial. Google.com/search quintuplets tutorial. Cross, shifting accents between different rhythmic divisions. 4/4 with 3 fracks in music. Cross relates to Google.com. Cross plus rhythms. Irregular time signatures. Unconventional time signatures not divisible by 2 or 3. 7/8 or 5/4. Irregular time signatures guide. www.google.com/search, Q irregular time signatures guide, changing time signatures, altering time signatures within a piece, switching between 4/4/4 and 6/8, changing Tetsegi to Google.com/Tedkey. Understanding counterpoint in jazz. Counterpoint in jazz involves the interplay of multiple melodic lines to create harmonic depth and texture. Here's a brief overview, concept descriptions. Counterpoint in jazz involves the interplay of multiple line basics. the art of combining independent melodies. Bach's two-part inventions apply similar principles. Counterpoint/musictheory.net learned Jazz Counterpoint integrates traditional counterpoint with jazz harmony and rhythm. Miles Davis's So What? Simple yet effective counterpoint. Jazz Counterpoint at jazzguitar.be/blogs Jazz Counterpoint. Call and response, a musical conversation between different lines. Duke Ellington's Cotton Tail. Note and respond /tonalreflections.com/jazz /voice leading, smooth movement between chords with melodic lines. Coltrane's Giant Steps examines advanced voice leading. Voice leading in jazz, jazzheaven.com/voice leading. This table introduces the essential aspects of counterpoint in jazz, providing examples and resources to explore each concept further.
Introduction to ballet music. Ballet music is an integral part of ballet performances, providing the emotional and rhythmic foundation for the dance. It often features classical compositions designed to complement and enhance the choreography. Below is a concise overview of ballet music, including key examples and useful resources for further exploration. Detail. Supports and enhances tempo for the performance. Swan Lake uw.google.com/purpose. Supports and enhances dance movements, setting the mood and tempo for the performance. Swan Lake by Tchaikovsky. .google.com Ballet plus music overview. Types: classical, contemporary, and modern compositions. The Nutcracker by Tchaikovsky. Classical ballet music, google.com/search, classical ballet music, Tchaikovsky, Prokofiev, Stravinsky, Delibes. Romeo and Juliet by Prokofiev. Famous ballet composers, google.search, famous ballet composers. Role in performance guides the emotional journey of the ballet, matching the choreography's dynamics. Giselle by Adolphe Adam. Role of music in ballet, google.com/search, roles of music in the snips. Focus on the rhythm, mood changes, and how music complements the dance movements. Copilia for ballet music, listening tips, plus, plets. Feel free to dive deeper into these resources to enhance your understanding of ballet music and its impact on dance performances.
Introduction to Renaissance Counterpoint. Renaissance Counterpoint focuses on the interplay between independent melodic lines, creating harmony through their interaction. Key principles include consonance, dissonance treatment, and voice leading. Explanation. Creating harmony through their interaction. Dissonance treatment and voice leading. Use of intervals like thirds and sixths. CE, CA6. Renaissance Counterpoint Basics. musicalchairs.info/Renaissance Counterpoint. Dissonance. Temporarily unstable intervals. CF, CD. Introduction to Counterpoint. Introduction Full-View Training and Improvisation.com/Counterpoint. Smooth movement between notes. CED, stepwise motion, voice leading techniques, music-theory-for-musicians.com/voiceleading.html. Imitation, repetition of a musical idea in another voice. Theme in one voice, repeated in another. Imitation in Renaissance musicalchairs.info/Renaissance Music Education. These resources will provide a good foundation for exploring Renaissance Counterpoint further. Understanding music genres and styles. Music genres and styles encompass a wide range of forms, each with its unique characteristics and examples. Here's a concise guide to some popular genres and styles. Genre styles, examples. Google resources wide range of forms, each with its unique characteristic and examples. Classical, orchestral, often instrumental, rooted in tradition. Beethoven, Mozart. Classical music overview, classical music, jazz, characterized by improvisation and swing. Lewis Guide, /jazz, rock, features electric guitars and strong rhythms. The Beatles, Led Zeppelin. Rock music, Wikipedia sec. Hip-hop, focuses on rhythm and lyrical flow, often with beats. Tupac, Kendrick Lamar. Hip-hop overview and wikipedia.org/wiki hip-hop music. Electronic, uses synthesized sounds and beats. Daft Punk, Avicii, electronic music with wikipedia.org with electronic music. This table highlights key genres and styles, providing a snapshot of their essence and notable artists.
Jazz and classical fusion techniques. Explore the intriguing blend of jazz and classical music with these techniques. Technique, description, example. Google resources. Explore the intriguing blend of class sonata. Improvisation. Integrating jazz's freeform improvisation with classical structures. Jazz solos over a classical sonata. Improvisation in classical music, www.google.com/search. Q improvisation plus in classical music. Harmony, combining jazz's extended chords with classical harmonic progressions. Jazz chords in a classical quartet. Jazz harmony in classical music, google.com, search, jazz harmony, rhythm. Merging jazz's syncopation with classical rhythmic patterns. Swing rhythms in a classical piece. Jazz Rhythm Techniques, www.google.com/search, Jazz Rhythm Techniques, instrumentation, using jazz instruments in classical settings or vice versa. Saxophone in a classical symphony. Jazz instrumentation in classical, www.google.com/search, jazz instrumentation plus in classical music. Form, blending jazz's flexible forms with classical structures. Jazz improvisation within a classical sonata form. Fusion forms in music, www.google.com/search, Fusion forms in music. This table introduces foundational fusion techniques and provides resources for deeper exploration.
Composing for large of each section. Examples, resources. Texture, ballowsing for large ensembles. Understand the roles of each section, strings, brass, woodwinds, percussion. Orchestration Online, orchestrationonline.com. Texture, balance between melody, harmony, and rhythm. Berkeley Online, orchestrationline.edu/courses/orchestration. Learn to use clear, organized score formats for readability. Note flight, dynamics. Use dynamic markings to create contrast and shape the music. Orchestration 101, dynamics, doubleread.c101s, range and texture. Ensure parts are within the performer's range and use varied textures. Understanding orchestration, slation.doubleread.co.utration. Introduction to scales in jazz. Jazz scales are essential for improvisation and creating harmonically rich solos. Here's a quick guide to some foundational jazz scales and their applications. Major scales are a sense for many jazz melodies, the basis for many jazz melodies. Major scale, the basis for many jazz melodies. Sounds bright and happy. C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, B in Google.com search jazz minor scale provides a darker, more emotional sound. A minor, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A.com search Dorian mode, minor scale with a raised sixth used for a cooler sound. D Dorian, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. Dorian mode basic, Mixolydian mode, major scale with a lowered seventh, gives a bluesy dominant feel. G Mixolydian, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G mode insights, Google.com/search, Jazz Mixolydian mode, adds a blue note for a distinctive jazz sound. C blues, C, E, B, F, F sharp, G, B, Google search Jazz Blue Scale. These scales offer a variety of flavors to enrich your jazz playing and improvisation. Understanding whole steps in music. A whole step, also known as a whole tone, is a fundamental concept in music theory. It represents the distance between two notes that have two half steps or semitones in between them. This interval is essential for constructing scales, melodies, and harmonies. Here's a concise breakdown. Concept, explanation, Google resources. Examples of scales, melodies, and harmonies. Series of semitones. Whole step, distance of two half steps, C to D, E to F sharp. See to Google.com/search whole step music theory, chromatic scale, series of semitones used in Western music, C, C sharp, D, D, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp, B, C. Google.search chromatic scale music. Major scale, built from a pattern of whole and half steps, C major scale, D, E, F, G, A, B, C scale pattern. Google.com/search to major scale pattern. This table provides a quick guide to understanding whole steps and their application in music. Understanding harmony in music. Understanding harmony in music, different musical notes. Harmony involves the combination of different resources. Definition. Harmony involves different notes, wiki, harmony. Played or sung simultaneously. Chords played on a piano, wikipedia.org's wiki harmony. A group of notes played together to create harmony. C major chord. C-E-G chords, musictheory.net consonants. A pleasing combination of sounds that are harmonious. C major chord in a classical dissonance, that music notes consonants, possess dissonance. Dissonance, a harsh, discordant combination of sounds that creates tension. Dissonant chords in jazz. Dissonance explained this light. musictheory-formusicians.com/dissonance progression. A sequence of chords played in a specific order. I-4-VI progression in pop music. Chord progressions. pianody.com/blord progressions.
Understanding pop voicings, a quick guide. Pop voicings are chord structures commonly used in contemporary music to add color and depth. They often simplify traditional chords while providing a modern sound. Here's a brief overview. Chord type structure. Major 7, 1-3-5-7, C-E-G-B, www.com/watch V equals 1-0-V, Li7, 1-B3-5-5, ACEG. Dominant 7 and 3Z, 5-B7, GBDF, G7Voodoo.com watch. Major 6, 1-3-5-6, CEGA, These voicings help create the distinctive sounds in pop music and can be explored further through these resources.
Orchestration for brass spec description, examples, resources. Orchestration for brass range. Brass instruments have a wide range, but each has its specific limits. Trumpet, C sharp 3 to D6. Brass range guide, doubleread.uk, brass-instrument ranges. Timbre, brass instruments produce a bold, rich sound. Each has unique tonal qualities. Trombone, mellow, doubleread.co.uk/Chimar Dynamics. Brass can play from very soft to very loud, offering great flexibility. Forte, loud, in a brass fanfare. Brass Dynamics Techniques.www.com/techniques includes muted playing, flutter tonguing, and mutes. Stopped horn, bright focused sound. Musical chairs, brass techniques. Writing for brass. Consider blending timbres and balancing with other instruments. Harmonized trumpets and notes.com/orchestration and basics. Feel free to dive deeper into each resource for comprehensive insights.
Blending jazz harmonies. Blending jazz harmonies involves integrating various chords and progressions to create a rich, dynamic sound. Here's a brief guide to blending jazz harmonies with examples and resources for further study. Concept. Explanation. Google Resource. Google Resource. Google Resource. Google Resource. Add 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th to basic chords for complexity. C major 7, DM9, 13. Jazz Harmony Basics /uw.google.com search Jazz Harmony Basics. Substitution. Replace one chord with another that shares common tones. Substituting G7 with D7 in C major. Substitution.google.com search chord substitution techniques. Voice leading. Smooth transition between chords by minimizing movement of individual notes. Moving from C major 7 to AM7. Voice leading in jazz /w.google.com search voice leading in jazz. Modal interchange. Borrow chords from parallel modes to add color. Using BV7 from C mixolydian in C major. Modal interchange explained. Google.com search modal interchange explained. These elements help in crafting nuanced jazz harmonies, enriching the musical texture and emotional depth.
Writing for choir involves crafting music that suits multiple voices. It's crucial to consider vocal ranges, harmonies, and text setting. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Aspect. Examples. Google resources to get you started. Vocal ranges. Identify and use different voice parts: soprano, alt, tenor, bass, say Ave Maria by Schubert. SAT explain /google.com/search vocal ranges explained. Create harmonies by adding chords that complement the melody. 3-part harmony, Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. Basic harmony in choral music. Search equals basic harmony int plus setting, text setting. Align music with lyrics to enhance clarity and expression. Silent Night with clear enunciation of text. Text setting in choral music. Search text setting in choral music. Dynamics and articulation. Use dynamics, loud, soft, and articulation, staccato, legato to add expression. Crescendo in Ode to Joy by Beethoven. www.google.com/search Dynamics Plus and Articulations in Music. Feel free to delve into each area to perfect your choral compositions.
Developing blues and jazz harmonic structures. Here's a concise guide to understanding and developing blues and jazz harmonic structures, presented in a table format with examples and useful resources. Google Resources. Blues and jazz harmonic structures, presented in Google Resources. Blues scale, a scale with a distinct sound used in blues, composed of the root, minor third, fourth, diminished fifth, fifth, and minor seventh. C blues scale, C, E, F, F, F sharp, G, B beth. Bluescalebasics.google.com, search blues scale basics. 12-bar blues progression, a common chord progression in blues, I7, IV7, V7. Typically 12 bars long, C7, F7, G7 in 12 bars format. 12-bar blues explained, www.google.com/search 12-bar blues progression. Jazz 2 VI, a standard jazz progression involving the I minor 7th, V dominant 7th, and I major 7th chords. DM7, G7, 2V, I'm going to Google.com search, key chord substitutions. Replacing chords with alternatives to add variety. Common substitutions include tritone subs and relative minor chords. G7 can be substituted with DB7, chord substitutions guide.google.com/search, chord substitutions. Adding extra tones, 9th, 11th, 13th, to chords for more complex sounds. CMAJ7, extended chords, google.com search, extended chords jazz. This table provides a foundational understanding of key harmonic structures in blues and jazz, with practical examples and resources to dive deeper into each concept.
Blues and classical fusion techniques. Examples. Resources. Blues scales in classical harmony. Use blues scales within classical chord progressions. Combine a blues scale with a classical cadence. Classical melodies with blues rhythms. Overlay classical melodies with blues rhythms and grooves. Classical melody played with a swing rhythm. Classical blues fusion doubles improvisation with classical structure. Improvise in blues style using classical forms like sonata or rondo. Improvise blues solo over a classical sonata structure. Music theory. Classical instrumentation in blues. Apply classical instruments like strings to blues arrangements. Blues tune arranged for string quartet. bluesclassicalarrangement.com. Explore these techniques to blend the expressive power of blues with the sophisticated structures of classical music.
Introduction to extended techniques for winds. Extended techniques in wind instruments involve unconventional methods to create unique sounds and textures beyond traditional playing. These techniques often require specific training and practice, but can greatly enhance the expressiveness and versatility of wind instruments. Below is a table summarizing some common extended techniques along with examples and useful online resources. Technique, description, Google Resources para sound on the flute. Google Resources, flasher and flutter tongue. Rapid fluttering sound created by rolling the R's, creating a raspy buzzing sound on the flute. Flutter tongue stubby 11 TB, HG 2.03 cruising per /flash BB3, paging A. Multiphonics, producing multiple pitches simultaneously, playing a chord on the clarinet. Multiphonics on clarinetist.com/multiphonics. Overtones, emphasizing harmonic series of a note, producing higher pitches on the saxophone. Overtonesaxophone.org. Harmonics, utilizing the natural harmonic series of the instrument, producing high, clear tones on the trumpet. Trumpetmusician.com's. Key slaps, hitting the keys or pads to create a percussive sound, creating rhythmic effects on the flute. Key slap technique, www.musicnotes.com/blog/key slaps. These techniques can add depth and innovation to wind performances, and exploring the provided resources can offer further guidance and practice tips. Understanding jazz chords involves recognizing their structure and function in progressions. Here's a brief guide to help you get started. Description. Major 7th chord.
Understanding chord progressions. Chord progressions are sequences of chords played in succession. They form the harmonic backbone of a song, guiding its emotional journey. Here's a concise overview. Google regressions are sequences C, V, play V, V. Basic progression in many genres. C, basic chord progressions. C. Common in jazz and pop, smooth resolution. DMG, jazz chord progressions explained. IVV4, popular in modern pop and rock. CGAMF, popular chord progressions. Classic progression often used in oldies. Classic chord progressions. V4IV, often used in ballads and emotional tunes. Emotional chord progressions. Explore the resources for a deeper dive into each progression's use and variations.
Exploring jazz textures. Understanding jazz textures involves examining how different musical elements interact within a piece. Here's a concise guide. Texture type, examples. Google resources, Googlenophonic, single melodic line without harmony. Monophonic, single melodic line without harmony. Traditional jazz solo, early jazz. Monophonic texture at google.com/search monophonic texture in jazz. Homophonic, melody with accompaniment where harmony supports the melody. Standard jazz ballads, simple chord progressions. Simple chord progressions. Hogle-gu homophonic texture plush in jazz. Polyphonic, multiple independent melodies occurring simultaneously. Bebop, jazz, complex improvisation. Polyphonic texture, www.google.com search equals polyphonic texture in jazz. Heterophonic, variation of a single melody with embellishments or alterations. Jazz solos with embellishments. Heterophonic textures /google.google.search heterophonic texture in jazz. This table outlines the main jazz textures, providing a foundation for deeper exploration of how texture shapes the jazz experience.
Introduction to scoring for choirs. Scoring for choirs involves creating musical scores that are both musically effective and practical for vocal performance. This involves understanding how to distribute musical material among different voices, considering the range and timbre of each part, and ensuring that the score aligns with the choir's capabilities. Or other configurations. SATB arrangement of Amazing Grace. Voice parts. Dividing music into SATB, soprano, other configurations. SATB arrangement of Amazing Grace. Google search for SATB scores. slacku.google.com search Q SATB plus choir score. ensuring each voice part remains within comfortable vocal range. Soprano range, C4 to C6, bass range, E2 to E4. Vocal range charts at www.google.com/search, vocal range balance, distributing musical lines to maintain a good balance between voices, assigning melody to soprano and harmonies to altos, tenors, balance in choirs, choir balance techniques, dynamics and articulation, indicating volume and expression to enhance musical interpretation, crescendo on a long note in soprano part, dynamics and articulation.google.com/search, choir plus dynamics articulation performance practice, adapting scores to the choir's skill level and rehearsal time, simplifying complex rhythms for amateur choirs. Google search performance practice. This table provides a concise overview of the key aspects of scoring for choirs and links to resources for further exploration.
Jazz development strategies. Strategy. Progressions. Explore common and complex changes to enhance improv standards. Explore common and complex chord changes to enhance 2VI progression in jazz standards. Chord Progressions Guide, Abman Ver, www.com/search, Chord Progressions Guide. Rhythm patterns. Use varied rhythmic patterns to create interest and drive in solos, syncopation and polyrhythms in drumming. Google.com, search jazz rhythm patterns. Scales and modes. Incorporate different scales and modes to expand melodic possibilities. Dorian, Mixolydian modes in solos, scales and modes in jazz, search jazz plus scales and modes. Transcribe solos of jazz masters to understand their techniques and approaches. Analyzing Charlie Parker's solos. Google.com search Kukwa's jazz transcription tips. Engage in jam sessions or play along tracks to develop improvisational skills in real time. Playing along with jazz backing tracks. Play along tracks, play along flat church, jazz plus tax.
Mastering underscore writing in Markdown. Underscores can be used in Markdown for various purposes, including emphasizing text and creating code snippets. This table provides a quick guide on how to use underscores effectively. Example, Google Resources, Google Resources. Italic text. Hello World. Markdown Guide at markdownguide.org/basic-syntax/italic. Bold text. helloworld.org basic syntax. Bold. Code snippet. Code. Print hello. Markdown Guide. We've got markdownguide.org/extended syntax. Mixed formatting italic and bold. Example. Markdown Guide, mixedmark.markdownguide.org/extended syntax/mixed formatting. Note, in some Markdown editors, underscores for bold text can conflict with italic text, so always check the rendering in your specific platform.
Understanding cadences in music. Cadences are musical phrases that provide resolution and closure in a piece. They are crucial for structuring music and creating a sense of finality or transition. Descriptions are musical resources that provide resolution and closure progression. Perfect authentic concludes with a VI chord progression, strong resolution, C major, G, saf.google.com, perfect authentic cadence, plagal, concludes with the IV-eyed progression, softer resolution. F, C, F, search plucking, half, ends on a V chord, feels incomplete. C major, G at google.search, deceptive, progresses from V to Vi, unexpected resolution. C major, G am, please /google.com/Q equals deceptive cadence. Explore these resources to delve deeper into each cadence type and their uses in musical composition.
Minimalist Composition, a Concise Guide, descripts garrity. Example, a single red apple on a white plate. Concept, focuses on simplicity, and the essence of the subject, and the essence of the subject. A single red apple on a white plate. Minimalism in art. www.artsy.net/artsy minimalism-5 artists. Use of space emphasizes empty space to highlight the subject. Large empty canvas with a small black dot. Minimalist art, tate.org.uk/art-terms. Color palette. Limited color schemes to avoid distraction. Black and white photo of a single object. colortheory.color-for-designers.com/minimalism. Geometric shapes. Often uses basic geometric forms for clear communication. Circle or square as the main focus. Geometric minimalism.designboom.com/art. Geometric-minimalism-06/06/2020. Simple, clean fonts with minimal embellishment. Helvetica font used for headlines. Typography tips, smashingmagazine.com/A2 typography-minimal design. This guide helps understand how minimalism streamlines visual elements to create impactful compositions.